those changes, no you know more. Don't know where'd you go, left me in the dark. But I know now.
Just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey, just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey.
Story about Maureen, she was always on my pics with the older looking kids in the disco getting kissed. She was always in the hallways, all the toilets getting sick, chatting rubbish with her clique from the underlings they live. One day Maureen met with Mark at a party in the sticks. Had some stately home and work with some friends of friends who's rich. And when Marty met with Maureen, it was all he'd ever wish. Pretty face and bumpy tits, which was all he'd ever wish.
When you cave in, earthquake, locked exit. Been a long way, tatted cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still went with it with your bad way. Though you can never be replaced. Yes, I need a time. Damn it, girl, you changed. You're the only type, but no matter what, no I'm better off alone.
You're the devil. Just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey. Just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey.
No, about to give up, could've known more. Not the same as a photo, yeah. You're the devil, no. Photos light, it's a mess, all the fake smiles. See me like it's fun, like it's alright. But it's fake, like a comment, left me burned like a comment. All the scars, what you want is so far gone, it's the phone. Maybe cave in, earthquake, locked exit. Been a long way, tatted cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still went with it with your bad way. Though you can never be replaced. Yes, I need a time. Damn it, girl, you changed. You're the only type, but no matter what, now I'm better off alone. You're the devil.
Just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey. Just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey. Just like to play, working hard. Hey, hey.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're here playing the first tournament of the series, the Regional Championship in Lille, and I'm sitting here with a Hall of Famer, Gabriel Nassif. Gabe, how are you doing?
Hey Martin, I'm doing great. I'm really excited. We've got day one today. We're going to be playing Pioneer all weekend. Great format. Used to not be my favorite, but right now I've been playing a ton. I really like it. Excited to see what happens. And yeah, we have 554 players. They're going to be playing 8 rounds today. Kind of a cutthroat cut to day 2, 6 and 2. A little tougher than usual. And they'll be coming back tomorrow for 6 more rounds. Cut to a top 8, play down to a champion.
Yeah, 554 players playing Pioneer all weekend. There is $130,000 in tournament prizes. You can see the structure on the screen right now. And the most important part are the prizes that award the qualification slots. So let's take a look at that. We're going to be playing down to day 2, where the top 48 players qualify for the next regional championship. But the ultimate prize, why most of the players are here this weekend, is top 36 players tomorrow. They will qualify for Pro Tour Chicago in February 2025. Then the top 4 of the tournament, they get a qualification slot for the next 3 regional championship. So that sets you up pretty well for the rest of the year. And then the winners, the finalists, the 2 finalists, they both qualify for the World Championship. That's a pretty cool tournament to qualify for, because the last one in Vegas 2 weeks ago, that had $1 million prize pool.
Yeah, pretty cool is an understatement. As someone who missed Worlds last year by 1 match win, you know, that top 2 slot, it's a long shot, but you know, these players are going to be some of the first few to already qualify for next year's World Championship. Huge deal. Kind of the way you said, you know, the main goal I think for most of these players is top 36, and top 2 the kind of a, you know, kind of a dream come true.
I was talking to one of my friends at Worlds 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, hey, how did it go? And it's like, well, I went 8-6, you know, decent tournament. I'm like, oh, sure, you know, not great, right? He's like, no, I got $10,000.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, that's awesome. That's, you know, for 8-6, that's insane. So the winner of the tournament, the two finalists, they're going to play it out. The winner is going to get $20,000, a trophy, and a title of the European champion. So both of the players are going to be pretty happy in the finals, but the winner is going to get something extra. And we also did this really cool exercise yesterday with all the casters, where we talked about which decks we expect to see the most, which decks we expect to see doing the best this weekend. So let's take a look at that.
Yeah, it's kind of our picks for the tournament.
Yeah, Gabe, you picked this Zur deck. What is going on here? Is this deck for real?
I went with my heart. I knew you guys would be boring and pick Phoenix and Ragdos Demon and whatnot, which you did.
Yes.
So it's just the deck I've been playing the most. I've been enjoying it. It's been strong. And I think there's actually a lot of people, well, relatively a lot of people playing it this weekend. I hope I didn't mislead too many people. You know, I might be one of the reasons why people pick that deck. So really excited to see how it does. Deck based over, it's kind of like Incarnation without Incarnation. You just play the new Overlords, turn them on with Zur. Really powerful. Zur is just such an impressive card in every matchup, and up the beanstalk, kind of your nut draws, you know, turn to up the beanstalk, draw multiple bindings that can beat pretty much any deck in the format.
Right. Yeah, as you said, I picked Phoenix. Yeah, it's boring, but it is the most played deck in most of these regional championships, so that's what I went with. I mean, you can really go wrong with the deck, and that was my choice. So we also have 2 more casters. We have Philippa, we have Arne waiting for you in the booth, so let's ask them what they picked.
Hello everyone, very happy to be here at the Ultimate Guard Regional Championships with Harney, and we also made our predictions, so I'm really excited to share. Arne, starting with you, let's see here the caster picks and what you picked for the deck to perform well this weekend.
So my choice for performing deck of the weekend was Ragdos Demons, Unholy Annex. We saw it in Standard Dominate, we see it in Pioneer with Meter Vault. The deck is absolutely fantastic, and just put Fable of the Mirror Break and Blood Type Harvester into there. You have a great deck.
I chose Not so exciting deck, but is it Phoenix? Like Martin, I went with a boring, safe choice, but I feel like there's a lot of great Phoenix players that have been playing the deck for so long that they really mastered it. So that's going to lead not only to great plays, but I think great results here in this championship. So I'm excited to see a lot of different decks, and hopefully the decks that we predicted doing well. Another little exercise that we also did was the caster draft, where we are going to see what players do well in the tournament. Can we take a look at that slide for our caster prediction draft? So we have here what we chose. So let's start with you, Arne. Arne, tell us about your team.
Yeah, so really fun exercise there, fantasy draft. I picked Piotr Glogowski first pick. We see Depra, Mengucci, Jedrick Smith. Really, really cool idea, and I'm very excited to be rooting for my team here. Who did you pick up?
So I also picked some fan favorites. So Andrea Mengucci, very well known to the public. Sam Goddard, I just feel like he's doing so well in the tournaments recently, so I'm excited to see how also does here in the tournament. Andres Santos top played a bunch of regional championships, so based on history, I feel like that can give me a lot of points. João Moreira is a very well-known online player, and Esther as well has been doing really well in this tournament, so I'm rooting for my team. We also see here Team Nassif and Team Juza. Any highlights from these players that they also picked that maybe you wanted to have in your team but didn't get the chance to get there?
Well, to be honest, I wanted to also second pick Sean Godard. I think that was a great pickup by you specifically. Well, Marco Del Pivo already took down a regional championship in the past. We have Hall of Famer Guillaume Waffle-Tapa also there in the team with User. And then we have Adriano Mascato, I think, is a very nice last pickup there for Nassif. Very strong player. And yeah, good, strong teams on all players.
I feel like this is such a fun exercise that I'm going to kind of pass the ball to Twitch chat and let us know in the comments which would be your fantasy draft team. I'm excited to know. Try to count the points, see how they perform in this tournament, and look back in the end to see how they did. Now let's get into the action. First match of the day. We have some fan favorites. So can we take a look here at the deck lists for our round one? So let's take a look here. So first we have Is It Phoenix by Canister. Canister, another member that is on the fantasy draft. Very well player. And we saw here piloting Is It Phoenix. Were you expecting a lot of people in Is It Phoenix this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the addition of Artist Talent, just absolutely incredible cards. Very good against the black decks that usually take out the Ledger Shredder Fatal Push. Now you have a Talent, an unstoppable engine, really strong. So no surprise that Piotr Glogowski chose his Phoenix deck that he already had success with in the past.
A lot of players now with Phoenix playing for Artist Talent, and you mentioned the card. Do you feel like it's as powerful as people are thinking of it now?
Yeah, absolutely. Like the ability that you can play turn 2 and just put multiple Phoenixes into the graveyard and also withstand hate like a Go Blank or an Unlicensed Heroes is just not that impactful anymore when you just draw so many cards and churn for your deck so quickly.
And speaking of quick, we have the opponent playing Rakdos Prowess, which might be the quickest deck of the format. Tell us about this deck, Arne.
Yeah, Rakdos Prowess is sort of the benchmark test of the format. If you know, just come up with your brew or what have you, and you run into this, they will make quick work of you. Turn 3 kills are not out of the ordinary. Prowess creatures, Ember, Challenger being the standout, the Manifold Mouse package, and of course Slick Shot as well.
And before we are ready to show you the deck lists here, I just want to know, Arne, what would you bring to play? I mean, you already told us the deck that you think will perform the best. Is it the same deck that you would play here, or would you go with something different?
I think I would have a hard time deciding between Rakdos Demons and Is It Phoenix. They both look super strong. Unholy Annex is an amazing card, and Artist Talent just pushed Phoenix to new heights as well.
Yeah, I actually like the Zer deck that I saw Gabriel Nassif was playing on stream all weekend, and I honestly feel like a lot of people decided to bring this deck by watching Gabriel Nassif, and it's fun to see how streamers can actually impact players. I have a friend that is playing in his regional championship, and he was commenting with me, yeah, I'm bringing the Zer deck because of Gabriel Nassif. I saw him play on stream. It seems like a powerful deck, so it's really nice to see how these things can really impact. Now, this is one of, not the last, but towards the end of the regional championships. Do you think the results that we saw on, for example, the US championship is going to influence the meta here today?
Yeah, absolutely. For example, in the US Championship, we saw this new deck, Green-White Company, sort of rise the ranks and be there with Enduring Innocence from Dustmon as a new addition. And I would think that we might see a sizable amount of that deck in the metagame, and yeah, certainly the players had a lot of data already to collect from, and now they're sort of trying to tune their decks for the metagame they're expecting and they saw from the last events.
Speaking of last events, last weekend I think it was the South America Regional Championship, and I saw that 3 players of the top 8 were playing Jan's Sacrifice, which is a deck that we are not seeing too much here on the tournaments. What do you feel about this deck? Do you think we will see it represented here?
I already know some very strong star players who are playing the deck themselves, and from what I could pick up, it does have a strong matchup against Is It Phoenix specifically, and you know, Is It Phoenix being one of the strongest decks, the contender to take down the tournament perhaps, that might be, you know, a good position to be in.
I'm not sure if our players are ready or not to start here round 1, but we are definitely waiting to start and to see some magic action. Again, we have 8 rounds today, so before we had 9 rounds, now it's 8, so it's a bit less, but players need to make 6 and 2 to make it into day 2. That's a pretty hard thing to do. And the top 2 players, first and second place, will get an invite to the World Championship. And you were there last weekend, right, Arne, or 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, exactly.
How was it?
I mean, an incredible experience, of course. Yeah, I mean, making it to the World Championship is the dream of, I think, every competitive player. So this is very exciting that you can just jump right ahead to that by making the top 2 here in this tournament, and certainly a lot on the line.
Let's go to the feature match top 1, because I think the players are ready to start. And we see here our players. We see Tosonor and Canister, so both are ready to start here the game. So we have here first Piotr's deck list, the Is It Phoenix. Anything different, Arne, that you are seeing, or pretty much a standard Is It Phoenix list?
Well, quick correction there. I think we have Fob the Engineer in the top right corner. That has to be... actually, what is that? I'm not quite sure. I was going to say it was Artist Talent, but perhaps not. I would be very surprised if Canister actually registered that. But yeah, we see the Tempo Trespass and the Galvanic Iteration combination. So Canister choosing that combo and foregoing completely Ledger Shredder, which is this new development in Phoenix. And yeah, Artist Talent, a bunch of cheap interaction, Fiery Impulse, Torch the Tower, and Stern Dismissal as a one-off to bounce 6/6 demons.
And here we have the Attile Tosonor playing Rakdos Prowess. And what do you think of this list here, Arne?
Yeah, looks pretty standard to me. I don't see anything crazy. We see 2 Fatal Push and 2 Reckless Rage and 2 Thoughtseize. So Attile choosing to have a little bit more interaction instead of more pump spells like Turn Inside Out or Titan Strength. And 2 copies of Slickshot Shower, 3 copies of Manifold Mouse. I personally like that split. I think Manifold Mouse is great. The mana base looks pretty stock, very stock version of Rakdos Prowess. Yeah.
Let's take a look here as our players get ready to kick off the Regional Championships Lille. We are really excited to start this tournament. Pioneer is such a fun format to watch, and our players, they're getting ready. And the play draw is very important in all Magic, but in this matchup as well in particularly very important. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Rakdos Prowess very much relies on winning the die roll. To be fair, Canister will have a lot of 1-mana interactions, so can perhaps catch up on the draw if he has that 1-drop. And with open deck list, he will make sure that he has a 1-drop on the draw, I'm sure, that interacts with opponent creatures.
And we are there ready, players starting, and we have here our Rakdos Prowess player immediately starting and already dealing some damage.
Kumano Faces Carcassonne is absolutely the best start for this deck. Just a phenomenal red 1-drop, and I'm sure Attila is very happy to start his tournament off this way.
Very good here. Let's see how Canister starts here, kicking off the Regional Championship as well. 1 mana up. We know that Phoenix does have quite a bit of 1-mana spells. Oh, Slickshot Show Off right away, entering with a +1/+1 counter from that Kumano and attacking there for 2.
Yeah, and this makes Torch the Tower, Fiery Impulse look kind of embarrassing, but there's one card, and Canister has it, the Lightning Axe, that can still deal for 1 mana with this creature here.
Very good card. A lot of people playing Torch the Tower as well this weekend. The exiling effect being very relevant against a lot of decks in the meta. And here is the card of the moment. So we have that the Artist Talent that everyone now started playing on Phoenix.
Yeah, the incredible engine, Canister starting great here with a 1-drop removal for the 2-drop and now into talent, and really churning through his deck next turn. It's going to be, this is how he drew it up, I'm sure.
And now we also have there the Kumano, which actually does have an interesting part which says if a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you control will die, exile it instead.
Yes, so that is definitely relevant text against Arclight Phoenix, and Canister will have to be careful about that. Oof, Giganta being returned here, that is not a good sign for Attila. That's really not where you want to be on turn 3 with Rakdos Prowess.
Yeah, not the explosive start that Attila really wanted against Phoenix. And that Artist Talents can also start gathering some very good advantage. Sleight of hand. Let's discard a card, draw a card. Choosing there the card to put in hand. The other one goes to the bottom.
Yeah, Canister really just wants to find more red removal spells here. He is in the control position and just preserve life total.
And we can see there a bit of Attila's hand. We see some lands, we see the Giganta that we saw being put into hand. We also see the sacrifice spell, but nothing to sacrifice yet that is relevant. So this deck really missing some of the key cards, like the Ember Heart Challenger.
Yeah. Canister can assume that with the return of Giganta there, that there's not many creatures in hand. Maybe some combat tricks, maybe a removal spell for Attila. And again, a pass of the turn there, not great.
So let's take a look at the top card. And it goes to end. Draw a card here for Canister. And we see some Treasure Cruise in hand, which is definitely a key card for this deck. Such a strong card. I feel like one of the most powerful cards in Pioneer right now. But first, let's consider. And this card has so much looting, you know, with the Artist Talent. We are looting away.
Yeah. I've played a little bit with Phoenix in preparation for this. I actually helped a student of mine prepare for this event. And Artist Talent is truly incredible.
And there it is, Treasure Cruise with a big discount. Looks like exiling 7 cards from the graveyard. Discarding Phoenix, it's always good to have it in the graveyard. That's the place where we want it to be. And Canister really here assembled the engine that will allow him to take over this game. So Attila really needs to find something.
Yeah, it's looking not so great for Attila. I think the life totals are not quite correct. I think Piotr is on 15 lives. We'll try to make sure and fix that for you. But even on 15 life, he's sitting pretty. He has a full hand of 6 cards. No Phoenix is in play quite yet, but as long as he can, preserve his life total, that's all that really matters at this stage in the game.
And how do you feel about this matchup in particularly Phoenix versus Rakdos Prowess? Who do you think has the advantage overall in the matchup?
I think it's a really close matchup. I think the die rule is very important. And I do think, most importantly though, the open deck list will give Phoenix a little bit of an advantage there because they know that they're up against this deck. They will not keep a hand that's a little bit slow. They will mulligan towards a hand with 1 mana red removal. And that will make the matchup a little bit better maybe for Phoenix, but it's very close.
Ooh, Art casting there the Giganta. So just casting Giganta, 5 mana, 5/5. That's not exactly the type of play that usually we see Rakdos Prowess wanting to do, but it is a creature on the battlefield and a big one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Attila is not very happy with this situation. Piotr has Lightning Axe and Stern Dismissal as a very, very nice answer for this Giganta and is going to dig for those this turn, I'm sure, if he doesn't have them already.
Let's take a look with Consider, putting a card in the graveyard, drawing. And again, like this Artist Talent has been there since the beginning and already quite a lot of value provided for Piotr here. Here, Piotr considering the decisions. I feel like Phoenix is a deck that has so many different decisions that you have to make, and it's quite a complex deck to pilot.
Absolutely. There's a lot of small decisions. So many cantrips. With the artist talents, the decisions don't get fewer. It's honestly a very dopamine-inducing deck, I'm sure. Oh, interesting. We see a galvanic iteration here.
Another Phoenix goes to the graveyard. And here I think Attila asks to read galvanic iteration.
So the next spell will be copied, and we see a Fiery Impulse here.
And we have the trigger also from the artist talent.
Yeah, multiple triggers going on the stack. And the Fire Impulse dealing 3 damage, and a copy of Fire Impulse dealing another 3 to Giganta here.
Now, this deck doesn't play Shredder, Leisure Shredder, but when Phoenix was playing Leisure Shredder, I remember so many connive triggers as well. This is such a difficult deck to keep track of, but we have 2 Phoenix now coming back from the graveyard, ready to attack. And we see here Piotr taking a look at to the graveyard, which is quite important in this deck, keeping track of what's going on. Two Phoenixes on the board. And Attila didn't quite provided an explosive turn yet, but we know that this deck sometimes Rakdos Prowess can just out of nowhere deal a ton of damage.
Yeah. Den of the Bugbear activation is maybe not where you want to be into the 2 Phoenixes. Interestingly enough, Canister played a Steam Vents untapped, representing a lot of things.
And the exile effect being very important here from the Kumano, right?
Absolutely.
We just want to say that we are having a bit of technical problems, so the live totals are not correctly updated. We are also having some trouble with the card display there. So we apologize, it's the first round, so bear with us. We're going to try to improve for the next rounds to make sure we sort all that out, and our team is working right now on fixing it. So the live totals are not quite correct there.
I couldn't quite... Could you catch?
Is there a Monstrous Rage? Ooh, but returning the token into land.
What I could pick up from the floor is that Canister actually thinks this deck is broken. So he's surely putting that to the test here.
Okay, and we still have 1 Phoenix there.
1 Phoenix got exiled, so both players are aware of that interaction with the Kumano.
And maybe we are going to have a treasure cruise here. There's 1 in hand. And there we go. Let's exile some cards from the graveyard. And we saw earlier on Canister counting the cards on the graveyard. Now it's going to be quite relevant to make sure enough is there for that treasure cruise. And again, like Artist Talent just providing a ton of value here for Canister, drawing more cards. And there's 1 more Phoenix in hand now. There's also Consider.
Yeah, it's a never-ending flow of card advantage. It is not technically card advantage, but, you know, ditching lands. You don't need land number 6, of course, in this situation. I think Canister is probably at like 25 cards in library, maybe 20. He's drawn so many cards this game. Yeah, it's just really, really powerful.
And I'm curious to know, everyone watching at home, where are you from? Let us know. It might be really early for some people joining in now, but we are, as a reminder, in the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Lille. 554 players registered here, and we have $130,000 in prizes. The format is Pioneer, and we have 8 rounds today. This is the first one, so you're joining right on time. Attacking there with the 2 Phoenixes. That's going to be 6 more damage that Attila is going to take.
Yeah, sorry again about the live totals. I think Attila is at 14. We have Piotr, I believe, at 11 right now. But to be honest, I would say that the live totals are not too relevant in this game. Canister just overflowing with card advantage. Attila didn't have the greatest draw here, and now a Temporal Trespass to take an extra turn.
Ooh.
What a sweet play.
That's very interesting there for Canister. And as you said, just commanding this game. And definitely taking a lot of advantage here with these Phoenixes, all the looting going around. I mean, exactly what the deck wants to be doing. I see another Phoenix in end, and with this Artist Talent, it's so easy to get this Phoenix discarded. So we have Pink Lock Prankster there. First, we're going to discard the Phoenix to draw a card from the Artist Talent, and now we're going to mill 4 cards, and we can return a spell there.
Foregoing
Lightning Axe.
foregoing the Treasure Cruise there in the decision, already sort of deciding, hey, I don't need any more cards, I'm fine.
Imagine to be like in this position where like, no, you know what, I'm good. I have all the cards that I need. I'm just taking over the game. 6 more damage in the air, and Canister just commanding the game. This is going to be a scoop, and game 1 he goes to Canister on Izzet Phoenix. I mean, it feels like Attila got quite unfortunate there, not really having any explosive turns, and Canister just having the right answers. Artist Talent really getting a lot of advantage. Let's take a look again at our players' deck list so we can take a look at the sideboards, what potentially they might be bringing. How do you feel the sideboard might be against this specific matchup?
I'm looking at Attila's sideboard right now. He does have 2 copies of Hazoret the Fervent in there, also 2 copies of Unlicensed Hers. So those are very great tools against Phoenix. Otherwise, there's not much. Maybe he's going to change around his removal suit a little bit to fight potentially Phoenix is better. For Canister, we have a Braid as a standout. With 2 copies of Brazen Borrow he could bring in if he wanted more interaction. Oh, and actually, the very, very best card he has is Chandra's Defeat as a one-off, and also an Anger of the Gods, a Fiery Impulse in the sideboard. That's a very Canister move, putting such a main deck card into the sideboard. Very unusual. Yeah, so Canister has like up to 5, 6, 7 potentials to bring in here. He's likely going to take out either a combination of Picklock, Prankster, Artist Talent, Prophet's Eidetic Memory. You, especially on the draw, you don't necessarily want to have too many of those 2-drop plays. And tapping out for an Artist Talent on the draw is especially risky sometimes.
And this tournament is open deck list. Do you think it changes things and how players approach the sideboard, also thinking what your opponent does have on their sideboard and how they are playing? Does that impact the way that you would personally sideboard?
Fantastic point, Philippa. I think that actually makes the Brazen Borrow perhaps better because there's 2 copies of Hazoret in the side for Attila. So yeah, Piotr is certainly going to take a close look at that. And here we see the players sideboarding and making those decisions.
And I have to say, I'm so happy to be here with you, Arne. I mean, you are a fantastic player. You are qualified for this tournament, right? But casting it instead.
Yeah, I was actually not going. I did play all the previous regional championships, but this one I didn't want to play. I was like, I had enough Magic for this year, and then, you know, you guys reached out and asked me for this coverage position, and I'm very, very glad for this opportunity. I'm very excited to be here.
And you're qualified for the next Pro Tours as well. Are you already queued into some things next?
Yeah, I'm qualified for the next 2 Pro Tours. Almost qualified for the third with the adjusted match point system. I think I just have to make day 2 in the next one. So I'm looking pretty in that regard. I don't have to play for the Pro Tour slots, and yeah, just enjoying some watching some Magic as well here.
I hope everyone at home is also excited to be here this weekend with us. We are giving our best. Hopefully, you are going to enjoy the experience. If we have any technical troubles in the beginning, please bear with us. We are working on it. It's the first time that the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series is streaming here at the Regional Championship, so it's going to be a lot of fun all weekend long. You have some friends playing the tournament, right?
Yeah, I have some friends playing in tournament. Actually, on my fantasy team, there's not only Piotr Klugowski, my first pick that we see here up a game. Totally unbiased over here. And no, I also have Edgar Baumler, one of my students, who came here without any qualification and then played the first last chance qualifier, went 4-0 and got into the tournament, is now playing as well. I have him on my fantasy draft. I think he's very talented, very eager, and I'm looking forward to rooting for him. Of course, Stefan Schütz, also in my fantasy draft team, close friend of mine, very great player, has been crushing all year, winning the MOX championship and also making second in the MOX. Like, absolutely incredible stuff.
Amazing. I'm excited to see. I mean, I'm a bit competitive with this caster draft team that we made, fantasy team. I'm excited to see in the end which of the casters has the most points and which of the players that we chose did the better here in the tournament. And we see our players are shuffling in, ready for game 2. Now we are going to have Rakdos Prowess on the play, so hopefully the player there can get something more explosive to start. But I feel like Canister has a lot of answers, a lot of bounce spells, a lot of removal for just 1 mana.
Yeah, I have to say, I do like Canister's position in this matchup. He has a lot of 1 mana removal. He's clearly prepared for this matchup. And yeah, so what I forgot to mention, he actually does have the Temple Trespass Galvanic combo, and that one is something you most certainly shave in this matchup. Not very good, not at all, and so that's an easy takeout.
So it looks like players are deciding whether to keep or mulligan in this game, which is such an important decision and not an easy one to do. I feel like the keep mull decision is one of the hardest things to do sometimes in Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a couple lands, a creature, a Heartfire Hero for Attila, but I do think I just see 1 land for Piotr, and the land is actually a Shivan Reef. On a 7, Canister is certainly taking risk here, and painful risk at add.
That's for sure, and we see there the Heartfire Hero, and this is exactly the card that Attila wants to have. That card can be quite explosive, and a perfect way to start the game here.
Not quite Kumano, but you are certainly very happy with a 1-drop, and Heartfire Hero is, as we see in Standard, as in Pioneer, just an absolute powerhouse of a red 1-drop.
Going there for a 1 damage, so Canister now at 19. Tapped land and pass. So for 1 mana, let's see. We really need these to give us a land here, maybe.
Oh yeah, we really do.
Okay, so Attila to the bottom.
Attila is certainly rooting against that. Again, Attila not having the best turn 2 here. Just a pass. That is not really where you want to be.
And we have the Consider there. Okay, so we really need to go, taking 1 damage from the land, so we really need to go find another land. Goes to the graveyard. Let's see if it's a land. This is quite decisive here. Canister really needs to pick up a land, and I feel like, okay, there it is. An island. Okay.
He did get there. I think that was the last look, actually, so pretty exciting.
And now Attila going for the 3rd turn. Attacking once again with that Heartfire Hero. Monstrous Rage. And that's going to be quite a bit of damage. So we have the Valiant. +2, +0, and the Monster Roll.
And there's the 1 mana bounce, the Stern Dismissal, a card from Pharos. Yeah, not really something we see often in Constructed.
And I mean, that's so good against Attila here, which once again gets creature bounced. But there's, ooh, 2 more Heartfire Heroes. Okay, we have 2 more. And still, I think 3 cards in hand, so we can have some more pump spells, hopefully, to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Sleight of Hand is a nice pickup here, but Canister seems to be considering his choices. I can't quite get a full grasp on his hand. He has a lot of red cards there, so that means plenty removal or Arclight Phoenix.
I feel like there's an Artist Talent as well, but it's difficult to spend all your mana and pay 1 life against Rakdos Prowess maybe. That can deal so much damage in the crackback. So more card advantage here, like card selection with that Sleight of Hand. Getting the 3rd land.
Oh, Spire Bluff, fantastic pickup here for Canister. He must have been thrilled about that one. And yeah, here you can really see the downside of Artist Talent on the draw. If you tap out there, there might be a Manifold Mouse coming down, a Monstrous Rage, Double Strike. That's just 10 damage on one Heartfire hero already.
Attacking there for 2, and Piotr just taking them.
Apologies again about the life totals. I think Canister is at like something like 14 life here, I believe, 14 or 15. Used that Shivan Reef a couple times and took a couple damage from these 1/1s.
And for the people joining in, we are in round 1 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship here. Piotr 1 game ahead. He's at Phoenix. This is the 2nd game. Oh, there it is, the Azaret.
Hazoret the Fervent, that brings back memories. I once played Mono Red at a Pro Tour, going actually 10-0 in Constructed there with 4 Hazoret in my deck. A very, very strong and powerful card.
So we have there the Prankster, milling 4 cards. Let's see if we find an answer for that Azaret. Okay, let's just bounce it. I guess we can delay it there with that card.
Yeah, Hazoret has the restriction of not being able to attack when you have more than 1 card in hand. So Attilay on 2 cards right now, and with the bounce spells, Piotr can sort of keep him off that for a while.
And I feel like considering here playing that Artist Talent, tapped land and go, and 1 island up. We already know there's a 1-mana bounce spell, but Attilay does not know that. This is open deck list, so the players are fully aware of all the possibilities that both can have.
I'm not 100%, but I believe he picked that up with Picklock Prankster end of turn, so he does actually know about the Floodmaw. It was revealed to him.
Oh yeah, that's correct. So.
Wait a minute, Attilay is making a wrong move there. Yeah, we are in the feature match area. It is. Yeah, you can't attack with more than 2 cards in hand. So there might be some nerves happening. This is the first round of the tournament. I certainly am myself not a morning person, and I understand the pressure of a feature match.
Let me tell you, if I come to this tournament, I just qualified, and round 1 I'm against Canister on feature match, I would be pretty nervous myself.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Canister is, you know, one of the most accomplished players in the entire building.
And we have Obnixilis there, and we're going to use the Heartfire hero to pay for that.
Oh, that's a really cool sideboard tech I didn't even think would come in. You would think like, Planeswalker's not so great against flyers from Is It Phoenix that just take them down, but if Canister is taking too much of a slow controlling role, then the copied Obnixilis and Obnixilis itself can deal a surmountable amount of damage.
And we cannot see the copy there, but there should be a copy of that Obnixilis with 1 counter.
Although Obnixilis' ability lets the opponent discard, so there's a little bit of a downside there, and we might see Piotr discarding an Arclight Phoenix here.
We might see Canister just thanking Attilay here for that Phoenix in the grave. But let's see here.
I mean, in this situation, he does have the talent in play, so he has the ability to do it. But without the talent, hey, maybe he would welcome that actual ability of the Obnixilis.
And here, Attilay considering what to do. I mean, it's a lot of pressure. Canister has a lot of cards in hand. We know how many removal spells and bounce spells this deck runs. It's quite a tough matchup for Attilay overall. And we saw that all game long, like how difficult it was for Attilay to keep something on the board.
Yeah, but I do have to say that with the combination of Obnixilis and Hazoret here in play, Attilay has produced some very annoying sticky threats that, you know, don't care about Anger of the Gods, don't care about Fiery Impulse and Lightning Axe. So that is certainly a nice angle he's taking there.
And
yeah, I think there's another copy of Obnixilis on the. We can maybe.
Fiery Impulse. Let's discard draw for that Artist Talent. And now we can see the Obnixilis, the copy of the Obnixilis with 2 counters on it.
Oh, I think that's actually an artwork that you sometimes get in the back of a pack. So that's a kind of cool way to represent the Obnixilis token.
Yeah, I love to see it. I always love to see how the players bring their own tokens and creative styles here into the regional championships.
Ooh, Canister not choosing to discard there with the talent, so loves his other 2 cards in hand. That is not a good sign for Atile.
It is definitely not, and we have an Hasty Phoenix there to take care of the Obnixilis. Fatal Push in response.
That was a good last card to have for Atile.
Definitely, and I think now Atile here going to decide what to do. Drawing a card for the turn. Touch the Tower is the pickup there for Atile. Great removal spell against Phoenix. The exiling ability being very important against those pesky Phoenix that keep coming back from the graveyard. Now we have the Azaret attacking, but into the Flood Moth to return it into hand. So delaying a bit here, Atile, even though Atile can just play it again, but we still get also the Artist Talent looting. And there we go. It's again on the board.
Yeah, Canister hasn't taken any damage from this Hazoret yet, but it certainly gives Atile some sort of inevitability, because this thing is going to hit every turn now, and Piotr has to have the answer, or a jump blocker, or bounce. I think, apologies again about the life totals, but I think Canister is already at around 10 life, so he doesn't have that much to work with.
I think one of the cards in hand is an Otawara, right? Which ends up being another bouncing ability for Canister.
Yeah, absolutely. The other 2 are Land and Fiery Impulse. Otawara, not really where you want to be here. Again, sure, you can buy yourself a turn, but again, this Hazoret is just going to come back.
Sacrificing the land for 2 damage, and that's going to be game. Atile winning game 2 here with Rakdos prowess, and we just saw Azaret being so good against Canister.
Yeah, okay, I was totally wrong about that life total. Canister was a lot lower, and taking the final 2 damage there.
And players now just shuffling up their decks, and we are going to game 3. Do you think the sideboard might change, or things are going to stay the same?
I could see that Brazen Borrower enters the equation if it hasn't already. We see Canister right away grabbing his deck box there with the 15 sideboard cards, or the 15 cards that are not in his main deck right now. And he's potentially considering that one.
A lot of emotions at stake. Atile probably really happy to grab there a win and going to have a game 3. I always love to have game 3s, because both decks already showcase their strengths, and now we have a game to untie it all. And we can see here Atile's sideboard. Of course, one of the cards is Giganta, the companion. And how do you feel about Giganta in this format overall as a companion?
Well, I mean, in this specific deck, it doesn't come up that often that you actually get to use it. But, the upside of having an extra card that you can just grab is there. It comes up in the black matchups. And so, pure upside, I'd say to that one.
And we can see here now Piotr's sideboard. So we do have quite a bit of answers. Brazen Boar, as you said, 2 of them in the sideboard. And it's interesting to me how we have Phoenix being a deck that has been in Pioneer for a long time, but the deck keeps evolving. We see the deck had Leisure Shredder in the past that doesn't play anymore. Artist Talent now making it into the play, into this tournament. How do you feel about the Phoenix ability of just adapting to the meta?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to. I would have not expected Ledger Shredder to be taken out of the deck. That card is phenomenal in the archetype. But yeah, here we are, and Artist Talent is just sort of. I guess there's still up to debate if it's strictly better. I think we have people playing a split of them. We have people favoring the Shredder, and maybe we will know more after this tournament concluded.
And we are ready here to start this Game 3 of Round 1 of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Lille. A lot at stake. We have 8 rounds today. It would be great for either of the players to start off with a win that can really put you in the right pace to make it into day 2. 6-2 makes it into day 2, so you cannot take a lot of losses. Every win counts into making it into day 2. Starting here with Sleight of Hand.
Both players keeping the 7, so we have a clean game of Magic, no mulligans. I think there's no mulligans the entire round, so good start.
We have a Thoughtseize on Atile's end, I believe. So taking some damage here from the land, and we are going to Thoughtseize. So let's take a look at Canister's hand. So we do have quite a bit of interesting cards. So we have 2 lands. We do have Consider, Artist Talent.
We see no red removal here. Canister making the choice to keep a hand without that, but he has a lot of cantrips to find them, and he is on the play, so that's totally fine.
And we see the 3rd pad Iconoclast being brought in from the sideboard. How do you feel about this card? It can start generating a lot of value for Canister.
Yeah, I wonder if he maybe took that in now that he lost the game to Hazaret to just generate a bunch of jump blockers against that god. And here we see Atile going for the Artist Talents. I believe the decision was between the Iconoclast and the Artist Talent. And he's favoring the card that he cannot remove from the board. Very reasonable decision there.
And once again, I would just want to remind the viewers that the live total is not working properly. We apologize for that, but we are working on it for the next rounds. So just keep that in mind to not take it seriously there. Players are no longer at 20. That Thoughtseize immediately and land dealing damage to Atile.
And here really is an interesting point, because if Atile does not have the removal here for this Iconoclast, it's going to produce quite a lot of power. And yeah, no removal, just a slick shot. That's not really where you want to be. So Piotr might just run away with the Iconoclast.
Taking 1 damage there from the slick shot show off. That card can also be quite explosive.
It can. But I would say it's not necessarily at its best in this specific matchup. Because, you know, just costing 2 mana and running into all the shock effects isn't necessarily where you want to be.
And that 3rd pad Iconoclast is going to, whenever Canister casts a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. So that's going to provide quite a bit of value in this deck that does have quite a bit of 1 mana spell. So just a lot of free soldiers there for Canister. And Torch the Tower to just exile that slick shot. So that goes into exile. And attacking for 2 with the 3rd pad Iconoclast. And Atile already took a bit of damage from the land and also from the Thoughtseize. So players updating the life totals there. And I think under the timer we can actually kind of see the lives.
Yeah, this really, I'm also taking a look at Atile's hand. He has double Unlicensures, another Thoughtseize. No interaction for the board, staring down 5 power already, growing every single turn. This is really not where you want to be. The tables have turned, and Piotr is just the aggressor in this situation.
And I love to see these sideboard strategies coming into play here in this 3rd game and just completely shifting the goal of the deck and working pretty well here for Piotr. And I feel like the life totals have been now updated, so hopefully that's working now.
Yeah, absolutely. The card viewer also representing the Iconoclast we were just chatting about. And I'm looking at Canister's hand, his free 1 mana removals. That's not great news for Atile. Atile has the option to cast an Ember Challenger here. Probably better than casting Unlicensures or Thoughtseize. I can also see an Infuriate, I believe. So he has to decide if he wants to sort of leave that up and block and then use a combat trick, which might deal with the Iconoclast if it attacks. But of course, oh no, going for the Thoughtseize. I kind of like that a little bit more, because just maybe you can take a removal spell away and hope that sort of Canister is flooding out in the situation. I think that's sort of an angle you can go for. But yeah, going down to 10 life there, pretty painful. And Canister has a full hand. So whatever you take here, he's going to have spells left, which is
Yeah, and I feel like here, Attila, not quite the Totsis that he was expecting. Into the Floodmaw and Opt, I believe, are now the cards in land. Another 1-1. Scrying that down and drawing a card. Look at that full army. I feel like Canister is not playing Phoenix, but soldiers right now.
Absolutely. Lovely sideboard tech. Working out great for the Polish master.
Removal and...
Oh, and discarding a Phoenix.
Oh, look at that board. How much damage is that? Okay, so 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Attila going down really quickly there. Down to 2 life. And I mean, does Attila have any way to get out of these? Is there any...
No.
And shakes hands here. The round 1 goes to Piotr with ease at Phoenix, and we seeing here exactly why this is one of the most played decks of the format. And players chatting a bit. Arne, what did you think of these match here that we had?
Yeah, we had a nice best of free set of games. Lovely to see some Magic in action. We saw Hazoret coming down and taking down a game, and now the Iconoclast sideboard tech here on the play. Fantastic stuff.
And I want to welcome everyone because I know some people have been joining the stream. It's the first stream from the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Lille. So some people not quite sure where to find us yet. So welcome everyone that is joining us. We are happy to have you here. We have 554 players, $130,000 in prize pool. That's a lot of money, a lot of good invites. We have 36 first places go to the Pro Tour, first and second place go to the World Championship. So amazing things to get here out of the tournament, and starting off with a great match.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been loving this so far, and great names in the house. Canister, one of them. Also on my fantasy draft team, so picking up a win there.
Oh, you're starting off strong this round, Arne, already. Getting that fantasy draft going. Let us know, how are you doing? What deck would you bring here for this tournament this weekend? And I'm not sure if we have our backup feature match ready or not to show on stream, but we did prepare a backup to show you all more Magic, because I feel like that's what you are all here for. And Arne, tell me a bit about Pioneer and how the previous regionals kind of shaped the meta that we see here today.
Yeah, so we already had a lot of data coming in. The China Regional Championship and South America happened last week. Before that, we had the United States one, and I think the Japanese one also happened. So I think we had Rakdos 3 taking down United States, then Rakdos Demons in Japan. Then China was won by Zur, the new cool iteration of the Enigmatic deck, where you just put a bunch of Overlords into play, and then Zur, the Overlords, attack with life-linking huge creatures. And I think the South America one was won by Jan Sacrifice. I'm not 100%. Jan Sacrifice had a very high amount of them in the top 8. So Pioneer thriving, 4 different decks that are sort of dominating each different region. And yeah, I'm excited to see what will triumph in Europe.
I'm really excited to see as well. I see that there's a lot of different deck lists. I mean, later on we are going to show you the meta breakdown so you can see exactly what made it. This is open deck list, so everyone can see the deck lists available and what players decided to bring here to the tournament. I'm always love to see formats with a lot of diversity on what they are bringing, so that's great. One of the decks that I see players play a lot is Selesnya Company, and that new card, Endurance Innocence, really strong in Pioneer.
Yeah, absolutely. The Selesnya Company deck, I've play-tested the format for this event to be prepared, and it is a really pesky, annoying deck. They just play like an Archon of Emeria on turn 2, then on turn 3 they even interrupt your spell that you had to cast off curve because you were like playing tap lands. And then the Enduring Innocence now gives the deck some card advantage, because before you just go Fire Impulse, Lightning Axe, remove some of their creatures, and the deck runs out of cards. But with Collected Company and Enduring Innocence, you really can keep the card flow going. Innocence also great against all the removal and most of the removal in the format. We see, for example, Phoenix player picking up now in Torch the Tower. to fight a creature like that. But if you look at Fatal Push, Fire Impulse, they don't deal with it effectively.
That's true. That becoming an enchantment, it is very powerful. And tell me, 2 weeks ago you were in the World Championship. We talked about it. The format was standard. What deck did you play?
I ended up registering Dimir mid-range. Kai Budde made top 8 with the deck. Personally, I didn't make day 2. Sometimes you're more lucky, sometimes you're less lucky. That's just how it goes in tournament Magic. And but yeah, I had a great time, and I was very happy to root for Kai and Seth Manfield, 2 of my teammates who top 8'd. And it was an exciting event, seeing especially Javier and Seth played out in the semifinals for Player of the Year. What an awesome setup, what an awesome game, what an awesome storyline.
Great to hear, but I feel like we are ready now to show the interview with the winner here, Canister, with Izzet Phoenix. So let's take a look at the interview.
I'm here with winner of round 1, Piotr Glogowski, aka Canister. Always nice to win the first one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Was it? I'm not going to ask you why you picked Phoenix, but I guess I'll ask you, was it ever close? Did you ever consider any other deck seriously?
Somewhat, but then I remember that Phoenix already brought me 2 PT invites in the 2 autumn RCs already, the year before and the 2 years before, so
yeah,
I just, in the end, prevailed.
What was the other deck on your mind? What would you have played if you couldn't play Phoenix?
I spent some time on Enigmatic Incarnation variants, and frankly, I haven't played Pioneer in a while before that, so I was playing Incarnation, and then after a few weeks, switching to Phoenix again, I'm like, holy guacamole, this deck is so much better than an average Pioneer deck, right? At least it feels so much better, of course.
Yeah, I've talked to a couple teams, and they said basically only Rakdos Prowess and Phoenix are tier 1 for them. You sat down, open deck list, you saw Rakdos Prowess. Were you happy with that matchup?
Certainly. I did plenty of hard testing, and in my hard testing group, the prowess lists we were testing against were much more hateful than the most common ones at the tournament, or the ones I expect to, like the ones similar to the one I faced in round 1. So it was like, training in those extreme circumstances, and then at the actual tournament, it's just easy and smooth like butter.
Awesome. Well, great start. Good luck for the rest, and back to the casters.
Thank you.
Great interview there. So we are ready now to show you more Magic. We have the backup feature match already going into game 3. So let's go straight ahead. We have a very interesting matchup, which is Lotus Field Combo versus Dimir Ninja. And Arne, talk us about these decks.
Yeah, this is a spicy one. So first of all, we have Matteo Ferrara on Lotus Field Combo, an accomplished combo player, and also took down the last regional championship in Naples. So here we see him starting off with a combo deck again. This is a new iteration of Lotus Field Combo. So previously, the deck was relying more on a green aspect, and now it's just splashing for only Sylvan Scrying in the main deck and playing 4 copies of Artist Talent in the main deck. So yeah. And then on the other side, we have Dimir Ninjas, which has just received Kaito Bane of Nightmare. Really cool Planeswalker that I actually played at the World Championship as well, and I can vouch for being very good. And yeah.
And we already have here at the start. Looks like Matteo was on the play here, and Thoughtseize. But before that Thoughtseize, we are going to anticipate. Impulse, I mean. So a lot of touch choices here for Enzo. What would you take with these Thoughtseize?
Well, you would take the Sylvan Scrying, but there's already both lands in hand and you can't take those. So I think if I am Enzo, I might be looking to take Sleight of Hand. Or actually, to be honest, I think Vizier of Tumbling Sands is actually a good pickup. And Enzo deciding that as well. It gains you an extra mana and it is a card draw. So just... you really have to hope that Matteo doesn't draw into much action, because mana, he certainly already has plenty.
And I feel like Lotus Field has been one of those decks that, like Phoenix, has been in Pioneer for a long time. And despite not being the most popular deck right now, there are some really big fans of the deck that keep playing it in all the tournaments. Also a difficult deck to pilot, I feel like.
Absolutely. I'm not a combo player myself. I'm always impressed when they figure out all these lines and make all the math to get to exactly to the amount of mana you need to have to cast an Emergent Ultimatum. But yeah, notably on that, no Emergent Ultimatum at all in Matteo's deck list. He does have 1 copy of Wish and 1 copy of Bond of Insight to find him some pieces out of the sideboard. And then with Bond of Insight, that's a 4-mana sorcery. We can bring it up on the screen for you guys. That will fetch, that will bring back 2 instants from the graveyard. And I think then he can go in a way infinite. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I'll try to figure it out.
Fantastic, and we have there the name of the deck, Lotus Field, the card that inspired all of this. So already available for Matteo. And Enzo here going for the 3rd land drop. That's going to be a Mutavault. Oh, okay, so now we have that Kaio with Ninjutsu.
You gotta respect that elegance, the way that was put into play. That was very smooth. Enzo probably feeling great about this.
Like Canister said, smooth like butter. And some damage there with the Kairo. Kairo, which is a new card from Duskmourn, right? And making it its way into Pioneer.
Absolutely, and what a powerhouse of a card. Well, it wasn't very relevant when I was playing Standard and Demon mid-range, but this card actually has the ability to make an emblem for all ninjas with just a +1 of the ability, which is pretty amazing, of course. And there we go, we see the emblem. Which is pretty amazing in a deck full with ninjas, of course.
Yeah. And love that token there, really clear. So we have the Kairo emblem, as you said, +1/+1 ninjas.
And we see a pass from Matteo. He's just played the Thespian stage, planning to copy the Lotus Field. And then if he ever has a hidden strings, he can really make an absurd amount of mana, +4 mana. That's really what the Lotus Field is trying to do. Get up to 4 mana, get up to 2 Lotus Field in play, and then combo off.
So now ninjas have +2/+2.
Yep.
And the Kairo dealing quite a bit of damage.
Yep, hit for 5. And I think that's a pass of the turn here with the Disdainful Stroke up. And here we see Matteo copying the Lotus Field.
So when Kaito attacks, it's a ninja itself. It gets the +2/+2, 5 damage, as you said. Quite a powerful card. And that emblem being just a +1 and not a minus ability, it's so good there. So we see here Matteo considering this is a difficult deck to pilot. I'm not quite sure how much time the players have, but it has to be low. So I think they might also be considering the time that they have left to finish this match.
Yeah, again, this is game 3. They're even right now. And let's take a look at Matteo's hand. He does have a Sylvan Scrying. He has more cantrips and impulse. I see a sleight of hand. And into the Floodmaw, which is actually pretty convenient here against the Kaito. I'm almost surprised to not see Matteo on the previous turn cast that into the Floodmaw and then copy the Lotus Field in his main phase to just, you know, buy some time against this 4-mana Kaito. A little bit surprised to not see that play last turn.
And Kaito already dealt a lot of damage as well. We don't have the life totals because unfortunately we have a technical issue, but we are working on that. We already fixed it on the main feature match, but now we also have to sort it out on the backup. So we do apologize for that. It's the first round. We are still getting some technical issues sorted, but hopefully for the next rounds, everything will be working properly. Thanks for sticking with us. We hope you are having a good time here. And we are going to have a bunch of Pioneer all weekend long.
Yeah, so Matteo taking and considering his options. I'm not exactly sure what happened here. Did he just pass the turn? I mean, he has 7 mana in play right now. It's a lot of mana, but
maybe wanting to use the Thespian
stage again. A little bit of a risky move to just pass the turn. Because now the Kaito has hexproof and you can't interact with it with the bounce spell. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. But I mean, Matteo is certainly a very, very strong player, and he has a game plan that I might be missing.
Yeah, and I feel like Matteo also very experienced with this deck in particular.
Oh, absolutely. One of the masters. I remember almost exactly 1 year ago in Lille, he started 9-0 with the Lotus Field combo deck, and his friend and testing partner actually took down the tournament, Adrian Inigo Taste. So he's certainly maybe one of the best Lotus Field players in Europe.
We have some powerful ninja there, +3/+3 already with that Kaido emblem.
Yeah, and an end-of-turn Flood Pit Strauner. Duskmourn Limited aficionados will know that one. High pick in that draft format.
Unfortunately for Enzo, it is not a ninja, it's a merfolk.
But it does synergize very, very well with the ninjutsu of the Kaito.
And we see here Enzo considering what to do. And looks like we are going to ninjutsu for another creature there.
Oh man, you got to be loving this. That is a Moon Circuit Hacker, and it's a 5/4. Normally it's a 2/1, but here it's just a 5/4. Absolutely amazing.
So that card was a merfolk, but this one for sure is a ninja with a lot of +1/+1 counters on it, thanks to Kaido. And I have to say, I'm becoming a big fan of Kaido here today. That card seeming really strong. Now, we know that this Lotus Field combo deck can just combo off out of nowhere, so the game is still not over for Matteo.
Yeah, we apologize again about the live totals. I'm not quite sure about that, but I think Matteo, it took a lot of damage. He took 5 last turn. He's taking 11 or something this turn. So he's got to be extremely low right now.
And he also took 3 more from Kaido the first time that Kaido attacked.
Absolutely. So that's already 8 plus. Is he at 1 life right now? Am I 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus?
And I
8?
think damage was not dealt yet. I think maybe Matteo just looking for potentially an answer.
You're probably right about that. Yeah. Oh no. So Matteo copying another Lotus Field. So now he has 9 mana, 3 Lotus Field in play, Impulse cast on the end step.
And looks like here Matteo explaining exactly what he's intending on doing right now. So let's take a look at Thespian stage.
Yeah, I maybe there was some miscommunication at the end of turn what exactly was being done by Matteo. All right, now we are in his main phase, and he starts with Sleight of Hand. So this is the turn, Matteo. And if you take a look at Enzo's hand, he does have the infrastructure to act. And Matteo is certainly aware of potential counter spells coming in the equation. It is open decklist after all.
And this is not an easy turn here for Matteo, but it looks like playing a Lier, right?
Lier, Disciple of the Drowned, and that most certainly will hit a counterspell. Will draw out the Disdainful Stroke by Enzo.
And there it is, countering that Lier. Now, Lier says that spells cannot be countered, but you can counter Lier.
Exactly. So.
And that's going to be game, and we see here Ninjas winning game 1 against Matteo on Lotus Field combo.
Yeah, Enzo showing off the Disdainful Stroke, the Ninjas archetype, the blue-black tempo deck, beating the combo deck. I think that is what you would have expected as well, to be honest.
And really exciting to see here Ninjas doing well. We see the relief on our players' face right now for taking here round 1. And that Kaido being MVP of the match. I really love Kaido.
Absolutely, that dealt a ton of damage. But yeah, for Matteo, this is a round 1 loss. Not where you want to start, but hey, time to catch back up, time to sort of reassess after the round and then get back into it. And he certainly is a strong player who's who can make a comeback.
And we had a great round 2 here, round 1 here. We see a lot of different matches. So we saw Phoenix, we saw Rakdos Prowess, we saw Dimir Ninjas, we saw Lotus Field. So 4 different decks here for round 1, which is great. We want to showcase as many decks as we can here for this tournament. And I mean, great round 1. First of all, we want to apologize. We are aware that we are having some technical issues for round 1, and hopefully those will be sorted for the next rounds. But we are having a lot of fun. We have 8 rounds today. Players that do 6-2 or better will advance into day 2, so that's the first goal into players' mind. And we have over 500 players playing here today, so not easy to make it into day 2. And we have a lot of fan favorites playing this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The house is stacked. We just saw Glogowski in the feature match area, and I'm excited for more to come.
Yeah, and I think now Frank is ready to showcase here. So let's take a look at our news desk with Frank Karsten.
Yeah, back to the desk, the really cool interview area. I'm with fellow Hall of Famer Frank Karsten. You're going to be kind of giving us insight our entire weekend. And first segment we have today is...
Well, we're going to take a look at the previous RCs to see how we came here. Because, of course, we're having a great weekend here in Lille. But there have also been 7 regional championships already all across the world. And the Pioneer metagame has developed quite a bit.
All right, so you've got all the previous winners in the regions. We're going to be taking a look at the deck list too, and the first one was Brazil, I believe.
Yep, yeah, we started several weeks ago in Brazil, where Vinicius Caram won with Azurius Control. Let's see if we can get that decklist graphic of Vinicius Caram with Azurius Control on the screen. But there, it was basically the first major Pioneer event with Duskmorn already showing off the new Verge lands, for example. And in various other decks, the Overlords already made an impact. Now, at this event, the metagame was largely dominated by Rakdos Prowess, by Jund Food, Azurius Control, which indeed won the tournament and is at Phoenix. And many of those decks have, stayed around quite a bit, although Jund Food didn't do too well.
Yeah. We see the portable hull of Azurius Control, portable hull build was the Verge. Rakdos Prowess was kind of the new hot deck. I think at the time it was fairly new. So yeah, that was our very first winner. Then we had the huge RC in the US.
Yes, that was on the subsequent weekend. Definitely the biggest event thus far. And a deck that, well, I was not expecting to win, took it down. It was Rakdos 3, played by Corey Leck, featuring the combo of Agatha's Soul Cauldron and Tree of Perdition. It was basically his own creation, now using Fear of Missing Out and Marvin from Duskmorn, but just showing off the surprise factor, which definitely caught opponents who were not prepared off guard, and it's just pretty challenging to play against a deck you're not very used to.
Yeah, I believe it's really rare. I believe it was an actual creator. I mean, it's hard to say who created a deck in Magic, but that deck was getting popular online, but Corey was the actual creator of the deck, and he won the whole thing. That's super impressive.
Yeah, indeed. Already way back in May, he had some good results on Magic Online, and yeah, just took it down to the biggest Pioneer event in his region. That was really awesome. And the finals was against Rakdos Transmogrify, already showcasing all the different ways you can take the basic Rakdos shell with different combos. It was also a tournament where Celestia Company had a very good win rate, and that already propelled that archetype to prominence. But then the next weekend, we kept going. Japan, Korea. There, Tomaoki Ogasawara won with Mono Black Demons, and it was actually a Mono Black Demons mirror match in the finals. Truly the breakout tournament for that deck, because, well, a significant portion of the field ran it. 5 people made it into the top 8, both in the finals. And yeah, Unholy Annex is just one hell of a card, especially when you can support it with Mutavault and here the Bloodletter of Ectozots.
Yeah, it's I like to call it the black fable of the Mirror Breaker, and we saw Ogasawara relying heavily on the combo of Slasher plus Ectozots Bloodletter. Not every build now still relies on the combo. You can play it or not, but yeah, that build dominated the Japanese RC.
Then on the next weekend in Southeast Asia, Benedictus Budisanyaya won with basically stock Rakdos prowess, using the Valiant Mice along with a whole bunch of pump spells for lightning fast aggression, and also having the ability with Heartfire Hero, if you pump it to 7 power and then sacrifice it to the Adventure of Callous Sellsword, well, if it connects in combat, plus the Callous Sellsword, plus the Death Trigger, adds up to 21 and go pretty fast. Then next up in Taipei City on the same weekend, Chen Su Juan won with Rakdos Demons, basically adding Bloodtide Harvester, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and a couple well-chosen one-ups to the Demons deck. Even though the Red Splash makes it a little bit harder on the mana base, the cards get way more powerful.
Yeah.
And we'll also see that quite a lot this weekend.
Yeah, why only play 4 Fable? Why only play 4 Fable when you can just play 7 or 8,
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And then back in November, this was last weekend, we had the final 2 RCs before this one. So in China, Chum Him To won with Enigmatic Incarnation.
Yeah.
And here you have a build with Fatal Push and Nowhere to Run to keep the Rakdos Prowess players under control. And very importantly, 4 copies of Zur Eternal Schemer. This pairs so well with the Overlords. And this has been the hottest new development in Pioneer so far.
Yeah.
And finally, in the final weekend in South America, Adam Schwartz won with Izzet Phoenix, featuring 4 copies of Artist Talent. This card already broke out at the US Regional Championships and has seen widespread adoption in Izzet Phoenix. When Fatal Push is the most played card, it just seems better than Ledger Shredder. You sift through your deck so rapidly, discard the Phoenixes, fuel the Treasure Cruises, really strong, and yeah, also gonna be the most played deck this weekend here.
Yeah.
That's how we got here.
Yeah, 7 RCs, 7 different winners, like different decks that won the RCs.
Yeah.
Seems like hard for that trend to keep up, but you never know.
Pioneer is in a very healthy and diverse state right now. Yeah, it's any deck is possible.
All right, well, Frank, thank you so much. That's it for round 1. That's a wrap. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for round 2.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Let me set the record straight for a minute. Hate, I get it, say it with them. I don't give a I'm cool with it. Play and peep the fans with them. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah, you are not it already. He an outlaw getting off when he calls envy. Hit the peanut gallery, they all jelly. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. Yeah. We let them say what they gon' say about us. That ain't nothing, I ain't bothered, not a problem. Haters hate, another day in dollar. Keep your money, rather have you pay the homage. Delay the profit, we go freeway on it. Yeah, no real one, not the copper. If you need reminding, holla at your Siri, ask who I'm. You can find them on the app. Yeah, they call me Peaky Blinders. You bet your bottom dollar, I'm a classic. 64 Impala, me, I been the plug. Plead the fifth when the name they get brought up.
Real legend never die. Still with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4 and 9, that's Korea suicide. Tell them one time, forever in my prime.
They remember my name. Yeah. They gon' remember mine. Yeah. I've been making y'all believe they remember my name. We ain't not the same, no. Real since day one and I ain't gon' change. Y'all remember my name. Now I was born of the fire, sworn to a higher code. Get light 'em up, lit bit out the entire go. We gon' level up, corner office the entire flow. Put the beer air wheels, I ain't do anything on a lighter note. Yeah, hit on brass tacks, fact is kinda dope. Serving people like the corner stove. You could call me butter, kinda feel like I've been on a roll. Party never over, how the model still go. They remember my name. Yeah, they gon' remember mine. I've been making y'all believe they remember my name. We ain't not the same, no. Real since day one and I ain't gon' change. Y'all remember my name. Yeah.
Real legend never die. Still with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4 and 9, that's Korea suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my prime. They remember mine. Real legend never die. Still with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4 and 9, that's Korea suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my prime. They remember my name. Yeah. They gon' remember mine. Yeah. I've been making y'all believe they remember my name. We ain't not the same, no. Real since day one and I ain't gon' change. Y'all remember my name. Yeah.
days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. And maybe I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget I wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. Mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide, and birds I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like the freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you. And the real answer is that I fucking hate you. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
Hello, everybody. Welcome to round 2 of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. My name is Martin Yuza. I'm sitting here with Gabriel Nassif. Gabe, how are you?
I'm doing great, Martin. Excited for my first round of commentary.
Yeah, we have round 2 for you, and we have one of the local old school players, Mark Dictus. He's playing the Enigmatic Incarnation deck, and he's up against Luca Cristiani, who's playing Rakdos Prowess. Talk to me about those two decks.
Yeah, Incarnation is, a deck that broke out during the USRC. The typical build was usually splashing red or playing red, not black. But players at the USRC came up with that black build featuring Fatal Push, Nowhere to Run, which is that 2-mana enchantment flash removal. It's cheap removal, -3/-3, and you can sack it down the line to Incarnation. And also featuring the new Overlords, as well as 4 copies of Zur. The original build only had 1 Zur that you could tutor for, but I guess Mark decided he wanted the power of Incarnation, and he also wanted the Zur draw, which, this is a deck I've been championing, just not even playing Incarnation and focusing on just playing a bunch of Overlords and turning them on with Zur. He's got both things going, also a Yorion deck, and on the other side, we've got Rakdos Prowess. I believe it's the 3rd or 4th most popular deck today. We saw it in round 1 against Canister. Didn't go so well there, but definitely a really strong deck. I talked to a couple of good teams, and they both said the same thing. They both said we think the only tier 1 decks are Phoenix and Rakdos Prowess.
Oh, wow. So if you want to play an aggressive deck, your default is Rakdos Prowess. Is that the most aggressive deck in the format?
It is, and it's a question mark for me going into the tournament. My impression was that Rakdos Prowess was not that good, but it's my small samples from playing online, playing against it, doing quite well against it. But who knows? Maybe I played against it 10 times. They ran bad. They didn't have optimal list. So it's going to be really interesting to see if these players were right, these teams were right, and if Rakdos Prowess does well this weekend. Yeah,
Mark starts with a tap land. His deck is a little bit slower, which is exactly what Luca, I think, wants to see. Luca with that turn 1 Kumano and a turn 2 up the beanstalk for Mark. I think I remember Mark playing Pro Tours like 20 years ago. He's one of the local old school players.
Yeah, for sure. I saw the name. I was like, yeah, that's a throwback. And Mark, exactly what he wants. He won the die roll. He's got turn 2 up the beanstalk. Great start. You mentioned Kumano. We see a slick shot. Kumano was arguably the best card in Standard when it was legal in Standard. It's what made the mono red decks playable, and just great card in Pioneer as well.
Is there any consideration to plotting your creatures here, or do you just want to attack as soon as possible? Do you want to pressure the opponent? What's the game plan here? Are you playing around sweepers? What kind of removal do you typically expect from the Incarnation decks?
Well, they're playing open deck list, so we see Mark has 4 Fatal Push, 4 Vanishing Verse, and 4 Nowhere to Run as far as cheap removal, potentially Leyline Binding if he's got the right Triumphs and the right land. So I'm assuming Luca didn't want to miss the value on the +1/+1 counter from Kumano, and usually the spots where you want to plot the slick shot is when your opponent has open mana for removal and you're trying to tax their mana, make it awkward for them. In this case, Mark was tapped out. You got the +1/+1 counter, so it was probably a no-brainer for Luca to just cast it.
Yeah, in Standard, it comes up a lot more often that you're holding something like a Snakeskin Veil, and maybe it makes sense to just, wait for next turn when you have open mana yourself so you can protect the slick shot. But I think, in this case, Luca has a bunch of slick shots in hand, and his draw is really aggressive, so he's just jamming all the creatures in there. No response from Mark. Wow, take 5.
Yeah, we see Mark has the Binding in hand, but he didn't have the white mana yet.
Oh, wow.
Had to play a tap Triumph, and it is a lot of damage, but if Mark has the right card and doesn't die next turn, he can swing the game around really fast. The whole point of the deck is ideally cast a Binding, sack it to Incarnation, get a Traxine to play, and that's usually lights out for your opponent.
Is this format like one of those rock, paper, scissors metagame where control beats mid-range, mid-range beats aggro, and aggro can kind of get under control, or how does this typically play out? Is this just a bunch of different decks where anything can do well on any given weekend?
I feel like the matchups run fairly close, honestly. I've played mostly the Zero deck. I've played a bit of, tiny bit of Control. I've tried the Ninja deck. I didn't play a ton of the most played decks. I knew I was going to probably cast the event, so I didn't bother playing with Phoenix, but I feel like the matchups run fairly close, and any deck can do well. We saw it was Frank, seven different RCs, 7 different decks that won.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Pioneer right now is just a format where I think it rewards the experience with your deck, and it rewards just playing a lot of games, being very knowing exactly what to do in every matchup with the deck you're playing, rather than switching a deck every weekend.
Yeah, we see Luca is thinking about his plays. I think I saw at least 2 Monstrous Rays in his hand. Basically what he's trying to figure out is, I gotta assume Mark has at least 1 removal spell available, whether it's Binding, Verse. Now that he has his white mana, it's the first turn where Mark has white mana, so he's like,
right,
can I kill him through 1 removal spell?
What hand are you gonna keep that's just not going to play anything in the first 3 turns other than up the beanstalk, right? Like, you're going to have some kind of interaction if, with open deck lists, you kept this hand against me playing a super aggressive deck.
Yeah, most likely. You are on the play, and if you have turn 2 up the beanstalk, you might just keep something a little like shaky, but hope you get there. I think in this case, Mark was mostly missing his white mana, which he found
1 turn too late.
Yeah, or a couple. Well, he didn't have it in his opening hand, but he had up the beanstalk. We see the Binding. It is a 2-mana Binding, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mark is in such a bad position, being down to 12 life, that he kind of just has to play the Binding already without giving Luca the chance to play something first, because Luca is just going to say, sure, take 6, take 7, whatever this is. I don't really need to play any tricks. I can just keep attacking. No need to walk into getting 2 for 1. Mark does play the ley line.
It really depends on, how fast you can turn the game around. A lot of the time against these pump strats, these Sprout strats, the line is to actually take the damage, not tap out, take more damage, and then play your removal spells end of turn. A bit like for people who've played a lot of Modern or Legacy, when you play against Infect, a lot of time you take the damage, because you know that if you go for the removal spell, they're going to have the protection spell, pump spell, and blow you out. So it really depends. Like, sometimes, as you said, you need to just play your removal spell first and minimize the damage you take, and sometimes you can afford to take the damage so you don't just die to a bunch of pump spells.
What does Mark have to kind of get himself out of a situation like this?
Well, he has Incarnation, which can get Atraxa unless he has it in hand. And we see the Incarnation in front of the...
Yeah, there's one in hand.
The deal with that line is that he might not have untapped mana, and we see that not a ton of removal spells for the Rakdos Prowess deck. One line you can take when you're facing an Atraxa as the beatdown players, you swing with all your creatures, they block one, and you actually kill the creatures that's getting blocked from the Atraxa.
To prevent lifelink.
Prevent the lifelink, and hope, that's good if your other creatures are lethal. That's a line that can work. But we see the Luca's list, only 1 Fatal Push, 1 Reckless Rage in the main deck, so he actually doesn't have a ton of ways to pull off that trick.
Yeah, but that's certainly that is a line that a lot of new players maybe don't realize that they can do. Just attack with everything, whatever gets blocked by the lifelinker. You can use one of your cards like Fatal Push that are typically not great in a matchup like this to stop the lifelink, so the rest of your creatures still do damage.
Yeah, it does look like Mark had the untapped Black Source, I believe. That's the new blue-black land, I would say. And that can be clutch, because he's gonna see 10 cards, and he's gonna pray for a Fatal Push on in the top 10 cards of his deck. I feel like if he finds a Fatal Push there, the game is probably his. The Prowess deck, you know, I talked about that removal spell line, but if you have enough pump spells, sure, you gain 7, but if Luca can just deal the 14 damage with the rest of this creature, which the Prowess deck can do, that might just be enough. So big reveal here.
Let's spin the wheel.
Yeah. Is there a fatal push in the top 10?
So Lindvala.
Nope. Nowhere to run, but that's 2 mana. So probably a sigh of relief for Luca. Now the question is, does he have enough pump spells to...
Yeah, I think I saw at least 3 red cards in Luca's hand. So if he can spread them around on all the Prowess creatures, I think he would be a favorite to find 14 damage this turn.
Yeah, Luca didn't have to worry last turn about a sweeper, so he figured maybe I should just save my pump spells for one big turn. Won't have to worry about sweepers after sideboard either. 4 knockout blows in Mark's sideboard, but
he's ready.
Yeah, but no actual sweeper in that.
Sweepers are just not great in general when, you know, half of the aggressive decks in the format are playing haste creatures, right? Like against this Rakdos Prowess deck, you don't really want to be on like a Supreme Verdict because, you know, either you have already taken a bunch of damage or you tap out for the sweeper and they just play another haste creature next turn and the 2 pump spells that they saved, and you're kind of in trouble either way.
Yeah, for sure. There's some good ones. There's some -2/-2 effects, but they'll have drawbacks. So kind of hard to pick the right one. I'm a decent fan of Extinction Event in this format. Sunfall is nice when you're playing up the Beanstalk as well. Can come in a lot of matchups, but the Incarnation deck is already a little clunky. So maybe relying on cheap spot removal is the way to go.
All right, so this is the turn. This is when Luca has to find a bunch of damage to make sure he gets through a life-linking Atraxa that's going to gain Mark 7 life. I see 2 copies of Reckless Rage, and I think there was another red card. Is that Claim?
I mean, I feel like two Rage is 14 damage right there. You know, you block a Slick Shot. Rest of the creatures are 2, 3, 4, 5. So every Monstrous Rage is plus 6 damage, I think, was the Prowess, the Slick Shot trigger, and the free actual damage from the Rage. So 5.
Yeah, that should be fairly trivial, right? I think Luca is just kind of thinking, okay, what if you do have the Fatal Push in hand? Do I have a way to play around it? But I think this is one of those situations where it's not going to get better for you. If you don't win this turn, it is very unlikely that, you know, you're going to get into a better spot where you're going to be able to play the pump spells into just 1 open mana. Next turn, if Mark untabs, he's going to be able to play more cards that are going to affect the board. So I think Luca just kind of has to go for it here, and that just basically hope that Mark doesn't have the Fatal Push.
Yeah, I guess there is a consideration on whether or not to maybe pump the Ember Mage pre-combat main phase 1 in case you flip something relevant.
Okay.
So maybe that's what's going for his head. He probably figured out that if Mark doesn't have push, we know Mark didn't have the push a few turns ago. We know he didn't flip it up the Atraxa, so he would literally have. I feel like he would have had to draw it last turn, like one draw step. Kind of these spots, you know, where. You know you have the win if Mark doesn't have push, but can I do something, you know, about it if he does have it? Might as well take a bit of time. You're playing a really fast deck, really aggressive deck. That's one of the upsides. You get to have maybe a bit more time in these spots because, you know, you're really unlikely to go to time.
Is this one of the few matchups in the format where both players are showing a companion? Mark has a Yorion and Luca has a Giganta.
Yeah, Giganta you'll find in the John Sacrifice builds, the Sacrifice builds.
How often does this deck actually get Giganta in? Or let's wait for this combat. Let's hope that the players are finally going to be able to show us what's happening. As you mentioned, the Atraxa is being lined up in front of the Slick Shot. Seems like the most obvious block here. Yeah, that's what Mark ends up doing, and now it's back to Luca, who just most likely going to show up his 2 Reckless Rages and hope that Mark doesn't show him the Fatal Push.
Yeah, probably going to play it on Ember Mage first, see what happens. maybe target the slick shot since you want the bonus +1/+1 enchantment. If you target the same creature as was 2 monstrous rage, you only get one of the +1/+1 auras. But yeah, Giganta. You get it a lot, but it's kind of that thing where you get it a lot, but it's usually not a great sign when you have to get it.
Is Luca? Is there any chance he's thinking about pumping the slick shot that was blocked so that he trades for the Atraxa? No.
I'm honestly not sure. Just taking
your time. Yeah,
making sure like he's not messing that up. But yeah. I mean, at one time, if I'm Mark, I'm like, well, he's taking a lot of time, so maybe he doesn't have it. But if Luca's attacking with everything there, you gotta assume it's bad for you.
All right, Luca's ready with the right roll for his creature, so that's a 6/7 power. Right now, it's +3 from the rage, +1 from the roll.
It's a 6 power, I believe.
It's plus tramper from the roll. Okay, 6.
Okay,
I'm thinking the same creature.
Yeah, because he only loses 1 damage, but he gets the extra trigger. So he figures if there's a failed push, that's the better line, which it probably is. We know it probably doesn't matter who he pumps.
I think if I was Mark, I would be thinking, I guess he just doesn't have it. You know, maybe I'm just gonna get one more turn, and then no, there is both Reckless Rages for the win.
So that is 15 damage right now, I believe. -7 of the lifelink, that's still 8 damage. Mark is at 7. So unless we're both blind and missed a fatal push in Mark's hand, that should be game 1 for Luca.
And this turn took a little longer than how much it probably should have taken. But
yeah.
But obviously, this is not just two friends playing a playtest game. Like, you are playing round 2 of the regional championship. You want to make sure you do everything correctly and that, you resolve things the right way. You play around the cards that you saw in your opponent's deck. Yeah, there it is. All right, Luca picks up game 1 with a pretty fast draw. Mark was on the play, but wasn't able to find the interactive cards in time. Like turn 3, it was turn 4 even. Was it turn 4 Leyline Binding? That was the first interactive card. It was, right? Turn 2 Beanstalk, turn 3 Tap White Source, and then turn 4 was the first interact. Yeah, you're never gonna beat the Prowess deck with that kind of interaction.
Not a reasonable Prowess draw. Maybe Mark, not familiar with the Mark matchup. You're also playing a Yorion deck, so your opening hands are not always going to be super consistent and perfect, so maybe you have to take a chance here and there. He took a chance. He was like, okay, if I draw a non-tap white, maybe that hand is good. If I draw a cheap black removal spell, that hand is good. He had the turn 2 of the Beanstalk, which is kind of a big deal, but it was just a tiny bit too slow, and we see the 2 players sideboarding.
Yeah, let's talk about that. You have a lot of experience with the Enigmatic Incarnation deck, so what does Mark have access to? 4 Thoughtseize, 4 copies of Knockout Blow, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Elish Norn Mother of Machines, Archon of Emeria, Thought Distortion, Rurik Tar, and Yorion as a companion. What do you think is coming in?
Well, clearly the Knockout Blows, that's literally the matchup they're here for, so these are coming in. Maybe Archon of Emeria is decent. It's a cheapish spell. Prevents the Prowess deck to play more than 1 spell a turn. We know sometimes High Noon is a card people value in that matchup, so Archon does a bit of that. Obviously, he can die to a removal spell, but he's going to bring in these 5 cards, and he's probably going to trim some of the expensive cards, which he has a lot of.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a problem finding enough expensive cards to port out.
I would probably trim the red Overlord because it's pretty much impossible to cast.
What about Up the Beanstalk? Is that a card you maybe like to still keep on the play, but you board it out on the draw? It's not really the type of card you want against an aggressive deck like that, right?
It's not, but I tend to keep that card in almost every matchup. It helps you make your land drops, it cantrips. It's part of your, some of your best draws are just the Beanstalks leyline draws, and you got to expect the Prowess player is going to probably bring in Thoughtseize. He has 4 Thoughtseize, so It's the kind of card that can be good against the slower draws. We see 4 Thoughtseize in Luca's sideboard. He has a couple Feed the Swarm, which is a 2-mana sorcery spell removal that gets rid of an enchantment. Costs you life, is clunky sorcery speed, but I'm assuming if you have it in your sideboard, you're bringing it in that matchup.
What about Obnixilis, the adversary? Is that something you want to bring in, or are Planeswalkers most likely just for kind of like, blue-white control?
I would guess you don't really want to play that game against the Incarnation deck. You don't want to slow yourself down too much. There's also no sweepers in Mark's set, but it is the kind of card that's good against Knockout Blow.
Yeah, I think you make a great point that you don't really want to play their game. If you plan to play for the long game, that's typically not the type of game you're going to win. I think what Luca wants to do is just be as aggressive as possible, and before Mark can use all of his expensive cards, he just wants the game to be over. Is Thoughtseize just the Swiss Army knife of a sideboard card and just pioneered in pretty much every format? Is that just the most, is it a card that just comes in the most matchups?
Yeah, and it's the kind of card that gets better after sideboard. Your opponent's going to be bringing in maybe sweepers. A card like Knockout Blow, typically is great in that matchup, but does have the drawback of being awkward against Thoughtseize because it's a removal spell that you can't just fire off at will. They actually have to attack. You could even imagine a scenario where Luca Thoughtseize Mark's hand, sees the Knockout Blow, and figures out a way to not even care about the 4 damage because of his, his pump spells or the prowess on his creatures. So you could even see a scenario where he Thoughtseize, he sees the Knockout Blow, but he can almost ignore it. So super important against that card specifically. And, we might see the Go for the Throat come in. And defeat the Swarm. He's probably going to cut Fatal Push, maybe Reckless Rage, and then, I'm assuming they just cut a bunch of pump spells. Could see Claim to Fame be decent there. It's obviously not good against the Exile removal spells, but it can be such a big blowout and a big tempo swing if Mark leads with a Fatal Push or nowhere to run.
All right, game 2 starts with Mark on the play one more time. Start with a tap land turn 1, and Luca waits no time, attacking with a Swift Spear on turn 1. Both players kept their hand fairly quickly, so looks like they were pretty happy with it. I think I see a Zur in Mark's hand, so if he has an interactive spell here on turn 2, I do see a Fatal Push, then that's going to line up really, really well for him.
Yeah, the one nice thing about these Rakdos Prowess decks when you're playing spot removal is you don't have to worry about hexproof. It's not like the green versions where it's always kind of a headache when you have a removal spell. Should you fire it off main phase? Don't need to worry about that against the Rakdos deck. And huge thing for Mark, he led with a Triumph. It is night and day, these games where you have Triumph turn 1 in these Zur decks, these Overlord Incarnation decks, and the games where it just enables all your Verge lands. Basically, one Triumph means any Verge lands, any check lands, always going to make the right mana come into play untapped. It is just, you can't play just infinite Triumphs because you can't also just play with Sphere of Resistance the entire game and have every land you play come into play tap, but so you can't go overboard, and sometimes you're not going to have it, but when you do have it, it is a huge difference.
So this was one of those situations where Luca played another haste creature, attacked with both, and Mark had the option of either take the damage, then play the removal spell like you suggested, or play that before damage, which I think is what happened. He tried to take down one of the Swift Spear, and Luca used a Titan Strength to pump the other one just to push some more damage through.
Yeah, typically not my preferred strategy in that spot. I would almost definitely take the 2 damage and kind of see what happens. Like, you give up potentially 1 point of damage, but it's like if Luca doesn't have a pump spell, okay, you've taken 1 extra damage, but if he does, you just took 4 extra damage, 3 extra damage. So
I see a Cotzel's Flanker in hand. Is it the 3/1 that gains you 2 life when he played?
Yeah, that card is a main deck card. It's not the most impactful, but it is pretty versatile. It's an exile effect against Phoenix. In this matchup, it's a really good card. It's a card I liked in the blue-white sideboard. because it is versatile. You can bring it against the aggressive decks. You can bring it in mirror to just random flash threats. And
decent blocker, gain 2 life.
Yeah, no, really good. And I'm assuming that's what we're going to see here. Just use his mana efficiently, unless he has push plus another removal spell.
Yeah, I think being at 14 life, playing the flanker, going to 16, that should be pretty easy to make sure that you don't just die on the spot with just 1 mana on tap on Lucas's side.
Yeah, it is. It is gain 2 life and scry 2, and I think Mark might maybe be stuck, maybe need that land. All right, looks like it's going to be Fatal Push on
the Challenger, okay.
Challenger. Which does kind of make sense. The flanker, if you play it against the 2 prize creatures and Luca has a pump spell, you're actually losing your flanker in combat because they go up to 4 toughness at the very least, no matter what the pump spell is. So that was probably why Mark made that decision. But on the other hand, I don't think it's that bad of a trade. You know, you block, you soaked up some damage, you force Luca to use a pump spell. So
right, you still keep a pretty healthy life total. I mean, either way, I think it was both plays were fine for Mark there. Decided to go for the Fatal Push, gets rid of the Challenger, and is that Zur?
Ooh, no, that's the Green Overlord, but he does have Zur in hand, so that is really, really good for Mark.
All right, talk us through this, because this is what the Incarnation players, that's the kind of like the turn 3, turn 4 play, right? So what's the 1-2 punch here with Zur? How does that work?
Well,
you play the Overlord turn 3.
Yeah, well, in this case, turn 4. But
turn 4,
typically, you can play. You can naturally curve Green Overlord on turn 3, ramp turn 4, play a 5th land or
4th land, 5th mana source.
5th mana source, and just play Zur, pay 2 mana, activate Green Overlord, attack again. Huge swing, lifelink, hexproof, Death Touch. So you gain 5 life, and especially against a deck like Rakdos Prowess, that's probably just good enough to run away with the game.
Yeah, and a much better spot for Mark here. Still at 13 life, facing down only 1 prowess creature. That's the difference when you have the 2 removal spells on turn 2 and 3.
Yeah, just nicely curving out removal spell into ramp. You could even potentially have Leyline Binding here. The Green Overlord gives you that everywhere land that's all types, and very nice way to enable 1 mana binding in these Incarnation decks or in the Zur deck.
Yeah, so not only does Luca only have 1 creature here, but he's got to be worried about what you mentioned, just 1 land enabling binding or Fatal Push basically for the rest of the game.
Yeah, looks like he's past the spot where he's worrying about that. He's just going for it, trying to push as much damage as possible.
I like that. I think that's a good strategy. The game is not going to get better for you.
I mean, in theory, he might have the kill here. I think he has a pump spell and the sack spell, so turn together, I think that might just be game for Luca, actually.
And yeah, great play from Luca, realizing like, hey, this is not going to get better for me.
Yeah, that's 16 damage.
I
think that's just game.
I'll just use all the pump spells I have, and if you don't have the binding or the Fatal Push, then I might just win on the spot.
Yeah, it's really just binding because I think it's a white-green land, so wow.
Oh, yeah.
We're like seeing how Marktos was about to turn the corner, but I think that might just be game over.
Wow, are you kidding me? Is this just game?
Oh, handshake, yeah. Yeah, I feel like, you know, Mark could have maybe sequenced a bit better, and I think maybe that was a way for him to win this game. Unfortunately, you know, Luca had the really good draws out. You know, the Prowess deck is really powerful, but it doesn't always draw that way. You know, some people will be like, oh, it's Prowess, always have it, blah, blah, blah. But
yeah,
it really doesn't, you know. And
wow, well played by Luca.
Yeah.
Realizing, perfectly picking his spots, like when to play the pump spells, when to leave mana open. Game 1, he had a bit of an easier game because Mark didn't really interact all that much, but in that second game, I mean, well played to Luca for realizing that, hey, this is the spot, I have to go for it. If you do have the removal spell, I'm going to get completely blown out, but it's not going to get better for me, so I'm just going to give it a try. And if you don't have it, then, you know, sometimes you just make them have it.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats to Luca, off to a great start, 2-0. So that's got to be exciting. And yeah, if he keeps playing that well and decks keep delivering, you know, Prowess is definitely a super scary deck.
I think we have a second feature match ready for you guys, and if we can move over to the second feature match. We're pretty much ready to start. We're going to be starting from game 2 between one of the handshake players, Stefan Schutz, playing against Adrian Merker. So it's Stefan playing Is It Phoenix on table 17 against Adrian on Celestia Company. And I was actually on a train yesterday with Arne. We were chatting about the format, and one of my questions was, what's the company deck kind of good against? What field are you hoping to see when you play company? Like, what are the good matchups? And a lot of people told me that they think that Phoenix can actually be a fine matchup for the deck because they have so many ways to exile stuff, like Skyclave Apparition, for example. How do you feel about this matchup?
I don't know about this specific matchup. I feel like the white-green comedy deck is just annoying across the board. You know, it's got game against everything. It's got fairly versatile cards. The new Curiosity card.
Enduring Innocence?
Yeah, the blue one is a Curiosity one. The white one is Enduring Innocence. You know, these white-green comedy decks have been around for a while, but they were never very good. And, you know, besides the Angel archetype, which has its moments, can be good in the right metagame. And Enduring Innocence really took that deck to the next level. I think it's the best card in the deck. And I feel like that deck just annoying. If you have your good draws, it can beat anything really. You can get rid of your opponent's threat with cards like Skyclave Apparition, Archon of Emirias, and just annoying card against most decks. Same for Thalia. And you can outgrind some mid-range decks too with Company, hitting in Innocence, drawing a bunch of cards and whatnot.
Look at this. Best possible start for Adrian. Turn 1 Llanowar Elf. This deck really does get a lot better with the turn 1 Elf because there is a lot of 3-drops and there is also 4 collected companies. But I think I saw Stefan pick up a main deck copy of Anger of the Gods with that slate of hands. So that's got to be one of his best cards for the matchup, right?
Yeah, Anger of the Gods, I believe we're in game 2, right? So that would be just...
Oh, right. Never mind. We started with game 2. You're right.
Yeah. So, yeah, we see Stefan 2 Anger of the Gods in the sideboard. That's definitely coming in. Potentially third path Iconoclast to get some blockers, even though that's kind of awkward if you're bringing in a sweeper. He has access to an Abrade if he wants it. It's not the most efficient removal spell. Torch the Tower probably coming in. But yeah, I'm honestly excited to see what happens in this match. I have not played that matchup. I've played the white-green deck a tiny bit. I was quite impressed. I did talk to I was talking to the French players. They had a little boot camp, and I was asking them a white-green. Anyway, it came up, and they were like, playing the white-green deck was the punishment on their team. It was top of the list, you know. It was worse than having to do the dishes and stuff. Apparently, it was a deck they did enjoy playing, practicing with. They didn't seem to be very impressed by the deck, which the way I feel about it is it's a good deck, but it does get a little worse if people are ready with too many cards like Torch the Tower.
1 mana removal spells.
Or no, removal spells that exiles. Cards like, a card like Extinction Event became more popular. I liked it in the sideboard of my Zur deck. I know some people played in the sideboard of their Ragdos deck. The Anoint removal spell, black and 1.
Anoint Affliction?
Yeah, exile a creature that costs 4 or less. So these little shifts do make your life a little tougher.
Okay. I am getting word that Stefan won game 1, so he's up a game. And looks like that Anger of the Gods is going to be pretty good, but Unlicensed Hearse, is that one of the best cards against Phoenix out of the company decks, or how do they typically, what do they typically board against Phoenix?
Yeah, it's I think it's their go-to. It's probably the best card overall against Phoenix. It's colorless, it's cheap, it sits there and lets you tap out. It's a threat down the line. There's not much the Phoenix deck can do to get rid of it efficiently. I mean, they bring in a Braids. You can bring in a Null if you know there's other targets for your Null, but just a really obnoxious card to play against.
Yeah, it basically does double duty, right? It exiles the graveyard while sitting in play, becoming a bigger and bigger threat that doesn't get hit by sweepers, and eventually you can crew it with something on your own turn and attack for a bunch. I think that's one of the reasons why, despite a Braid not looking that hot in the matchup, I think the Phoenix players just kind of mostly have to bring it in for almost every matchup. Obviously, we do play with open deck lists here, but if you play, on Magic Online, for example, I just like to bring in a Braid against pretty much everything because Unlicensed Hearse is otherwise a very scary card to play against.
Yeah, so we see the white-green player, he had turn 1 Elf, he has an Archon, which slows down the Phoenix deck, he has a Hearse, which slows down the Phoenix deck, so it's going to be interesting to see if Stefan can maneuver around all these hate cards. It looks like maybe Mircea is stumbling a bit. We see he's stuck on lands, so that might help Stefan.
I think Adrian has 2 copies of Kellen Daring Traveler in his hand. Is that something that just kind of recently started popping off? Is that a card that you've seen a lot of play in the green-white decks?
Yeah, I really like that card. I think the stock list plays 2. Our player here has 2 in his list. I would maybe even play more. I've been the little I've played the deck, I was impressed by it. Just provides ton of value. Almost every spell in your deck is a hit. Just honestly, great card. You don't want to play too many 2-drops because you're trying to get max value of your turn 1 elves and your companies, but Kellen is just really strong in that deck. And we see Stefan just taking a bit of damage, but he's got the answers. He's got the Prismari command. I think we see a Profs in his hand as well, which is kind of the new Crackling Drake in some ways. It's one of the best cards against the hate because it doesn't care a ton about graveyard hate. It doesn't care too much about cards like High Noon.
You don't have to overextend with too many creatures, right?
Yeah, even if you just get a few, because if your opponent's playing a card like High Noon, they're also slowing themselves down a bit. So just really scary cards. I think Stefan has 2 in his main deck. Sometimes people even have more or bring in more in after sideboard. But yeah, we see no Crackling Drake in Stefan's sideboard, which kind of goes to my point. You don't really need it as much anymore now that you have Prof's Idyllic Memory. It is still slowed down in a way by Graveyard Hate because it means it's harder to fire off your crew, so you're not going to have these huge turns, but
okay, second Unlicensed Hearse from Adrian. That's got to feel good knowing your opponent already used a Braid and a Prismari command. There's typically not that many ways to deal with artifacts. So I think we're going to see that Arclight Phoenix leave the graveyard in response.
Now you're right. I think Stefan is out of answers. He can potentially still bounce it at some point, but that Hearse is going to be around pretty much for the rest of the game. And despite Mircea being stuck on 2 lands, that might be enough, honestly. As much as Phoenix can maneuver around, the Hearse is still incredibly obnoxious.
Talk to me about the recent developments of the Phoenix decks. Why is everybody playing Artist Talent? What does that add to the deck?
It just obviously dodges removal as opposed to Ledger Shredder. That's typically the swap people have made, just cut the Shredders for talent. And just, oof, a little whiff here. That's always nice to see.
I think you're pretty happy about not drawing the 4 lands in the next 4 rounds, though.
That is a good point. But yeah, Artist Talent is just an incredible card. Just great in Phoenix. We've even seen people adopted in the Lotus combo decks. A lot of people are just not playing an Artist Talent based deck with Sleight of Hands and Ops and Dig for Times. And Artist Talent does so many things. Speaking of sideboard hate, the second level, it makes your spells cheaper, which can help you fight a card like Damping Sphere. That can come up. It just lets you just sift through your deck so fast. Once you get going, you can. It's just so much more powerful than Shredder. It's not always better than Shredder.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't have that awkwardness of Shredder. You only get that 1 trigger a turn, so you have to time it right with your Phoenixes. Or if you draw your Phoenix later in the turn, maybe you can't discard it. Whereas Talent, you get to keep rummaging, just discarding and drawing every time you cast a spell.
In the meantime, Adrian played Kellen, which is a 2/3 for 2 mana that whenever it attacks, you reveal the top card of your library. If it is a creature with mana value 3 or less, you get to put it into your hand. And Stefan had a pretty good play of his own, Third Path Iconoclast, followed by an Ancestral Recall. Obviously sorcery speed, but I think he was pretty happy to, play a 1 mana, draw 3 cards there.
Yeah, we see the limits of hers. It is quote unquote only 2 cards a turn, and that's another upside of the talent. It lets you build up that graveyard much faster than a Ledger Shredder would, and it lets you still cast a Treasure Cruise facing a hearse. The hearse still good at exiling the Phoenixes, but you can still keep casting your Treasure Cruise even despite multiple hearse. Basically, Mershaz has had hearse active the whole game, and Stefan just was able to cast a Treasure Cruise for 1 mana, held by Frida Faye, but that's to expect.
Yeah, Stefan is at 9 life, but this had to be a really, really good turn, right? Like, this is him turning the corner, creating some tokens to be able to block, adding the talent into play, Treasure Cruise, draw 3 cards.
Yeah, I agree. I think that game looks like it might be really tough to come back from for.
All right, so that's the second part of Kellen, the adventure. It's called Journey On. It creates X map tokens, where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who control an artifact.
Yeah, so you always get at least 1 map, and if your opponent has an artifact, you get a second one, basically. So we see the tokens from the Iconoclast are artifacts. That's why he's getting 2 maps. Still no lands. You see a little maybe a little frustration for the company player here. Still stuck on 2 lands.
Reveal the top card. All right.
That is maybe the strongest suit of Phoenix, is just how consistent it is.
Yeah.
You always hear that the Phoenix player has it all, but at some point, how could they not have it all? They just
exactly
so many cards.
Yeah, and one thing I like about Phoenix also is that even one-offs are very impactful in this type of deck, because you just see half of your deck every game. It's really not that hard to play a couple of opts, then followed up with a Treasure Cruise while you're discarding cards, milling some more. So even one-offs are really, really important in the Phoenix decks. Yeah, and the company deck does not really have any reach, right? Like, if you get your opponent to 9 or 5 or 3, once they turn the corner and they start getting a bigger board than you, like, is there anything you're kind of hoping to draw into, like end of turn company, and maybe try to surprise the opponent? Is there anything better than that?
Yeah, I mean, just hope to start chaining companies at some point, but it might be too late here. That's second match. We see the Iconoclast do work, even though you could argue this game, it might have not really mattered what Stefan played at this point, once you've got Artist Talent going.
What is the difference between Iconoclast and a Pyromancer? Because I remember there being one gets hit by a Mystica Dispute. Like, usually when I'm building my Phoenix sideboard, I'm like, okay, what's the latest deck? Like, is it Iconoclast or is it Pyromancer? How do I, get around Brave the Elements? That gives you protection from red creatures, but these are artifact tokens with no color. What's the latest strategy there?
Yeah, I believe Young Pyromancer is only instant and sorceries, right? Whereas Iconoclast is any non-creature spells.
Oh, okay.
The downside of Iconoclast, the historically big downside, is it gets countered by Mystical Dispute for 1 mana. That's one of the bigger ones. I guess Iconoclast makes artifacts, but yeah, I believe with all the enchantments they have now, they just got to play Iconoclast.
Wow, look at Stefan just kind of looking at pretty much like 5 cards every turn, looking for whatever answers he needs to find. He found another way to remove the artifact from play, so no more unlicensed Hearth. For the time being, I think that was a Brazen Borrower, and he's even going to be able to start attacking.
Yeah.
Third land finally for Adrian, so is that going to change anything? I think he might be able to play that Skyclave Apparition, but at that point, like, do you get rid of the Iconoclast? Do you get rid of the talent?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We see Stefan already has the removal spell. Probably have to get rid of the Iconoclast in the short term. I don't kind of pick your poison. We see Stefan still has all these flyers to an adventure that he can start casting soon. Now he's flipping over all the lands. All unfortunate, obviously. Probably has to keep it, right? Assuming he has company.
Yeah, it depends whether or not you have company. Stefan taking no chances, just jump blocks.
Yeah, the life total are for the second, the secondary feature matches we have. We are actually not able to keep track of the life total, so it's.
For the time being, we're working with some technical difficulties, but we're trying to fix that for you as soon as possible to be able to show deck lists and life totals and everything. So
that might explain why he's chump blocking. You know, in general, you don't want to start chump blocking until you're really low and just keep as many attackers as possible. But Stefan feels pretty good about his spots, drawing more removal spell.
There's so much removal in that Phoenix deck.
Yeah. Looks like he has considered to.
I think Stefan is in a situation where he can just start burning the blockers to just keep attacking.
Yeah. Token lets him pay for bargain, getting rid of a free toughness creature.
So sack one token, make a new one. Double consider in hand. I think right now would be a perfect time to find a Phoenix.
Yeah, well, the hearse is gone.
Another token. So many triggers. You really have to pay attention to so many different cards here. Put Sleight of Hand in your hand. Okay.
Yeah, just 1 mana for an extra token. Might as well.
Yeah, is Stefan just digging for Phoenixes, or what is he trying to find here other than maybe Treasure Cruise?
I feel like he's just going for the motions. Yeah, Phoenix would be good. More Lightning Axe would be good. I'm assuming he doesn't have a way to counter a company after sideboard. I mean, it's possible he kept in 1 Miser Spell Pierce, just, you know, kind of that. I like the 1-to-4 ratio sometimes when I know there's, you know, he counters Hearse in the early turn, so there's a chance he has Spell Pierce in his deck. That would be a nice one to find. I believe he might have put in that first token in the pile that doesn't have Summon in Sickness. We might witness an illegal attack. I mean, at this point, it's honestly not even a big deal. But plus, I think this is a this has already happened, or commentating from the future.
Oh yeah, this is a time walk match.
Yeah.
All right, that is the one downside of time walked matches. You cannot fix. Yep, that is.
Yeah, I mean it's
a bit of an oversight.
It's not a big deal. I don't think that's going to be the difference maker. We see Stefan just have to, and I might even be wrong about that. I said that, I'm not even sure. I was completely keeping track, but yeah, Stefan in total control of the game. Not even sure, you know, there's no sweepers in the white-green deck. There's no real comeback mechanism.
Yeah, you don't have any lightning bolts or anything to just kind of like, all right, well, I got you down to 3. Now my deck has, you know, these 4 lightning bolts I can draw into. You're just down to company and 35 creatures or something.
Yeah, you don't even have like great companies you can hit at this point. The best might just be double Enduring Innocence, because it would give you some extra card advantage. It would give you lifelink blockers for the token and maybe help you survive. So I think that might be best case scenario for Mirsha would be a company into double Innocence at this point, but I'm not even sure that would be enough, honestly.
All right, so Iconoclast gets removed by the Skyclave. Map token gets sacrificed. Look at the top. Finally, something goes right for Adrian for the first time in the match. I think he was able to find the right card on the top of his deck. But it is going to be pretty late right now to be able to do anything about that. Brazen Borer, yeah, I think we might even see the Brazen Borer bounce the Skyclave here. That would allow, 8 tokens to get through. Adrian is at 12 life. Yeah, I think in this spot, I wouldn't mind just being aggressive. Even if you play company next turn and get 2 creatures in play, let's say you get 2 kind of Fiend Hunter creatures, I think you would still be dead to my attack. So
Yeah, that's a nice little fix. We have the live totals at the bottom of the screen now, which is nice.
Yeah, so Stefan goes for the Petty Theft, bounces the Skyclave back to Adrian's hand, attack for 8. That puts him to 4.
Yeah.
He's going to add a couple more creatures to the battlefield, and I really don't think Adrian has anything. It would be really silly to play a Wrath of God, temporary lockdown kind of card in a deck that plays 30 creatures, so... yeah, there's the handshake. Congratulations to Stefan. Moves on to 2-0 with his Phoenix deck. And yeah, congratulations to him. Well played to him as well. It was pretty clear that he knows what he's doing with the deck.
Yeah, no, it was, you know, scary start was the Elf, the Hearst, Dark, and etc. But the fact that Mersha stumbled on lands meant that Stefan had all the time in the world to go for his game plans, find Iconoclast, find removal. So...
yeah, Adrian had a great start, and he did have a lot of ways to interact. Like those unlicensed hearses were, you know, kind of scary, but in the end, Stefan was able to just kind of churn through his deck and find all the right answers of his own, all the Abrades or the Prismari command. So that really does show you how good the Phoenix deck is. It just finds all the sideboard cards. If you give them time, they are going to see 30, 40, 50 cards every game. So.
Yeah, we didn't get to see, you know, the white-green deck play at its full potential. It would have been interesting to see if Stefan could have kept up if Mersha had a better draw. You know, it doesn't matter how much hate you draw at some points if you're not doing other things, if you're not making your land drops. Stefan, as you said, was able to find all the answers and just power through that.
So we have something exciting for you guys. I'm pretty sure everybody's waiting for that. We have a metagame breakdown, I believe. So we're going to be able to send you over to Frank Karsten, our data analysis expert, and he's going to tell you what we have in the tournament today.
Thank you, Martin. I'm Arne. Here's Frank Karsten. Congrats to Stefan, another win for my fantasy draft, so we like that.
You're racking up the points.
Exactly, and I'm happy to be talking metagame breakdown with you today, so yeah, I'm sure you're excited about the numbers and to share them.
I sure am. Last night I went through all the deck lists on Melee, you know, correcting and homogenizing all the archetype names so that we'll get a clean breakdown. So I crunched the numbers, got the percentages, and let's take a look at the metagame breakdown for this regional championship here in Lille. The most played deck, is at Phoenix. 90 players out of the 546 brought it. That's a 16.5% share of the metagame. And almost all of them are playing 4 copies of Artist Talent. We already saw Stefan Schutz put that enchantment to great work, just sifting through his deck. And yeah, it has led to Is It Phoenix becoming even more popular than the previous regional championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Artist Talent's incredible card, no surprises there. And then second, we see Rakdos Demons, 13.2%, sort of taking the Rakdos Vampire slot that usually was in there. And a lot of people deciding to go with that archetype over the mono black one, which was an interesting sort of discussion point, right?
Yeah, I would say that this is actually sort of a breakout tournament for Rakdos Demons. It was only, like, give or take 7% at the previous 5 regional championships combined, now up to 13%. Players have really caught on to both the power of Unholy Annex, along with Mutavolt and other demons, but also this Red Splash, you know, getting your Fables. You can never really go wrong with that, and a lot of players here have put their faith in Rakdos Demons.
Absolutely.
In third place, there is Celestia Company, basically 10% of the field. Also a deck that is getting more and more popular. Rakdos Prowess, 9%. Azuri's Control kind of falling compared to the first couple of regional championships, in part because it kind of struggles against these demon decks, doesn't have the best answers to Unholy Annex, and often succumbs to the card advantage. And there's also 4-color Zur. I said that this was the breakout deck of Rakdos Demons, breakout event of Rakdos Demons. Perhaps it's also the breakout event of 4-color Zur, because it's even more popular than Enigmatic Incarnation. these 4-color Zur decks don't run Enigmatic Incarnation and the whole suite of one-off tutors, but they do exploit this combination between Zur, animating the Overlords. You immediately get like a big life linker with a useful attack trigger, and that just makes for a very strong deck. I think it's actually quite well positioned here too, because, you know, Rakdos Demon's pretty popular, but black and red, they're typically quite bad at answering enchantments, Arne.
Absolutely. I was actually talking on the floor yesterday with Archdota, who's bringing that strategy, a 60-card version of the archetype, even really honing in on the Zur, and he said he was very happy with both his Izzet Phoenix and his red-black matchups. So he's hoping to run into lots of those, and we see a lot of them in the metagame.
Yep. And I mean, the metagame breakdown went on. There was also like a huge other percentage, just featuring an incredible diversity of archetypes. And I'm really looking forward to see, you know, what will eventually end up at the top. But for now, it's Izzet Phoenix and Rakdos Demons. Those are the most played decks of this tournament, dominating Pioneer here in Lille.
Awesome. Thank you very much for this breakdown. And with that, we'll take a quick break, and then we continue with round 3.
2, 1, go! Let it fucking burn! It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving towards will lead to your demise. You are losing yourself, howling into a voice. I'm watching you die, but my hands are fully tied. But how could I make you see through my eyes? If I can make you see through my eyes, there's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your lies, there's something inside us that's prone to demise. Saying the words you shouldn't heard at all, but turning into what you say you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you can see all your lies, knowing everything. With back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? That what you set out to be, or defeated by this disease? Perished by this disease. But if you choose the right means to carry on and pursue a plan to create and be on the beginning, you can still see what's left of you.
Got back from the club with a baddie or two. She was looking in my eyes cause she wanna be my boo, be my boo, be my boo. I'm you tripping in the stew. If they tryna get her back, then they might have got the loot. Cops all the bids, now I'm about to buy a chain. If the Cubans talking to me, I might get up on my lane. Just in black while we spinning so we never feel the shame. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady tapping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Been around, burn out, flow it to the penthouse. Shotty's going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs, then we never get to get it out. Nitro in the engine, so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. And you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Dosing up with bodies when you never ever broke. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady tapping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm Philippa, joined by Arne, and we are ready to kickstart round number 3. The day's passing fast, the format is Pioneer, and let's take a look at the prizes, what's at stake for these players. Over 500 players registered to be competing here this weekend. So we have here first the tournament format. Day 1, 8 rounds of Swiss. 18 points or more are going to qualify for day 2. On day 2 we have 6 rounds of Swiss and and a cut to top 8 single elimination. These players are playing for a lot of sweet invites, so let's take a look at our prize slide so you can see at what's at stake. First of all, winner takes $20,000 and also qualifies for the World Championship alongside the second place. A lot of sweet qualifications. I think players really looking to lock the top 36 to get an invitation for the Pro Tour. Top 48 also qualifies for the next RC. And something sort of new, the top 4 actually qualifies for the next 3 RCs. So kind of like in the Pro Tour, is always good to be on the train, right, Arne? You know that. You go into the Pro Tour, you qualify for the next, and something similar happening here now with the regional championships.
Absolutely. A nice consolidation prize for, you know, being just under that Worlds, that sweet, sweet Worlds invite. So hey, at least you're qualified for all 3 then.
So let's take a look here at our players as they are getting ready. Very interesting matchup. So we have Honor playing Azorius Lotus Field, which we saw before, but something that I feel like we haven't seen today on stream. We have Rolandus playing Rakdos Transmogrify, and talk me a bit about this Rakdos Transmogrify list. What is the goal of the deck?
Rakdos Transmogrify is sort of like a Rakdos mid-range deck, but instead of playing Shieldred, Bonecrusher Giant, Blood-type Harvester, we are using the Transmogrify Atraxa Grand Unifier package. So we're cheating in Atraxa by destroying one of the plenty tokens that we are making with Case or Fable, or even Fountain Port. Very nice new addition from Bloomborough.
On the other side, this Lotus Field is actually quite different from the Lotus Field we saw before. So what exactly is this Azorius Field deck? And what's the idea? There's a card that I really like, which is the Strict Protector. So can you walk us through the goal of the deck?
Yeah, so it's essentially a blue-white control deck, but with a twist. We're playing 4 copies of Lotus Field and 4 Thespian Stage even to copy the Lotus Field. And with that, we have 4 copies of Discontinuity and 4 copies of Strict Proctor. So on turn 3, you can play your Lotus Field and then counter the trigger of you having to sacrifice lands, going up to 6 mana on turn number 4 immediately, which is pretty astonishing, of course. And then with Teferi, you can untap your Lotus Field and go crazy. But here we see already a Thoughtseize being cast. The game is starting.
So we revealed 2 No More Lies and 1 March of the Otherworldly Light. So great cards, and here Rolando's choosing one of the No More Lies. Also important to know that there's another counter magic available for Honor, maybe to try to play around it. And we see a pass here, and Rolando's now with... Ooh, the res. Okay, look at all these discard. And is that a Memory Deluge?
That's an interesting land we see over there. I think that's from Kaltheim and Uncommon, the white one. What is the name? I'll try to figure it out and get it on the screen. I'm not exactly sure what it does. And yeah, we see a second No More Lies being taken, and that really clears the way for that Fable that is already waiting in Rolando's hand.
There's No More Lies available. And we are going to get now the 3rd land, which is crucial because there it is, one of the most played cards of the format, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, making a friend, a Gobbly Shaman. And right away, Honor knowing how powerful that can be and using the March of Waterly Light here. 3 mana available, passing. I always feel discomfort when my opponent that is playing blue-white is passing with blue mana open.
I always feel joy when I'm the blue control player doing that.
Oh, Arne. I don't know what to say to that. And it looks like we discard 2 lands from the 2nd chapter of the Fable and draw 2 new cards. Unfortunately for Rolando's, I think there's 2 more lands, but those lands at least do something. We have the Multivolt there and the Sozakan.
Well, there is a Transmogrify in hand already, but no great play. Going for the Giganta over the Zokan-san and keeping the Thoughtseize in hand for the turn when you want to go for it. That is... Oh, I see what he's planning to do here. He's going for turn 5, Transmogrify my Fable and cast Thoughtseize before that. Very, very smart.
Okay, we are going to flip the Fable of Mirror Breaker into Reflection of Kiki Jiki. A lot of potential threats here, and as you said, starting off with that Totsis. So let's look at Honor's and...
Yeah, I'd be... Yeah, as you can tell, he's inclined to cast it because otherwise it would be taken. So he gets himself a 2-for-1 with the Deluge, makes sense.
But tapped out now.
Ooh, not the greatest cards to find there. And I think we're going to see an Atraxa here in play, which is pretty cool.
Now, is Atraxa a good game in this matchup, or does Honor still have ways to get back into the game after that?
So the Rakdos Transmogrifier deck is filled with a ton of removal and discard spells. If the Atraxa doesn't hit that many spells that are important, I could see that the blue-white deck will just, you know, have another removal for the Atraxa and sort of can draw out the game, maybe flashback in a Memory Delusion. Actually, yeah, Atraxa is not as game-winning as it would be against Is It Phoenix or against Rakdos Prowess.
Okay, so we saw a lot of interesting cards. We have the Strict Protector, which we were talking about before, and that's the card chosen. There's also a Discontinuity there and a March and Lotus Field.
Yeah, I mean, Rolando's, Ono being tapped out here, the March doesn't do anything, can't disrupt the combo right now, so going for the Strict Proctor to disenable that Lotus Field combination on the next turn. There we go.
Okay, Transmogrify on the reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and let's see what the surprise is going to be, even though we already know.
Yeah, what's going to come out of this one?
I don't know.
We can take a look at his deck. The Fountain Ports there, playing a pivotal role, especially in grindy games.
And the tournament is open deck list, which is interesting, because otherwise Honor could also, if it was closed deck list, take a look at what Rolando's does have in the deck, but in this case...
Atraxa's hiding today. Yeah, you're making a good point. Ono would certainly take this pile of cards after the reveal and like, hey, let me take a look at this.
Last card? At this point, if I was Rolando, I was like, I have an Atraxa, right? Right?
Is it in the sideboard?
Oh my god, where is the Atraxa? And at this point, I would start sweating.
This is... He's starting to smile already.
I mean, okay.
Was it like the last 4 cards, both Atraxas? That's funny.
Wow.
I mean, if you're Ono here, you could actually pick up on this and be like, huh, perhaps he has a Atraxa already in hand, which could be the case, you know, because it's kind of unlikely that both of them are in the bottom 4. So that's something I would pick up on this.
And I think just reading the card there to see exactly where to put the cards that were revealed, and we are shuffling up now, and Atraxa makes it into the battlefield. She was hiding, but there she is.
There she is, and she's going to look at 10 cards and fill up Rolando's hand again. I feel like Ono definitely needs some top decks here. His hand is not great right now. He's looking for Supreme Verdict, I suppose. Wandering Emperor doesn't actually do it.
Oh, and there it is, the other Atraxa.
Oh, Obnixilis. The 2 main deck copies of Obnixilis, I'm just noticing. Obnixilis is one of the best cards against blue-white in the entire format, so this is going to be difficult for Ono to come back from.
And you can also use Atraxa to pay for the copy of the Obnixilis that enters with 7 cards, so immediately you can use the ultimate on it.
Absolutely, yeah, he can, and the ultimate can actually target Ono and deal him 7 damage, draw him 7 cards if that comes up as a ultra burn spell.
So we see here the choices made it, and a lot of players playing here with Torch.
Yeah, Torch, Arclight Phoenix being a big deck in the format, and also Enduring Innocence, being around. So Torch has picked up in numbers for good reason. And to be fair, you do have a lot of tokens in this deck to sacrifice as well to get the bargain deal.
Looks like that's a discontinuity there.
Yeah, ramping up that Lotus Field, countering the trigger. But yeah, it's a dire spot. March and Discontinuity as the last 2 cards right now. This is really looking
very grim, and we have here Atraxa dealing 7 damage, gaining 7 life, leaving Honor down to 13 life.
I think one of the best draws would be potentially Farewell here to sort of clean board. But that Obnixilis, the adversary in the main deck here, is just like, it might just close the door because blue-white doesn't have great answers to that card.
And we see here Fountain Port, also really good in this deck, being able to make tokens that then we can use for the Transmogrify. And Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Are we going to see the Atraxa sacrifice? No.
Not yet. We are going to use the token there.
Yeah, Uno taking a look, reading the card. There's, not much you can do about this. I'm actually checking through his deck list. There's literally nothing that interacts. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. There's one singular copy of Get Lost that he has to deal with a Planeswalker in play, and I suppose he has 4 copies of Teferi if he wants to tuck it, but that's obviously very inefficient.
Yeah, so unfortunately not a lot of options on Honor's side to deal with these Obnixilis, which feels like Rolando did make a very good meta call here in bringing main deck Obnixilis.
Well, he's certainly very happy to run into blue-white with that choice.
Yeah, definitely.
In a pinch, Obnixilis makes a Devil token on turn 3, and then you can Transmogrify on turn 1, so I do understand the reasoning behind it.
And once Sorin was banned, I sort of felt like Rakdos might have seen his days, but no, Rakdos is stronger than ever. A lot of versions playing Rakdos, Fable of the Mirror Breaker being a very strong card. And there we discard, draw, and I think there's another Transmogrify in hand already.
An 8-mana March, you don't see that every day.
But Atraxa is gone.
Atraxa is gone. I think the second Atraxa is in the graveyard, or did he leave it in the deck? I don't actually quite remember. I think he just left it in the deck, right?
Yeah.
So he can actually Transmogrify here again, activate Mutavault for the attack.
Honor down to 9 life, and these Obnixilis are going to start dealing quite a bit of damage because Honor does not have cards to discard, so this is going to be quite the it here.
Yeah, Anur dropping down to 5 life. We see Mutavault being Transmogrified into, oh, what is this going to be?
Surprise, surprise. Let's see if it's hiding again or if now it's going to be easier to find.
You gotta respect Onur's, how do you say, ability to sort of withstand all of this and not have. I think I might have already picked up my cards at this point. I just letting my opponent go through the entire deck. Another Atraxa trigger, it just would be too much for me, I think.
Well, one thing that I've learned by playing Magic is that often blue-white control players are quite patient.
Yeah.
They have to be able to play a deck like this, because I would not have the patience. And there it was again hiding in the bottom part of the deck, but we have the second Atraxa Grand Unifier. And we're going to get a lot more cards.
I'm not quite sure about shortcutting rules, but could he actually just reveal his entire deck there? Because he's going to shuffle anyways. There's open deck list and like pick out the Atraxa, you know what I mean? And he's going to shuffle anyways. But I guess let's just play by the rules.
Let's take a look here at the cards revealed. Fable of Mirror Breaker, we have Torch the Tower, we have another Transmogrify. Overall, a lot of sweet options as well. Fatal Push. So we are choosing Transmogrify, Fable, Fatal Push, and a land.
Man, just 4 cards. So unlucky, seriously.
Oh no. Poor Rolando.
What's Rolando's doing? Oh, he has to discard to hand size.
Oh no. That must feel so bad.
Oh, he does have a land drop still to give. So 8 cards still in hand. So yeah.
Discard phase. And pass. Let's see the top deck. That's quite an important one. It has to be something that can deal with these Atraxa, because Honor down to 5 life. Is this an answer? Not only Atraxa, then there's the 2 Obnixilis ready to also deal some additional damage.
Yeah, if I'd be Owner, I'd be already thinking about sideboarding at this point in the game. Yeah, but you gotta respect his ability to hold on, and I mean maybe a miracle happens. Who knows?
it's not over until it's over, so let's see if Honor does have an answer for what's going on. But it's going to be very difficult.
Ooh, what's coming? Another March.
Okay, so that's an interesting one. The Obnixil is still going to deal damage, so 2 Obnixils, that means that Honor is going to down to 1 life and a dream. And let's see if there's anything in the deck that might be an answer for this. I don't know if there's one, but...
Yeah, I think already 3 turns ago, or 2 turns ago, you could have started stacking Uno's deck, essentially giving him Vampiric Tutor every turn, and it would not have been enough. This Obnixilis card is one of the best sideboard cards in the format against blue-white control, and having to in a main deck, it will certainly help.
Another Fable, Bankbuster, and let's see if Honor is going to reveal what is the card.
He drew a land, but he has the Deluge in the graveyard. But
okay, so let's see. I think at this point there's nothing that will make it.
There was nothing 2 turns ago, but at this point certainly, yeah.
And looks like Rolando's taking here the first game of this match, round 3, and Obnixil is MVP.
Yeah, but to be fair, what Ono is perhaps doing there, he's sort of getting to know his opponent, his playstyle. He's getting to know how he picks up his cards, what patterns. So yeah, any information is good information for game 2 and game 3 to sort of make better decisions and see how Rolando's plays. So I can see dragging that game out a little bit there.
Now let's talk about sideboard. What do you think might enter in the sideboard? Let's first start with the Rakdos player. What answers?
All right, so we see 3 copies of Go Blank, which is always sort of like on the fence. Do you bring it in against blue-white control? Perhaps you do. You have 2 Duress, 2 Robust Forge. They are certainly going to come in here. They're going to be amazing. And then I guess interestingly, so 4 Fatal Push, 3 Torch to Tower. So those are certainly considerations to take out of the main deck. So you might want to fill that up with the Duresses, the Forges, and then some of these Go Blanks. There's no Shark Typhoon in the Lotus Field list. And then sideboarded creatures over there are also not many, so there's not much reason to keep Fatal Push actually in the deck, so we might just see all copies of Go Blank. On the Lotus Field side, we have Dovin's Veto, excellent sideboard card here, counters all the important spells. From the Transmogrify side, well, yeah, I mean, you can guess, a deck without any creatures in the main deck besides the tracks is gonna have enough targets for Dovin's Veto. Then we see not much else, to be honest. Hallowed Moonlight as a one-off is a nice one. You can counter sort of a token coming into play. We have another copy of No More Lies on the side, but that one's certainly gonna come in. Oh, and then down on the list, we have one copy of Containment Priest, which is really a hate card against these Transmogrify decks. So Uno coming prepared. We might see that one in action.
Very interesting sideboard choices, and a reminder, it's open deck list, so they both have access to see each other's deck and sideboard as well, so they are aware that these cards might be in the opponent's deck list post sideboard. And for those of you joining in, this is the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm Philippa, joined by Arne, and this is round 3 of the tournament. Today we are going to have 8 rounds of Pioneer, and 6 and 2 or better, 18 points, will advance into day 2. So a lot of exciting Magic to be played this weekend. Let us know where you're watching from, and perhaps what deck would you bring this weekend. Looks like our players decided mostly to bring Izzet Phoenix as the most played deck of the weekend. Is that a surprise for you, Arne?
It most certainly is not. I think Canister used the word broken. Talking about the deck, the Artist Talent, just putting it on another height. We will see if that will be confirmed here or if people will actually be able to hate it out. I'm certainly also excited about the Rakdos Demons deck. I think Unholy Annex plus Mutavault, that combination, and then with Blood-Type Harvester and Fables, it's a recipe for success. And yeah, then also the John Sacrifice deck is something that I'm curious about. The Igra card from Bloomborough, and with a successful weekend in South America coming here is something to watch out on.
And Unholy Annex being a bit the card of the moment in Standard, at least, doing pretty well in the World Championship. Do you think that is also ready to crush Pioneer here this weekend?
I believe so, yeah. I did some playtesting, played with the deck already for a YouTube video and on stream, and it just... The Annex card is very, very powerful, of course, and with Mutavault really put on a new height because you always have that little demon able to drain them, which is really good.
Multivolt being a very good card in Pioneer for sure, and our players are here choosing the sideboard and deciding what to bring for game 2. Now our Azorius Lotus Field player will be on the play, so a bit of an advantage there. But the Rakdos deck has a lot of disruption. Like we do see the Thoughtseize, Duress as well, and usually those spells are quite good against control decks. Right?
Absolutely, and we have the overhead camera that you cannot see right now, but I actually just took a glimpse, and Rolando's taking in Damping Sphere, which I just overlooked. Damping Sphere shutting off Lotus Field, making it only produce 1 mana. What a great sideboard card to have here. And it looks like he was not bringing in the Urablast Forge, so he doesn't value that one. He likes his main deck already, and you know, the best card for the matchup is already in the main deck, as we saw in game number 1 of Nixilis, the adversary. What are these sleeves? They look, is this some language on there? What is this?
I think it's magic sets, so the little symbol that we get of the magic sets in the card, I think it's a bunch of them.
That is kind of sweet.
And we see there the Giganta as the companion. That is not a surprise. Giganta being the companion on actually a few decks here this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Giganta counter, if we count every round how many Gigantas we have in the feature match, will be, I would guess, more than 0 every single round. It's in a lot of decks, and just really nice to have here, because it does hardcast the Traxa in a pinch.
And players are ready to start, so let's see what are their mulligan decisions. There's 28 minutes left, and we see there both players taking a move.
Absolutely.
Which player do you think it's more punished by taking a mulligan?
Generally speaking, I would say it's the blue-white control player here with the Lotus Field. You're trying to assemble these combinations of cards, and you need your land drops to hit, while Rolando's is fine with Freelance and the Fable of the Mirror Breaker and some other cards.
How do you choose when to mulligan? Did you ever have situations where your end is decent, but you know, like against this specific matchup, I have to mulligan this end, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like if you're playing against a very fast deck where you need interaction early, you might want to mulligan a slower hand. You know, and that's really nice in open deck lists, especially for these reactive decks, that they can sort of make a decision on when they play against a combo deck. They mulligan a hand with a lot of fatal pushes and so on. Here we see both players keeping the 6, and
no more lies to the bottom.
No more lies to the bottom. Interesting pick. And there's an archive.
And let's Surveil, keeping the card on top. So that's a good sign there for Honor, putting the card on top.
He does have 2 Thespian Stage, a Discontinuity, a Get Lost, and I'm not sure what the last card is. I think it might be a...
cover, because it's a Duress here.
Is it like a fancy Dovin's Veto?
Yeah, that looks like a Dovin's Veto, some store.
Gotcha.
Promotional one.
Well, this hand does not have that much going on right now. I understand the no more lies to the bottom, because you don't have double blue, like you don't have blue-white on turn 2 here. Taking the Discontinuity, leaving with Get Lost and Veto. Rolando's perhaps thinking to himself, hey, I really respect that Lotus Field combo. Onur just surveilled to the top of the deck. Maybe that's a Lotus Field, and I really don't want him to have fast mana to sort of run away with his engine.
Land right away. And I really like to see what players choose as their basic land type for these tournaments. Okay, so we have there the case of the skeleton, of the Stash Skeleton. 2 mana card. Let's make a 2/1 that is suspected. It cannot block. The player that won game 1 was Rolando's on Rakdos Transmogrify. This is now game 2 of round 3. And
yeah, both players sitting at 2-0.
An awesome record and a great way to start the day. As a reminder, players need to go 6-2 or better to make it into day 2. And we have their go blank, but Dovin's Veto taking care of that. Really good there for Rolando to have that Dovin's Veto.
Yeah, interesting enough, not choosing to counter the Stashed Skeleton on turn number 2, and foreseeing that there might be a more powerful sorcery coming at him.
And very well played, because it ended up paying off for Honor here on Azorius Lotus Field.
The case is quite annoying, to be honest, because like at some point the damage adds up from the 2-1, and then you want to get rid of it, but then your opponent gets that demonic tutor on the case, which is it's a pretty good card against control decks. I think this is not the matchup you necessarily want to run into when you're playing blue-white control.
Okay, so let's get lost the Mutavault. Getting 2 map tokens to Rolando's. And some people don't like to play Get Lost in some decks, mainly because they don't like giving 2 maps to the opponent.
Yeah, that's sort of a contentious issue about the Get Lost. It's not great against like small creatures, right? You don't really want to kill a thing and then give them 2 tokens.
And I love that the token, instead of saying suspected skeleton, it says sus skeleton.
Yeah, that's great.
And we have there the discontinuity, so we don't need to sacrifice land, so that's great. I mean, the mana advantage for Honor is going quite well, taking care of that Mutavault and now being able to get the Lotus Field without having to sacrifice the lands. But Rolando's can start applying quite a bit of pressure, as you said, with those skeletons.
Yeah, Honor really needs to draw a big Haymaker card here, either Memory Deluge or Teferi Hero of Dominaria, I think, to claw back into this game, because right now it's, again, he's looking behind and, oh my god, I just spotted an Obnixilis the Adversary. Oh wow. I think that was a top deck. It's such an incredible combo with the case as well. Although, to be fair, the case won't flip right now because there's still a skeleton at play. But yeah, if you only have 1 case, you can sack a skeleton, get that case, and what do you have here? Can you decipher what that card does?
Let's take a look. It's an alternative art, but I think it's that sideboard card that we were talking about.
Oh, you're right. It's Containment Priest.
And for those of you asking, we are working on trying to improve some of the features, so all the feedback is going to be passed in terms of layovers. So we will try for next rounds to have the score of the players as well.
Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. We'll take a look and we'll try to answer that. This is game number 2.
And there we have the Containment Priest showing there on the screen. If a non-token creature would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast, exile it instead.
And Rolando's respecting, I see the Fatal Push in the graveyard, respecting Containment Priest, left that card in, makes sense. But he also does have a bit of Triumph in hand, so you can clear that Containment Priest if need be.
And again, I feel like Obnixilis being the MVP in this match. Such a strong card. There's a Bankbuster.
Skeleton growing to a 4/3, Honor going down to 1 life. I mean, this was just a one-sided affair. Rolando's both games under full control, it felt like, and again, Honor finding himself on 1 life with 0 cards in hand. I mean, this is just the ultimate victory here.
Yep, and we see Rolando's now paying. Looks like thinking about paying 3 to put Giganta into hand. The companion is now into Rolando's hand, and
okay, look at that. We have triple Lotus Field in play. Can we find a Memory Deluge into something? No.
Oh, and that's not it. And this is the shake hands. 2-0 for Rolando's playing Reckless Transmogrify versus Azorius Lotus Field. And Arne, what did you think of this match?
Well, that was a display of dominance by Rolando's. I think he played that very, very well. Kudos to him. Honor didn't necessarily play any, made any mistakes. It just, there was nothing he could have done, really. At every step of the way, Rolando's had the discard spell for the counter, was able to represent a threat, and then Obnixilis both games just being very crucial as well.
And congratulations to Rolando's, which is now 3-0 in this tournament, and that's a great way to start. As a reminder, we have 8 rounds of Pioneer here today. Players need 18 points or more to make it into day 2. Day 2, 6 rounds plus a cut to top 8, and amazing prizes, amazing qualifications. I think the main goal here for most of the players is that Pro Tour qualification, top 36. What do you think, Arne?
Yeah, I mean, well, take it one step at a time. Making 6-2 on day one is the first step, of course, and that one is actually not that easy. So I feel like if you're a player here in this tournament, you will try to make that and then take your aim at the Pro Tour, of course. And I think many of the players are also going to be happy to just make day 2, because this is, you know, here the best players in Europe are playing here. This is a tough competition. You had to qualify to play in this event. So, you know, just being a part of it is something to be proud of.
And I feel like for most of these players, or for some of these players, it will be the first time that they will make it into the Pro Tour. So there's always in this regional championship people that keep qualifying for the Pro Tour, but also new faces. And it's always nice to see then on the Pro Tour or even the World Championship, the people from these European championships that qualify to be there. And Arne, we did a caster prediction, so we have to keep track eventually on how the points are going for that. Who did you choose for your team?
So I chose Piotr Glogowski, I mean, one of the most accomplished players in the room. I don't have to say much about him, Mythic Championship champion. And I chose Stefan Schütz, a member of Team Handshake, the most accomplished team on the Pro Tour right now. And I also chose Edgar Baumler, who's a student of mine who I did a lot of work with. I do coaching, and we prepared together for him to qualify actually in the last chance qualifier, which he did in the first one he played yesterday. So really awesome. He came here without a qualification, got there in the end, and I talked to him. He is 1-1 in the tournament right now. He lost to Prowess, but yeah, rooting for him, and he's eager, he's talented. I think he has a bright future.
Very good. We have artist talent in the room, and he is still in to make it into the day 2. But we are ready for more magic. So let's take a look at our backup feature match, as I feel like players are getting ready, and it's always nice to showcase more and more magic decks here for Pioneers. So we are going to have a look at our players. So let me also take a look on what decks these players decided to bring.
I think this is a Demons pseudo mirror match. We have Rakdos Demons on one side and Mono Black on the other.
So will these resolve the question, which Demons deck is the best, the Rakdos one or the Mono Black? It all comes down to here, both players trying to show that their Demon deck is the one that rules the most. So let's see which of the players gets the win here. And very strong decks. I mean, Demons doing pretty well in Standard now as well. Pioneer, it was one of the decks that saw also an increase into player percentage in this tournament. People realizing that Unholy Annex is a very strong card, and we are already here for this backup feature match, round number 3. And Blood Tide Harvester. This is game 1 for everyone watching, and we see here Israel doing already the Blood Tide Harvester and a Blood Token.
Blade of the Oni, all right.
That's what this card does, Arne. So this is an interesting one because it's a demon.
Yeah, so it's a free 1 demon. You can reconfigure it for 2 black. It has menace as well, and then it turns, so it turns into an equipment onto a creature and turns that creature into a 5/5 demon with menace. Really cool card.
And it didn't last for long because that Blood Tide Harvester sacrificed to take care of it, and now we have the Unholy Annex. There's no demons on Israel's side right now, so Unstoppable Slasher.
Yeah, we really see Standard show off. Duskmourn has some great new additions to both Standard Pioneer, Slasher, and Annex.
A lot of Standard cards in this deck, as you said.
There we see the Blade of the Oni on the screen if you want to take a look. I mean, just curving that into Annex is fantastic. I see a Torch the Tower in Israel's hand and a couple of lands, so he can clear out that Slasher, which is pretty amazing. Just exile it. That Torch the Tower, very, very good here.
For sure, the exiling effect, as you said, very important against that Slasher. So let's bargain the Blood Token to be able to deal 3 damage and scry 1.
Got that Mutavault. We might just get an attack in here for 2, drain for 2.
I don't know. What can I tell you? I just really like the look of this deck. It's one of my favorite decks in the format, and it's also what I predicted to take down the tournament.
And as you said, Mutavault really sweet, being the demon here that Israel really needs in the deck. So being able now to start draining some life. And I tried this mono black demon deck. It was actually quite strong when I was playing it. So I'm really happy to see more people decided to bring it here. We have Totsis now taking a look at the Rakdos players card. I see a couple of lands, one of them Mutavault. We have another Torch as well. And what is that last card? I think a Gopher Throat.
I think it might be, I think it's a Thoughtseize from the Outlaws of Thunder Junction. It's Thoughtseize.
Oh.
Like from that special artwork, the Wanted cards, I believe.
Oh, it's very pretty.
Oh, the way it looked, like he put the Thoughtseize in the middle of the table, and then Israel put the cards right next to it, so it looked like he had it in hand, but it actually was just the Thoughtseize resolving. Yeah, so we see Invoke Despair, also a standard powerhouse that had to get banned. In Eva's main deck, 2 copies. That one is going to be, yeah, I would say the mirror breaker. Like being able to kill off the Annex is hugely important.
And trading the Mutavault. Oh no, it's a Field of Ruin, so getting there a swamp. Let's see. Israel does have basics, right? We already saw a mountain there. So we have a swamp revealed into play.
Yeah, Field of Ruin is certainly an advantage you receive by playing mono black. You have access to more of these utility lands. And most importantly, access to Castle Locktwain, which can be really powerful in the later stage of you know, in a long game situation like this could develop into.
And there we have another Mutavault from Israel's side, and we do have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, making that Goblin Shaman. Once again, we are seeing this card. It is quite powerful. And one of the reasons that also people chose to go with a Rakdos instead of mono black.
Absolutely, that's the main reason. I mean, we started out back when we had that Vampires deck for the Proto. We started out with mono black, and then we put a Fable in there, and we just realized, okay, yeah, this is a bit better. So I'm not surprised to see this development. And we saw an end of turn, or sort of in the turn activation of Metagame as well by Israel. Heads up play to get that drain in.
And now let's see what Israel decides to do, discarding a card for the second chapter of the Fable and drawing a new one, hoping to be something more useful, but looking pretty good. Love the Fable of Mirror Breaker, that an Only Annex giving advantage. So we have Fatal Push on the Goblin Shaman.
And that was the last card for Yves Bernard. So now you can just activate for 5 mana, make it 6/6 demon. I believe Yves must have mulliganed this game. He's down to 0 cards already in hand. Well, I suppose Israel's drawing 2 cards per turn with this Annex for a couple turns already.
But I feel bad for him because he does have a duress and he cannot really use it because the opponent doesn't have any cards in hand.
Yeah.
And that's a scoop there. Rakdos taking the first game, but there's going to be more. So let's take a look maybe at the sideboards of these players to see what cards might make it after. Overall, an Only Annex just again showing why it's so much played in this tournament and why it's so strong in Standard and Pioneer right now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Unholy Annex is sort of we just talked about Omnixus being great against blue-white. Unholy Annex is fantastic in the mirror match, or the pseudo mirror match. So for Yves Bernard, we have Invoke Despair number 3 and number 4 in the sideboard. He's going really heavy on sort of the hate for the mirror match, which is, you know, great in this situation here, getting paired into Rakdos. And he also has a Reckoner Bankbuster in the sideboard, perhaps going to bring in Liliana of the Veil as well. That one should be decent, and maybe bring in Duress and Go Blank. That is really all I can sort of decipher from the good cards there. He does play the Bloodletter Unstoppable Slasher combo. He might trim down on the Bloodletter a little bit. It's not great in a black removal heavy matchup. And he might also trim on the Blade of the Oni. I think just 2 mana free one that dies to pretty much everything isn't necessarily where you want to be. For Israel, we're looking at 2 copies of Liliana, a Duress, and a Reckoner Bankbuster. But yeah, no Invoke Despair at all in the entire 75. He does have a Croxa in the main deck, which is going to come in handy. But yeah, seems to be a little bit lower on hate.
And good morning to everyone tuning in into the stream. I hope you are enjoying it. Pioneer is so much fun right now, and we are having the Regional Championship Ultimate Guard from the Magic European Series. So a lot of fun things happening here this weekend in Lille. A lot of players, a lot of familiar faces. I always love seeing the players that we see here over and over again. Usually, for example, you would be one of them that I see over and over on these tournaments. But Andrei Mengucci, for example, is playing here this weekend, Marco Del Pivo, Sean Godard as well. So a lot of good Magic players here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did this little fantasy draft where we picked out our top picks to take down this tournament, and we're going to continuously see which of the casters has sort of like the upper hand or is leading in that little competition between us. I saw you picked up Mengucci and Sean Godard, both on Jund Sacrifice, both on the same deck list, I believe. I think Andrea is 2-0 in the tournament as well.
Yay! Okay, that's great for me. My draft prediction is already going really well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm excited to see. Maybe they cracked the code with that one, because you know the Igra combo with the Cat Oven that the Jund Sacrifice deck can pose is difficult to interact with for Phoenix. They have like Spell Pierce and Lightning Axe, but what do you do against this Igra card, you know?
It did extremely well last weekend in the regional championship of the South America, so that was, I think, an inspiration for some of these players to decide to grab the deck. It was something like over 80% or close to 80% win rate in the tournament, like something really, really high. I mean, only 4 players brought the deck to that tournament. It was a 150-player tournament, and 3 of the players that brought the Jund Sacrifice made it into the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. One of them being Matias Leverato, Levunga, 21 on Magic Online. I've tested with him in the past. Great player, has made the finals, I think, of a Mythic. Actually, he did take down a Mythic Championship, I think. So really cool to see him back on the Pro Tour.
I always love to see those things, and really glad that they did come up, not come up with a deck, but gave it a little bit of a spice, doing so well in that tournament. And now some of the players here in the European Championship also decided to bring that idea into life. And looks like our players are getting ready for Game 2. As a reminder, this is round 3, and we had Rakdos Demons winning the first game there. And we see Israel playing mono black. I think now the names are corrected. We had it switch over in the last match, but I think now it's corrected. That is playing the mono black Demons. Is going to Mul.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I didn't even notice.
Looks like the graphics are updated now, so for the players rewatching, sorry for not saying your name correctly in the first game, but now it should be all correct. So that we have that Israel taking the Mul, so let's see if the second end is going to be better than the first.
I think we're looking at 3 Swarms, a Thoughtseize, a Slasher, and 1 card I can't see, so that seems certainly pretty fine. And then a very similar hand on the other side.
So we do have that Artless Act. We have, and that's the card chosen to be discarded. Unstoppable Slasher. And we have Fatal Push as well.
Both players are 2-0 for your information.
So doing pretty well in the tournament. Obviously Demons a good choice here for both of these players. Starting really strong. But which Demon deck will be the victorious one? So far, Rakdos 1 game ahead. Land pass. Ooh, a Thoughtseize there. So let's start with that. Let's also see what Israel has in hand. So, and also Slasher, and we have Go for Throat.
Yeah, that was a timely Thoughtseize, taking that Slasher. Because Slasher can be pretty annoying. It's quite good against the non-exiling removal.
And looks like Israel picked up here some spell, but I cannot see quite what it was.
Oh my god, Evis, you gotta be kidding me. You drew Thoughtseize into Unholy Annex off the top here. That is... well, yeah, that's how you draw it up. I mean, that's what you gotta do when you want to win a tournament. You gotta be lucky at some points.
I think he made a pact with the demons here to be able to get that Unholy Annex, and working out pretty well. So let's start getting some card advantage.
Yeah, Israel has got to be like, for real, you drew Thoughtseize into that? I mean, he looks pretty phased, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's always not great when you go on camera and these things happen, which is just unfortunate, especially when you are the feature match. So we do have removal for the slasher, but we know that it comes back with 2 stun counters on it. So eventually we'll be back unless there's another source of removal for Israel, and that an Oli Annex is going to keep providing value to Eves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, like, already 2 cards drawn. I feel like Israel has to renegotiate with the demons. It seems like he didn't get the best deal.
Yeah, I think the Rakdos demons are the ones providing the best deals at this game, at least. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and that might be one of the demons that makes it best. It's not a demon, but look at that, one of the strongest cards of the format.
Yeah, well, we can't see enough of the Fable. Noteworthy, Evis Benar is playing Archfiend of the Dross in the 4-drop slot, and Israel doesn't play any Archfiends, is playing Bloodlet of Actazot. So there's certainly really a different set of demons being played here. Oh, quadruple black, that can only be one thing.
And there Iris, so taking care of that slasher, as well as choosing the Fable of the Mirror Breaker there. And this is also one of the reasons that black is playing mono black, right? This Invoke Despair can be really strong. I had a friend that's playing Zur, and he told me that against this matchup, Invoke Despair is quite rough to deal with. But here for Eves, I mean, still has an Oli Annex, so still a lot of value.
Yeah, he was able to sacrifice the Fable there, protect his Unholy Annex, keep that engine going. Still looking pretty good here.
And here hoping for a good top deck, maybe another Invoke Despair would be good, but that's not it. I mean, a little demon and another one. But that's the thing, this deck really suffers with the lack of an Oli Annex, and Israel didn't get quite fortunate to get an Oli Annex both games.
I always appreciate how people come up with various tokens. Took a demon token which has like the line of text you have to sacrifice a creature every upkeep and just marked it black, making it just a 6/6 flyer.
I mean, it works. And 6 damage in the air right now. We do have that Bloodtide Harvester. And Israel down to 10 life.
Yeah, this Demon's deck turns the corner very, very quickly.
Fatal Push. Fatal Push being a very good answer for the token, at least.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like Eves has a lot of removal in hand that it cannot quite use yet, but there's also Fable of the Mirror Breaker, so still a lot of gas in his hand.
Well, looking at the life totals, Evis Benar is at 10. So the attack for 6 here could come in handy, but 2 Fatal Push. Okay.
That's a lot of removal, and okay, we have a slasher, but there's the torch, so now we can just bargain the blood token and just exile it. Scry 1. Such a sweet answer for the slasher. Things looking pretty good here for Eves. We did an Oli Annex, that Bloodtide Harvester, and quite a bit of cards in hand. Now we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker. 3 mana, let's play it. Let's get a 2/2 Goblin Shaman. Let's play Multivolt, which is going to transform just to become a demon, so that now that an Oli Annex is going to drain for 2.
Yeah.
And that's game. I mean, another land. That was not Israel's game, but taking the loss there. Congratulations to Eves Bernard making it 3-0 now in this tournament. So a great way to start the tournament.
Yeah, couldn't get any better. And just 3 more for securing his day 1 spot.
And it looks like, exactly, and it looks like the Rakdos demons are paying off more right now than a mono black demon, at least in this game. And let us know, Twitch chat, that you are watching, or on YouTube. I think we are also live on YouTube. Which one is your favorite deck for the weekend? Which deck are you predicting that will do well? I chose Izzet Phoenix as my choice, but you chose something else, right?
Yeah, I went with Rakdos Demons, and there you saw it in action for the first time today. It just plays a Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker has been a winning recipe, you know, since Fable has been printed, really. And with the Demons package, with Unholy Annex being so incredible, Mutavault just being a great land, I feel like the deck this Rakdos version looks better than, you know, we've seen in the past even. I think this could even be better than Vampires.
Oh, okay, so Sorin was actually not a ban for Rakdos.
Maybe not. The format, like, also with Artist Talent, putting Phoenix onto like this incredibly new power level, maybe you didn't need to ban the Sorin.
And I think we are going for a break now. So thank you so much. This was round 3. But for round 4, we will be back. Martin and Gabriel are going to be your casters for the round.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube. We keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping.
I was just kind of in shock.
It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Three, two, one, go! Let it fucking burn! It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving towards will lead to your demise. You are losing yourself, howling into my voice. I'm watching you die, but my hands are fully tied. But how could I make you see through my eyes? If I can make you see through my eyes, there's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your eyes, there's something inside us that's prone to demise. Hiding the ones you should have heard it all, but turning into what you said you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you can see all your lies, knowing everything. With back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered?
merch mouse. Landed with the customs and we never get to get it out. Night you in the engine so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk but you never want the smoke. And you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Dosing up with bodies when you never ever roll. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Shit, boy.
piss with the older looking kids in the disco getting kissed. She was always in the hallways or the toilets getting sick, chatting rubbish with her clique from the underlings they look. One day Maureen met with Martin at a party in the sticks at some stately home in Wick with some friends of friends and Twitch. And when Martin met with Maureen, it was all he'd ever was. Pretty face and bumpy tits, which was all he'd ever was.
In a cave, in earthquake, locked exit. Been a long way, tattered cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still went with it with your bad way. Though you can never be replaced. Yes, I need a time. Damn it, girl, you changed. You're the only type, but no matter what, no I'm better off alone. You're the devil.
Just like to play, working hard. Play, play, just like to play, working hard.
Solo, but I give up, could've known more. Not the same as a photo, yeah. You're the devil, you're the devil, no. All this light, it's a mess, all the fake smoke. Seeming like it's fun, like it's alright. But it's fake, like a comment, left me burned like a comment. All the scars, what you want is so far gone, it's the phone. Maybe cave in, earthquake, locked exit. Been a long way, tattered cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still went with it with your bad way. Though you can never be replaced. Yes, I need a time. Damn it, girl, you changed. You're the only type, but no matter what, no I'm better off alone. You're the devil.
Just like to play, working hard. Play, play, just like to play, working hard. Play, play, just like to play, working hard. Play, play,
Hello and welcome back to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. I'm here sitting with the Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. We're almost ready to jump into round 4, but before that happens, let's take a look at the tournament structure.
So we have 8 rounds of Swiss today. Sometimes we get 9. Field was a little smaller today, so 8 rounds of Swiss. Cut to day 2, 6 and 2. Not easy as you would expect. Sometimes 5 and 3 to be good enough, but no 6 and 2.
I suppose you can get 5 wins and 3 draws. That gets you to 18 points.
Don't get people going on like someone getting 3 draws undefeated into day 2, 6 rounds of Swiss. Cut to top 8. I'm assuming you're gonna have to be X2-1 to make it. Maybe X3 makes it, but. And here you have the prize pool.
Yeah, it depends on the tiebreakers. So the prizes, what the players are really looking for is on the bottom right, top 36 players qualify for the Pro Tour. The next one is in Chicago in February. I don't think the format has been announced yet. Top 48, that qualifies you for the next RC, so at least you have another shot. The top 4 players, they get pretty well set up for the entire season. They get qualified for the next 3 RCs, and then the top 2 players, they get qualified for the World Championship, which was $1 million tournament 2 weeks ago in Vegas. So the winner also gets $20,000 plus the title of the European champion. And I think we're ready to jump into the feature match for round 4, which, if I am not mistaken, features Andrea Mengucci on.
John Sacrifice. Crowd's favorite, Mengu, 3-0, good start.
Yeah, this is round 4, so 3-0. You said 6 and 2, good enough for day 2. So both of these players are looking for a 3 and 2 record over the next 5 rounds. At that point, you were feeling pretty good, right?
Yeah, for sure. And he's playing one of the kind of question mark decks of the weekend. It's not super popular online. It did really well in one of the very most recent RCs. I believe there was 3 players in the top 8, including some really good players. I think it was Matias Leverado, Levunga. He's kind of a sacrifice expert. It's his favorite deck. He plays that deck a lot in Pioneer. So it'll be interesting to see if that deck performs. It is really scary. It's got a new combo kill ever since Bloomborough. Basically, you play Scavenger's Talent, which is one of the black talents. You play that big 5-mana Igra monster, and basically, if you get 2 cats and an Agra, you get an infinite loop. So
you drain out the opponent.
Yeah, the talent sets you up really well. It gives you the food. It self-mails. You find the cat, you find the Agra, and if you level it up to Talon Free, which is not a ton of mana, you can just sack a bunch of foods, bring back Agra from the yard, and if you have 2 cats in play / in the yard, that's just infinite damage.
All right, so Andrea Mengucci on the left side playing John Sacrifice up against Christian Canale playing the Enigmatic Incarnation deck. That's also one of the decks that perhaps most people didn't expect to show up in such big numbers, but I know you were one of those people playing it on your stream, talking about it. I think it's actually the 5th most played deck in the tournament.
Yeah, I was lagging a bit. We see Christian Canale as well as we had Mark Dictus early in the feature match who are playing that version was the Enigmatic Overlord build, but they have 4 Zur. The OG build only had the 1 Zur you could find was Incarnation. And that was the deck I tried out. I thought it was fine, but not great. And people just maxing out on Zur and still having Incarnation,
Andrea, in the meantime, turn 1 cat. I think he has a really good draw. Looking at his hand, he has a turn 2 Bloodtide Harvester. And there's also a Fable in his hand. Fable, is that the best card in the format?
Is Fable the best card in the format? It might just be. It is key to all these red mid-range deck. It is maybe the most powerful card in a vacuum. It's always tricky to call one card the best card. What if you think Phoenix is the best deck by
Treasure Cruise? I mean, it is a good.
Yeah, you could argue to Artist Talent is the best card now, but that SAG deck is kind of scary. It can have some pretty lousy draws, but it can also have a lot of great draws. It can kill you pretty fast. The Incarnation deck doesn't have a ton of interaction in game 1. It's not super good at stopping the combo. You've got Binding, Verse, some push, but you don't have a ton of removal.
Wow, and Christian wastes no time getting rid of that Goblin Shaman token. What I like about Fable is it allows you to keep so many, different opening hands. 5 lands, some spell you can play in the first 2 turns and Fable, that's a great hand to keep because you're going to be able to ditch those 2 lands, look for more gas. In the meantime, Christian with kind of a slow draw as well as Mark in the first round. Turn 4, tapped land, put Yorion back into my hand. Does this signal something like a sweeper next turn to you, or what do you think Andrea is thinking about right now?
You know, it is combo nicely with binding. The Shaman token from the Fable is a great first target for your binding because nothing goes underneath it. The token just disappears, which means that when you do blink it with Yorion, you get to get something else, or if you sack it to Incarnation, you don't give back the permanent. So that's always
great point. Yeah, that's a great point.
But I agree, obviously not ideal to have your first, you know, only 1 spell cast in the first 4 turns of the game. You know, he think he can catch up. Maybe he has Incarnation in hand and then have the untap land to play it last turn.
Andrea ditched 2 lands, but I think he draw 2 more actually. So he's kind of flooding out, but those 2 Fables are going to help out with that quite nicely. Christian, in the meantime, has that play available as you highlighted. So if he just plays Yorion right now, he can blink the Leyline Binding and get rid of another token if he so chooses.
Oof, another tap land, another... Oh, that's the White Overlord. Looks like maybe foiled getting two ones, but we see that's going to be really weak because got a glimpse of Andrea's hand. He has Mayhem Devil in hand. Christian's down to 10 already. He might just be dead on board, honestly. If Mengu has a little something to go with Devil, maybe a Fatal Push, a non-tap land, and or just a Deadly Dispute is probably lethal here. So
yeah, I see a Witch's Oven there.
Yeah.
Which with the Devil and the Cat should probably combine for enough triggers. Let's see if Andrea can figure that out. He's going to go through the motions.
He's got 6 damage in play, sacking the Treasure and a Cat. Can ping the 2 tokens, bring back the Cats. He might be like one point short, maybe this turn. Let's see. He's thinking about it, so...
Yeah, I think he still has that Fable trigger on the stack, so he's deciding how many cards to ditch, what to keep, you know, how many outs do I have to instantly win. I'm looking for more Fatal Pushes, Cats, Ovens.
Yeah, we see the Mav, the classic one finger on the table. That's never a good sign when your opponent starts doing that.
It's like when you play Limited and your opponent starts tapping their lands 1 by 1, and they're like, okay, Fireball is coming. I can already see that. Wow, nothing. Okay, so if Andrea decides to go with, I'm going to resolve the trigger by not ditching any cards, I think that's a pretty big sign that he is very likely to be able to find lethal on this turn. So Deadly Dispute sacks the Fable. There is a Mayhem Devil trigger, which kills 1 of the tokens. Draw 2 cards, sack the Treasure, another ping, that kills a 2/1, plays a Witch's Oven, there's another Treasure.
That looks like lethal.
Take 6, go down to 4, sack it, 1 more trigger for Mayhem Devil, that's 3.
I think he is exactly lethal this turn.
Sack the food, bring back the Cat, sack the Treasure, and that's exactly lethal. Wow, well played by Andrea. Was that a turn 5 kill, right?
Turn 5 kill,
turn
yeah.
5, yeah.
Who needs the combo? Who needs the new cards?
Yeah, I mean, you just curve out. You just curve out with you know, creatures into Fable. Fable's going to help you find whatever you need. That's another thing about Fable. There's a lot of cards in your deck that are not going to be very helpful. Let's say, you know, Fatal Push against blue-white control, but having Fable in your main deck lets you get rid of those situational cards for certain matchups, draw more gas. So Andrea was able to take full advantage of that. Goes up 1-0. Let's take a look at sideboarding here. So if you're Andrea playing against Enigmatic Incarnation and you're looking at a sideboard of 4 Thoughtseize, I see a Haywire Might, Unlicensed Hearse, Torch the Tower, Ob Nixilis, the Adversary, Chandra's Defeat, and Damping Sphere. Anything that you like in this matchup?
I'm definitely considering Thoughtseize and the Haywire Mites. Maybe Nixilis, and that's probably about it. You can cut Fatal Push, even though dealing with Zur could be important. You could cut Claim.
That's interesting to me. How much do you fear Zur on, you know, being Andrea? how big part of the deck is Zur? Like, is that just like, you know, oh, it's there, sometimes it does something? How often does the Overlord into Zur swing for 5 on turn 4 play actually come up?
Probably not a ton. Not only do you have a combo that goes over the top, but you also just have Cat Oven to block the Overlord. Sure, they're getting value, but they're not getting the lifelink. You can block with your Cat and sack it. So I would assume you're not too worried about it. And yeah, I would guess Andrea just boards out most of his spot removal and brings in Thoughtseize as well as Haywire Might and maybe Obnixilis, but you don't want to try and grind too much with Incarnation probably, so I'm not sure if we're going to see that card or not, but it can't be like that bad, you know.
Christian, on the other hand, is looking at a sideboard of also 4 copies of Thoughtseize. That's got to be the most played sideboard card in the tournament by a lot. There's a lot of Rakdos variants. I think there's 5 or 6 different types of Rakdos decks. And if it even shows up in, you know, Jund Sacrifice and Enigmatic Incarnation, that's got to be the most played sideboard card. Other than 4 copies of Thoughtseize, I see Knockout Blow, Rest in Peace. That might be a consideration here. High Noon, Archon of Emeria, Elish Norn, Goblang, and Rurik Thar. Any of those cards look interesting to you for this matchup? How about that Rest in Peace?
Yeah, Rest in Peace is definitely coming in. I would expect the one Goblang to come in. You know, Graveyard Hate is important. That combo is scary. The Enigmatic deck has some removal, but maybe not enough to deal with the combo. And, you know, just even not counting the combo, getting rid of the Cat on its own is kind of nice. He might bring in Thoughtseize. I don't hate it in that matchup. If you think that some of your other cards are a little too clunky and you want to lower your curve, it might be a thing where it's play draw dependent. You know, on the play you feel good enough just playing your own game and deploying your threats, and on the draw you maybe want that extra way to disrupt Andrea's draw and get the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But Rest in Peace is the best card. He has 2 copies. Is a Yorion deck, so you know, gonna be not trivial to find it, but it's also your Incarnation Zero deck, so sometimes the one of the downsides can be drawing multiple, and your opponent can have a draw that dodges it, but in this deck you even have ways to kind of recycle your Rest in Peace, which is really nice.
How about removal? If you're playing the Enigmatic Incarnation deck, how much removal do you want to leave in your deck, considering that there's a lot of targets you don't really want to kill, right? Like turn 1 Cat, you don't really want to have to interact with that. You're not going to play a Fatal Push to kill a Cat. Bloodtide Harvester, sure, that's a good one. The Fable token, but it's not that scary, right? Plus you have Ley Lines, you have Fatal Push, you have Vanishing Verse, Get Lost. There's a Nowhere to Run. The Red Overlord. So how much removal do you typically leave in after sideboard? Like, are you worried about, you know, them running you over really quickly, or is that not really a consideration?
Well, we saw game 1, right? He just had the Harvester Fable draw was Devil. It is tricky, honestly, against Jund Sack. Sometimes you draw a lot of spot removal and their draw kind of dodges it. Sometimes you go light, maybe you don't bring in all your sweepers and you just draw to Devil, a flip Fable, making copies of that Devil, stuff like that. So it is a little tricky to sideboard. I think your push are still pretty good value. So not a trivial
decision.
Yeah, not easy, honestly, for Christian to know what to board out for these Rest in Peace that Goblang and potential Thoughtseize. You know, the Incarnation deck, you can always trim maybe some of the one-ofs that are not impactful. You know, a card like the Flanker is probably not super useful in this matchup, even though it has Graveyard Hate. It seems like the one-shot is maybe not great, and even that might be fine. So honestly, I'm not sure what Christian's gonna board out in this matchup.
Looks like Andrea took a mulligan, and both players are ready to start. So Christian starts on a tap land turn 1. Andrea fires off a Thoughtseize. He sees a Zur, Thoughtseize, Leyline Binding, and I think that's a Vanishing Verse?
I have no idea. It could be Vanishing Verse, could maybe be the Red Overlord, because it looks kind of a red card, but it probably is not.
I think it's the Vanishing Verse.
All right.
What do you like to take here? I guess you kind of think about your own hand first if you want to protect something from Thoughtseize.
Yeah. If you have Fable, maybe you take the Thoughtseize. Looks like he's worried about Zur.
Maybe he doesn't have removal, want to get rid of the Zur.
Yeah, nice combo with binding too, you know. He might have, you know, a slower hand and gets rid of the proactive card on Christian's side, leaves him with all the removal spells.
Christian fires off his own Thoughtseize. And what does Andrea have? 2 lands, Cat, a Deadly Dispute, and the Talent. I can only imagine the Talent looks very nice here as a target for the Thoughtseize.
I was going to say maybe the Deadly Dispute.
The Dispute? Okay.
Because it lets Andrea kind of maybe pass next turn and play the Cat with 2 mana up, negate the spot removal on Christian's side.
Wow, all right, you're right. So no card draw. For Andrea.
I'm actually a little surprised Andrea took Zur over Thoughtseize with his own Thoughtseize, given that that dispute looked pretty appealing to me. But, you know, we mentioned Andrea's probably boarding out Fatal Push, and he knows that he has very few ways to answer that card, so got rid of it while he could.
How about boarding out a cat or 2? Do you ever do that when you play the sacrifice decks? I remember this being a thing when it was in standard. Sometimes I would just board out 1 cat because you would rarely want to draw 2. It's not a card you really want to have in your opening hand against a deck like Incarnation. Is that something you ever consider?
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Just trimming your graveyard reliant cards because you know your opponent's bringing in Rest in Peace. We saw 2 Rest in Peace in Canales sideboard, so that makes a ton of sense to hedge a bit. You know, you still want to have access to these cards, but you want your draws to still be somewhat functional if your opponent has a turn to Rest in Peace. So you could definitely trim like maybe a cat or 2, maybe one of the Igras, maybe even a Talent. That would make sense.
Christian, meanwhile, would up the Beanstalk, setting up pretty well for the late game. Andrea doesn't really have any board position right now, or board presence rather. He did pick up the Giganta. He does have a lot of land, so worst comes to worst, he does have a turn 5 play, but
one of the better cards Christian could have drawn. We see Andrea has the answer, but Andrea down a card here, the Beanstalk cantrips. So that's a nice little trade for Canale, even though he would have liked his Beanstalk to stick around knowing that he has a binding. We saw he also drew a backup Zur, classic Thoughtseize bug. Doesn't only happen on Magic Online.
I think Christian's pretty happy about that exchange, picking up a card from the Up the Beanstalk and only then trading 1 for 1 with the Might. So he's up a card. There's the White Overlord, 2 flyers. What does Andrea have?
Looks like another Might.
Giganta time. I mean, it is a 5/5.
And Andrea's going to see the bad news of Zur coming down here and creating just massive tempo swing.
Wow. All right. So, okay. Andrea sees the writing on the wall, says, I've seen enough. I don't really have too much on board. That cat and Giganta are not going to do too much. So, Andrea, with kind of a non-functional draw, did have to mulligan to 5, but Christian was able to take that Deadly Dispute, and Andrea was basically down to just non-meaningful cards.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just Thoughtseize, I wasn't sure he was going to bring them in. He did, and it was quite good for him this game. Made sure Andrea didn't do much, honestly, the entire game. And yeah, we kind of got the full view of what the John Sack deck can do. You know, can have these really powerful draws and can also just kind of draw awkward, you know, 1 cat without anything to go with it. And you know, some lowish impact cards. You don't have your engine going.
So the John Sacrifice deck, I was looking at the results from the other regional championships, and the last one last week was the one in South America, and I saw 3 copies of John Sacrifice there. But then I read Frank's Metagame Mentor article, and it was actually trending down. I think there was less than 2% overall between all the RCs. Is John Sacrifice a deck you could see, you know, doing in the metagame right now? Is it good, you know, against, is it Phoenix? What kind of metagame are you hoping to see when you submit a deck like that? Just a lot of creatures?
I'm honestly not sure. It's good against typically it's good against the other Rakdos midrange deck, so you're hoping for a lot of that. It's usually pretty decent against creature-based decks.
With Mayhem Devil?
Yeah. Not especially great, I think, historically against Phoenix. Not especially good probably against these Incarnation decks, but not awful either. So I'm not too sure, but
would you say that Pioneer right now, are there, you know, a few decks you think are just kind of dominating over the format, or do you feel that the metagame is kind of just, you know, a little bit of everything, you know, pick your favorite deck and kind of just try to learn that?
I assume Phoenix might just be a little bit better than the rest overall, but on any given weekend, you know, anything can kind of happen. I knew I was not going to play the tournament, so I didn't bother getting reps in with Phoenix. Don't have a first-hand experience, but you know, arguably the two best players in the room, Jean-Emmanuel and Canister, are playing Phoenix, even though they are historically like Phoenix players, so maybe that doesn't necessarily mean much. I think Pioneer is somewhat open right now. Lots of interesting matchups, lots of close matchups.
I do like that the format offers something for everybody. If you're a combo player, you can play Lotus Field or Grease Fang. If you like to play aggro, there's the Red Prowess decks. You can play Celestia Company. If you like to play Control, you can play Azorius Control. There's a ton of mid-range decks, whether you're like the Enigmatic Incarnation or all the Rakdos mid-range strategy. So doesn't matter what type of player you are, there is a good tier 1, maybe tier 1.5 deck for you in the field that you can just pick up and, you know, make sure you learn how to play it inside out. And I think you're going to have a pretty good chance of doing well at a Pioneer tournament.
Yeah.
Christian, off of a Multi 6. Andrea, again, with a turn 1 cat, starting the beats.
Yeah, I got the beat downs.
And he does have the same draw as in game 1. There is a Bloodtide Harvester and a Black Source ready for turn 2. I think 2 more lands and what looks to be a Deadly Dispute or a Fatal Push. So Christian is going to need to have some early game interaction. Otherwise, we might see a copy of the first game.
Yeah, Christian doesn't lead with a Triumph. You're always looking for that turn 1 Triumph. That's ideal.
Oh, it's a Thoughtseize. So Andrea does have a way to stop Christian from having a turn 3 Zur or from, you know, maybe having the Green Overlord. Let's see what he has here. Up the Beanstalk. All right, well, that doesn't have impact on the board. It does draw you a card, but Christian is under pressure, and Andrea picked up a copy of Witch's Oven, so that's going to add to the beads here. What does Christian have?
Yeah, it's nice to let him use his mana a little more efficiently. Gives him another spell to play. Probably better to do what Andrea is doing. You know, Thoughtseize plus Oven, clear the way for. I believe he has a Devil in hand.
So there is a Skyclave Apparition. I think that's a foil Fatal Push, White Overlord, and I think that's the black removal spell.
Yeah, that's Nowhere to Run. A couple lands, Nowhere to Run, Skyclave.
So basically lots of removal and 1 action card. What do you like here? Given that Andrea has 3 lands and a Witch's Oven?
What was the last card besides Fatal Push and Nowhere to Run? Could you tell?
I thought it was the White Overlord, and the card that was taken was actually Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, so I decided to break up Canales Curve and get rid of the removal spell of that Exile.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's at 14 before he even gets a chance to untap for turn 3.
Yeah, the White Overlord's not that scary if you have Mayhem Devil and Catcher. He's going to draw a card of Up the Beanstalk, get a couple 2-1s, but you can get rid of the 2-1s, and it's not the greatest tempo play for Canale. So, and just taking the most aggressive option and getting rid of Skyclave Apparition.
Wow, Cavern of Souls, not exactly what Christian wants to play here. I think he was looking for an untapped Black Source to fire up that Fatal Push. He might not have a Black Source at all, actually.
No, yeah, no Black Source yet. He would have definitely played it here, whether it was a Triumph, a Tapland, whatnot. And yeah, and just using his mana perfectly this turn. All 3 mana. Little extra damage.
Yeah, 1 loop of the cat and oven play. Sacrifice the cat, make a food token, end of turn, sack the food token, bring back the cat, drain your opponent for 1. And that was an action card. I think that might have been a bitter... deadly... Wait, what's the 2 mana removal spell?
Oh, was it the Blood Crypt? I thought the whole time Mengu had Mayhem Devil in hand, and it was just a Blood Crypt.
No, it was a Blood Crypt. Yeah, that was the Blood Crypt was discarded to the food token, and now Andrea is considering what to do on his 4th turn.
Is Andrea flooding?
He does have the option of picking up Giganta. He does have 2 more lands and a black card in hand. Not quite sure what it is. Could be a Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, I think Deadly Dispute is right.
So he goes for the cat and oven loop, so that drains Christian for 1 more damage. Sacks the cat, presumably. Gets himself a treasure token and 2 more cards.
And red needs a little something here. Okay. That's a decent amount of pressure. Second Harvester if you can cast it, and Sokenzan for a little extra damage.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he does have a Sokenzan. That's pretty much lethal next turn. Blood-Tide Harvester made himself a gem token. What he doesn't have, though, is food, right? He doesn't have a food token right now to bring back the cat. There's a treasure. There is a blood token, and the last card that's off the side is Giganta. So Andrea does not have that option available of bringing back the cat.
Yeah, and Andrea's gamble might backfire here. Andrea's gamble of getting rid of Skyclave and letting him was... I thought he had Devil in hand, so it made a ton of sense to me at the time. Knowing he did have Devil, it was a little gamblish to leave the Overlord in hand and get rid of the Skyclave. And Canale even got a little lucky and drew up the Beanstalk last turn to at least make a little use of his mana and get that kind of long-term payoff that's going to take over the game if Andrea doesn't win in the next couple turns. And yeah, in the next couple turns.
So, talk to me about this interaction. Christian impedes the Overlord of the Mist Moors, and that triggers the up the Beanstalks, right?
Yeah, it does. It counts as, you know, top right casting cost, so 7 mana. Counts as a creature, can't spell pierce it, can't negate it. So it usually, you know, does a lot of cool stuff for that deck, and that's one of the big combos, you know, the big reasons for the Overlord is triggering up the Beanstalk. And Andrea just kind of unlucky there. Drew like almost 6 lands in a row, more or less.
Yeah, lots of lands, and big problem of not having a food token, although he can just make 2 tokens with Sokenzan and then sack one of them to get food. But I think, yeah, the card he's looking for is most likely just Mayhem Devil. Question is he going to attack? Wow, he is actually. Trades off both of the Harvesters for the 2 flyers, puts Christian to 6, and he does have that Witch's Oven in play.
Makes sense. The Harvesters are, you know, he's out of blood tokens, so they're not going to be doing that much for Mango at this point, just trying to push as much damage in as possible. Hope Canale doesn't have a functional hand, even though it's going to be hard with double Beanstalk not to have a little something going on. But this is starting to look really green for Mango.
At least the John Sacrifice deck does have a lot of reach thanks to the Get Oven combo, plus, you know, you can at any point draw a Mayhem Devil, and with some treasures in play, some food tokens.
Yeah.
That can be a lot of damage as well.
If I'm Mango, I'm really hoping Canale doesn't have an answer to my Oven, because once Oven is gone, even Devil is not doing that much for you anymore, so feels like he needs to hope Canale's hand is really weak, which it somewhat is. We see him putting Urion in. I think he has a bunch of land and nowhere to run. Doesn't have a ton of action yet, but the Urion is going to be a ton of value. So I expect Mango has maybe 2 draw steps here to draw something to deal the last few points of damage.
End of turn, Cat comes back. One of the 1/1 red tokens was turned into a food. Christian wastes no time and kills the cat right away, which makes sense when the Witch's Oven is tapped.
Canale is extremely low, and I wonder if that's not a Yigra.
I think that is. Do we have a green source?
So that might be a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know exactly all it does. I think it has hexproof, sack of food. It turns every other creature into a food token.
It is a 5-mana 6/6. It has ward, sacrifice of food. So it's not particularly easy for the opponent to deal with it, although all creatures on the battlefield turn into food artifacts in addition to...
To be fair, nowhere to run, I think, negates the wards, which is kind of cool.
Okay. All creatures are food in addition to their types and have the classic food ability of 2-mana tap, sacrifice, gain 3 life. And it also says that whenever a food is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you get to put 2 counters on Igra.
So right now, Mango can sack that token? Or does it say non-token creatures become foods?
No, it says other creatures are food artifacts in addition.
So you can bring back the cats for 1 extra damage, put Canale down to 3, sack the cat, another damage. Can Canale find any kind of removal spell?
Didn't he have a Leyline Binding in hand a while ago?
I don't think so. Maybe he does, but doesn't have the right lands. Maybe his binding's just really expensive right now still. He led was a breeding pool. He has a bunch of cavern. I think he has a lot of these Verge lands, so another cavern.
Yeah, kind of an awkward mana base for Christian right now. I think, yeah, he does have a Leyline, but I think the card in his hand under Yorion is a Leyline Binding.
What tokens that does Andrea have left on the top left? It's a treasure?
Yeah, it's a treasure.
Yeah, I know. It looks like the best Canale can do is just Yorion, draw a lot of cards. He's going to draw 2 of the Beanstalk trigger, plus blink the cards and draw 2 more. I believe Mengu doesn't have lethal yet. Don't quote me on that, but I think Mengu just has free damage right now. So can potentially put Canale down to 1. Okay, he's going to sack the token, bring back the cat. Canale goes down to 3. The Igra grows, but that's not the biggest concern right now. It doesn't have trample.
That's a lot of cards. Christian has a full hand, but I think he only has a Black Stars available, so only spell he can play is a Fatal Push.
Sacks the cat. Gonna bring it back. Canale goes down to 2. No, he's not sure if he wants to bring it back now, considering keeping into the yard for now. That would be good if he draws a devil, but if he draws a devil, it's more than lethal. So he's trying to think like, okay, what card can I draw that makes it so that I don't want to bring back the cat right away? He decides he'd rather have the cat not have summoning sickness, brings it back right away. Big draw step for Mengu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he says, all right, clean up phase, figure out how many cards, or which cards you want to keep. I think Christian will have no problem discarding some of the extra lands in his hand. Back to Andrea. All right, big draw step.
Ooh, that's a Fable. Is any creature good enough?
I mean, it is food.
It might just be because he can just attack with the cat and then Christian has to block it, sacks the token, brings it. Yeah, that's just any creature was lethal, and Mengu did not
I think
break.
Andrea's not sure himself. That's just like, should I attack here?
Canale has what, a blue-black land untapped, I believe?
I think so, yeah. I think there's only Fatal Push available, which doesn't help against the...
Yes, I'm not sure what he's worried about. I think he just has lethal and there's nothing Canale could have, right?
Attacking with the cat means that either it's going to end up in the graveyard because it gets blocked, or you're going to deal the 1 damage to the opponent.
Canale could have block with my token, push my own token.
To keep it alive, right, that makes sense.
So I'm wondering why he's not sending the Igra. All
right, gets 2 more counters. Let's see what happens now.
Token's
Able.
dead, right? Not that it matters.
Make a token. The token's food. Bring it back. Drain you for 1. You're at 1 life.
Wow, 1 life. Canale had Zur in hand too. He might have had a way to start gaining life again. Canale might be thinking, I mean, if Canale had Fatal Push in hand, he probably could have lived 1 more turn. Now that's just game. Mengu takes it. Wow.
All right. Well, congratulations to Andrea. Moving on to 4-0.
That was really, really close. That game looked like it was slipping away, but he got Canale just low enough to finish him off before Canale took over.
Andrea had a great draw in game 1. And kind of the same, very similar draw in game 3, where Christian was not able to really offer that much resistance. I think his mana was really awkward in the early turns. Just took a little bit too much damage and ended up not being able to turn the corner quickly enough.
Yeah, Mangu was off to a good start, then he flooded a lot, honestly. It looks like it was slipping away, and that Igra was just so clutch, giving him a way to deal these last few points of damage was the cat.
Yeah, congratulations to Andrea, moving on to 4-0. As you highlighted earlier, 6-2 record, or rather 18 points. If you are a blue-white control player with 3 draws and 5 wins, you're going to make it as well.
Olipa's going to be happy she first picked him yesterday.
She first picked Andrea. Oh, okay, we did a little bit of a exercise where we're picking players, drafting them from the pool of players during dinner yesterday, and
exercise. You make it sound so serious.
Yeah. Okay. It sounds like we're gonna have an interview with Andrea. So we're gonna send you over there and then be back with the backup match for the round.
Hello, Andrea, and congratulations on this awesome win here for this round. So you're off to a very good start, and I have to ask you, why did you choose this deck here for the weekend?
All right, so my first choice was going to be Rectus Midrange, Rectus Demons, but I said, you know what, I want to challenge myself with something harder, and I already got the Pro Tour invite in Chicago last week, so I said, you know what, let's just play a complicated deck. I want to just have a good time playing my games, and well, so far it paid off.
And how did you feel going to this particular matchup against this deck? Did you think it were favorable, not favorable at all?
Yeah, played against it last round as well. I think in Pioneer there's very many decks that are super high variance, and that deck is one of them. If they have the nuts, there's nothing you can do. There's no cards that you can do, and you just, you know, you gotta accept that if they draw very well, there's nothing you can do. What you can do though is, you know, play what you have at best to win. And in game 1 and 3, he didn't have the nuts, so I was able to, deal 20 damage barely and win the match.
Igra is a hell of a card, and let me tell you, you're doing so well in this tournament. You said you already qualified for Pro Tour Chicago, so what's your goal here this weekend?
Well, the goal is, of course, Worlds. The top 2 slots go to Worlds. But also, again, I just want to prove to myself that I'm still, like, you know, good enough to play these events, because it's always fun to win a big event in Magic. So,
well, Andrea, you were my first pick for the Casters Fantasy Draft, and you are definitely serving me well. Thank you so much for the interview, and back to the Casters. Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back. We have a backup match for you, and I believe we're looking at, it was table 24. So Mono Red Wizards, played by Michel Fornassari, playing against the Acerera combo by, and I only see Frozen Mind instead of the name of the player. What is going on here? Mono Red Wizards, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. A lot of, you know, red aggressive creatures, light up the stage monsters, they play with fire. So a typical Mono Red deck with a lot of haste stuff. What is the Acerera combo?
Yeah. The Acerera combo is basically you're trying to loop that creature called Acerera the Archlich, and you get that infinite loop where you play it over and over, it bounces to your hand. You got a bunch of ways to generate, you know, the mana to cast it over and over again. One is Gwena, Eyes of Gaia, that reads taps for 2 mana, can only be used to cast a creature spell, basically. And whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, you put a counter on it and you untap it. So you need that. You need a Relic of Legends, or you know, maybe a Kinnan. And what you do is you get to cast Acerera infinite times, you go down the dungeons, and you just kill them with the dungeon triggers, basically.
So is one of the upsides of this deck that your opponents are just not going to have any idea what you're doing?
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent of the Relic Legends deck in Standard, which was a really good deck, a little tricky to play, but also tricky to play against. And I'm guessing this is a bit of the same vibes. It's a deck you don't see a ton of Magic online, because the loop is really tedious if your opponent doesn't scoop. But the deck can also just put in a Traxane to play quite fast, so that might just be good enough. You know, you talked about, we mentioned Mono Red Wizards, kind of a Mono Red Burn, a little reminiscent of honestly the Worlds format, where you had all these players playing the Gruul Prowess deck. That was the, like, go-to deck for as far as beatdown goes. And you had Quinn Tonally, Quiniac, who made top 8, was just streamlined mono red, more burn style with shocks and lightning strike. We see Screaming Nemesis in the red deck, which is also a card Quinn had in his standard deck.
Okay.
You know, you got some upgrades. Obviously, you have Play with Fire over Shock. You have Wizard's Lightning instead of Lightning Strike. You get Light Up the Stage. You get, you know, better creatures, better lands, but kind of the same idea there. He decided to, you know, I don't want to do that Proust thing. I think Burn's just a better strategy.
Okay.
So yeah, it's going to be, I mean, I'm not going to claim I know how this matchup goes. I would assume it's probably okay for the combo deck. You have some cheap spells, some cheap creatures to do stuff in the early turns, and you know, just maybe casting your creatures is kind of good enough in some games.
Yeah, look at the draw. Both players with pretty much the perfect draw, right? Michel starts with turn 1 Kumano, uses the trigger on turn 2 to play a slick shot with an extra counter. So exactly what his deck wants to do. Aggressive 1-drop into a slick shot. Now I'm going to be able to untap for turn 3 and possibly even present lethal with the right combination of cards. Jamie, on the other hand, started with turn 1 Llanowelf, always you know, one of the most important cards in every deck that plays it. That's able to ram him into a relic plus another elf on turn 2. So if Jamie gets to untapped, and that might be a big if, he's going to be able to work with 5 or 6 mana sources next turn. Let's see what Michel does have to say about that, though.
Michel has a bunch of pump spells. The burn deck not maybe as explosive as the Proust deck. You can get these wild combo kills where you pump your creature a bunch and then sack it to burn together. Not an option. No fling effects in the in this deck, but also way less pump spells. Basically, you're just playing Monstrous Rage just because it's so efficient and such a good aggressive card.
Okay.
So we see Michel is swinging with a 2/3 slick shot and Kumano.
Is there any consideration to just playing the pump spell right now? Keep in mind, this is game 1. This is game 1, so neither player had a chance to sideboard. Yeah, is there any consideration to just firing off the pump spells right now? You know, the opponent stepped out. They only have a Summoning Sick Llanowelf on tap, so they're not going to be able to play any fatal pushes or anything like that. Although both players do have access to their deck lists, and I think the Acer combo is not actually playing much interaction. It has 4 collected companies, 4 Relic of Legends, and then 29 creature cards.
Yeah, basically no interaction. I guess 1 Tranquil Frillback kind of interacts, but that's sorcery speed. So yeah, I like Michel's play to pump right now. The reason being that you get that that 1/1/1/1 aura, so it's a damage you get this turn.
Okay.
And it's an extra damage next turn.
There's a light up the stage.
Yeah. So every turn you delay casting that Monstrous Rage, you miss out on that permanent +1/+1 damage.
Okay. So Michel recognizing he just wants to get the maximum amount of damage through possible. There's also a card like Otawara is something Jamie could have in the future turns. Plays a light up the stage after combat before making his land drop.
I see a company. Was that a Kinnan as well? I mean, Jamie's deck can definitely do really silly things right now. Worst case, company. That's already decent, but could not be enough.
Yeah, I think there's a Rona. There might have been a Kinnan.
Rona is a combo with Relic. It kind of can give you free mana because you play Rona even if it has Summon Sickness. You can use it in combination with the Relic. And every time you play a Legend, you get that
untap trigger.
Yeah.
Then you can untap the Relic again, which taps for mana. It would be helpful to see Jamie's hand here, but...
Yeah, Jamie doesn't have a trivial turn since he's thinking about it. And you could assume someone who's playing that deck has played it a lot. It's not just the kind of deck you really pick up.
Collected company. So let's see, there's 29 creatures, out of which almost everything is a hit other than Atraxa. So if we had Frank Carson here, he would be able to tell you exactly what the odds are to pick up 2 creatures here.
Looks like he has Rona and Acer Rurak. we need a different name. I'm just gonna call it Ace. Yeah.
The Ace deck.
The Ace deck. Let's run with that.
Ace 10 off.
I'm not seeing that card. I guess I can just root against all these players and hope we never see them again in the feature match, but that'd be kind of mean. So.
No, I think it's great that Pioneer has, you know, all these different decks. You can just show up with a deck that half of the field, they're not even going to know what exactly you're doing.
Yeah, no, it is a huge question mark because, as I said, it's not a deck people champion online because of the tediousness of the combo, even though I have seen players top 8, top 4 challenges, I believe, with that list. So it's not impossible to do if you're willing to go through the motions and your, you know, your APM is decent. You got
APM
and a powerful computer and blazing fast internet connection. So it looks like Ace and Rona is what I saw.
And keep in mind, this is table 24. I think that's those are 2 3-0 players.
Yeah, they're still undefeated, yeah.
So we didn't just pick a, you know, random deck that looked interesting. We're actually picking a deck that looks interesting and the players are doing well.
Yeah, we got the best of both worlds, undefeated players and fringe decks. Probably not the most relevant matchup if you're still preparing for one of the 2 last RCs of the year, but you never know. Maybe someone sees that Ace deck and is like, you know, actually in paper, playable, good. The Legends deck was one of the strongest deck, early the strongest deck in Standard for a while, and this deck uses a lot of the same components.
Jamie still deciding on that collected company. I think it would be about time to make a decision.
Yeah. I believe the judges we have at the table are not there as judges, right? When it's the
more like table spotters, yeah.
Yeah, they're more like table spotters, so I don't think they're actually supposed to intervene in these spots and ask a player to pick up the pace.
So Acer Eric makes it on the battlefield.
Yeah, trigger on the stack. You know, it's gonna bounce his hand, but he tapped it to float some mana for Relic. So you can start going down the dungeons, and Martin, I'm sure you know all the dungeons by heart. So why don't you enlighten us?
I remember we played this deck in one of the set championships on Magic Arena, and I just had the dungeon in front of me the whole time, just to know exactly what I'm doing at all times.
It looks like even Jamie doesn't know what the dungeons does for sure. Looks like he's maybe considering which dungeon. You know, I think I don't know if they all kill you, but you know, sometimes when you're doing the loop, it's like trivial, but when you're just playing it for value, you actually have to figure out, okay, how's this game going to play out? Which one's the one that's keeping me alive the longest, that's helping me the most?
So how do the dungeons work? You have to choose exactly the path where you're going to go through, and there's no way to come back or anything. You just kind of go from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, well, I believe once you start one, it's been a while, but once you start one, you have to keep going down that path.
Okay. All right, so Jamie chooses one of the dungeons, and is he going to be able to just go off here, or does he play the Rona, sets up for next turn? No, Acer Eric comes back. Gwenna untaps.
All right, so I know one of the dungeons, the dungeon of the Mad Mage, the first trigger does gain you a life, and then you get to scry one and say a creature can't attack, so that's potentially a decent one to buy yourself a tiny bit of time. The Tomb of Annihilation, each player loses 1 life is the first trigger. That doesn't seem so great. And then there's one that scries you 1 and then either gives you a treasure token or a goblin, so...
Yeah, I think this one was the Mad Mage dungeon, because it has a lot of text on it. I think that's the one with the most text, so I think this is Dungeon of the Mad Mage. So Acer Eric was replayed, Gwenna untapped, got herself a counter, and after that, Jamie was able was forced to pass the turn.
Yeah, so Jamie has the combo next turn. He has lethal. It's all about finding out if Michele can close out the game this turn. We see another Monstrous Rage. We see Kumano for that extra trigger plus point of damage. That looks like a decent bit of damage. Does Gwenna have Secret Reach on it? The Eyes of Gaia, no Secret Reach on Gwenna. So I'm assuming Michele just has lethal here. Yeah. All right.
Screaming Nemesis, turn creature sideways, play a trick, and that's GG. So Michel up 1-0.
Yeah.
With a pretty fast draw.
Yeah, up 1-0. Gonna go to sideboard and taking a look at the ace combo. Jamie's gonna have access to 3 Fatal Push, potentially 2 Tamiya's Safekeeping to protect your creatures. I believe Safekeeping also gains you 2 life, which is always nice. Couple extra Tranquil Thrillback. Those are almost definitely coming in. So looks like 7 cards for the ace combo and Jamie. I'm not sure what he trims. Maybe he trims bits of the combo. Maybe an elf on the draw. Maybe even company, I guess, since you're probably cutting some creatures, you're making your company worse. So something you can do sometimes in these company decks is just trim 1 or 2 company to try and keep some density. And on Michele's side, 4 On-Chain Berserker, that's not for that matchup. Mage Bane Lizards, not very effective, doesn't really...
We talked about it yesterday. Is this just a card for Phoenix, or where do you typically bring a card like that?
Yeah, Phoenix sounds about right. Combo decks, maybe even Control. I remember someone brought it in against me when I was playing Incarnation, or maybe the Zur deck, but I guess I didn't realize how few spells I had. So, but yeah, mostly I think it's mostly Phoenix and something like Lotus combo. 3 Ghost Vacuum, exiling the graveyard. 3 Chandra's Defeat, 5 damage to target red creature.
Is there anything Michel can really do to change off the sideboard?
Nah, I don't think he has. I think he has literal 14 blanks and a Giganta on his sideboard. But honestly, his main deck is fine. The burn spells can go to the creatures. Wizard's Lightning deals with a Rona or a Gwena before it pumps. He has a fast clock, evasion creatures. He's kind of happy with his main deck configuration in this matchup.
Exactly right. Like when you're not sure, and you play a matchup that maybe you have not a lot of experience in, I think the best you can do is just have a proactive linear deck and just kind of focus on your own. Focus on your own game plan, attack, try to get your opponent dead as quickly as possible, and just kind of see if their draw lines up perfectly or not.
Not even sure what he would want if he could pick cards to fight that Ace or Rag deck. Some of the effective cards against the combo part can be High Noon, Damping Sphere, these type of card. It makes it so you can't just cast Ace as many times as possible in one turn. But then if you slow yourself down bringing these cards, you might just lose to Hardcast Atraxa or something. Just Kinnan, Relic, Hardcast and Atraxa. So
would you want something like a Sulfuric Vortex kind of card, or some kind of like Harsh Mentor where you if your opponent activates something, or when they play a creature? I think there's this 2-mana hate card, like the 2-mana red card comes into play. I think you exile something from the graveyard, and then when your opponent plays a card that shares the same type, they take 2.
Ooh, yeah.
Something along those lines, I think, would be the kind of card that Michel would be looking for, but I don't think there is anything like that in the red sideboards.
Yeah, that would be okay, but yeah, no. Nothing here. It is kind of nice sometimes, just submit the same 60. You don't have to sweat it too much. Things went well in game 1.
All right, so both players are finalizing their decks and shuffling for game 2 rather. For game 2, Michel up a game. Reminder, this is round 4 of the regional championship in Lille. 6-2 record, or rather 18 points or more required to make it into day 2.
Yeah.
36 Pro Tour slots for the one in Chicago in February coming up.
Yeah. Jamie, a little trickier obviously for him to sideboard, even though I would assume you sideboard fairly similarly to what you would do against Prowess, and you would expect he's at least, if he wasn't prepared for Mono Red Wizards, he's at least prepared for the Prowess matchup.
And if you're Michel in this spot and you're playing a tournament like, the Spotlight Series or even your FNM, even if you don't have any cards in the sideboard for that matchup, I think it's still worth it to just, shuffle some cards in, then kind of like shuffle your deck a little bit, go through it, pull the same cards back, put them back to your sideboard, because at least you keep your opponent guessing. Don't let them know you're not bringing anything in, like, oh yeah, I kept my deck the same exactly as it was in game one. That kind of gives them free information, and it's always better to keep them guessing and make them think that perhaps you brought something cool for the matchup.
I agree in general. With open deck list, with this specific sideboard, I might give my opponent enough credit to figure out I'm not bringing Chandra's Defeat or Unchained Berserker against them.
That's why I mean the Spotlight series or your local FNM or something like that. If you don't have anything to bring in, still put your sideboard into your deck and take the same cards out.
Yeah, I agree.
I like that decision from Michelle, turn one, play with fire, killing the elf, because elf is so good in these decks, allowing for 3-drops, right, like Relic or the Collected Company coming a turn earlier. It is a little slower as a result for Michelle to come out of the gates, but I definitely agree with that decision, and it is just better to not the elf live, rather than have your opponent just explode by having 1 extra mana.
One of the trillions of the Bold the Bird variations. Usually the right play.
So Rona gets activated right away. Jamie wants to give himself as much information before making a land drop for the turn and seeing how his turn is exactly going to play out.
Yeah, great start for both players. Jamie had turn 1 elf into turn 2 Rona off to fast lands, I believe, too, so not taking damage from his mana base. Michele was able to use all 3 manas for removal in threats in the first couple turns, so he's happy so far. That is one of the nice things about the Ace deck. You get to play 8 fast lands, 4 Plaza, very few shock lands, 5 shock lands, I guess. About a fifth of your lands are shock lands. Again, a lot of the time make the difference, honestly. If you think about a matchup, not super relevant anymore in Modern, but Burn against Murktide in Modern, where Murktide just had a huge advantage just because they were, just Spiral Bluff Canals, and just if you drew your fast lands, it's such a massive swing for the Burn player. It's so much harder for them to deal actual 20 damage as opposed to like 16 or 14. We got Gwena for Jamie on turn 3 after a little tank. And Michele sends.
Oh, a good old Wizard's Lightning. I like to see that. I think, by the way, Standard, I think you can build a mono-red deck with Wizards and some of these Viashino Pyromancers and everything just out of Foundations, which I think is kind of great that new players are going to be able to pick up the new set and pretty much build a good decent Standard deck.
Yeah, Michele definitely stumbling there. Sure, he cast a spell, he made a land drop, he used all his mana, but he lost value from the Kumano trigger. He had to pay full price on that Wizard's Lightning. So that might be a quote-unquote kind of big swing, honestly, for Jamie. He gets on tap with a Rona again, just filtering through the extra lands potentially. And I would assume, if we had an advantage bar right now, it would be leaning towards the combo deck.
All right, so what is Jamie looking for here? Like, how does he win, next turn? What are the cards he's looking for other than, Collective Company?
Yeah, either just flooding the boards with random creatures, and hoping that's good enough. Maybe finding some of his sideboard removal cards. The burn deck doesn't have as many crazy ways to deal a ton of damage. So, if you can just draw a removal spell, a safekeeping, play another Gwena, play a 2/2 even, and maybe ramp a bit, eventually just hardcast in the trackside, that could be an option.
All right, so Jamie plays a Relic, then uses Rona after floating 1 mana with the Relic to untap it, plays another land. So let's land number 3, cast a Acer Eric, and that's going to let him to enter the dungeon. So I think that's the Mad Mage again. Let me check.
No, he went with Lost Mine. We saw him scry 1.
Lost Mind?
So I believe he chose the Lost Mine of Phandelver, which is Cry 1, then he has a choice between a Goblin token or a Treasure token. But yeah, kind of getting a bit of value, floating some mana, playing an Elf. He's got Rona untapped, which he can use to loot again, so not under a ton of pressure right now.
All right, see, I think now we have the correct dungeon on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, if Michel can't kill him, just, you know, casting Astrak 2-3 times a turn is going to provide a ton of value.
Wow, is he actually jump blocking with the Elf?
That's what it looks like. I'm a little surprised as well. Seems extremely conservative. It's not like the mana is useless, right? If you're just casting the
Asurek over and over, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Jamie already indicated he's blocking, if he's still thinking about it. Okay, so he did block. He was waiting for Michel to decide if he wants to play some pump spells, if he's going to let it go. I think the Llanowar Elf should be exiled from the graveyard. All right, both players realize that. Now Michel's going to be able to play a light up the stage for 1 mana before making his land drop.
Basically Ancestral Recall.
That's a Lavamancer plus another Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah, light up the stage, great cards.
I think what Michel's going to be looking for is lining up a possibly lethal attack next turn. He's going to be able to play 1 or both of the creatures right now. Keep up 1 untapped mana. So what he does have available for next turn is, I think there's a Play with Fire in his hand. Do you consider maybe playing that in your upkeep if you're, you know, trying to perhaps look for a way to finish the game? Jamie, in the meantime, with a Honest Rootstein, bringing back the Asurek. And is that...
Yeah, Honest Rootstein, I believe, trying to bring back the Goena. And that might be a lethal loop. He's got Rothstein reducing Ace by 1, so it only costs 2 mana. He has the Goena, which is a legend, and it still untaps.
So every time you play a legend, the Goena and the Rona would untap, which means you're getting 2 mana because you have the Relic. But Michel does have that Play with Fire, so he does respond to the Gravedigger ability by killing the Rootstein.
That might still be lethal if he can cast Goena, right? Because he still has the 3 legends. He has got the Rona, the Goena, and the Ace who taps every loop. So I believe this is lethal. This is one of the loops you can produce to make lethal, which shows like another reason why this deck's so good. You don't even need your Goena to have, you know, even if it has Summon and Sickness, it's still useful in that spot.
Right. So walk us through it again. You basically you have Relic in play, and you have 2 creatures that untap when you play a legendary creature, and you're floating enough mana to be able to replay it.
Yeah, you have Rona and Goena, who both kind of have the same ability of untapping every time you cast Ace, and the Ace itself, you know, trigger on the stack, tap it to the Relic before it gets bounced.
3rd mana.
Yeah.
So the Relic is basically the key card in all of this, allowing you to just basically get enough mana to just keep playing it over and over and over, and you make it through the dungeon, and you end up draining the opponent out. So 1-1, Jamie picks up game number 2.
Yeah, I believe the Ace only stops returning to your hand when you've completed the Tomb of Annihilation. So I guess you just go down the other 2 tombs over and over, and at the very least gain infinite life. So yeah, I'm assuming when you get to that point, it's just really trivial to end the game, especially against a mono red burn deck.
All right, game 3, Michel's going to be on the play again, and I think he's going to be pretty happy about that. The fact that he was on the draw, I think that kind of decided the whole game, because instead of being able to just deploy a creature on turn 1 and just start attacking, he had to play the play with Fire, kill the Elf, all of a sudden he kind of starts on the back foot while his opponent is already deploying a 2-drop, 3-drop. He still doesn't even have a creature in play. So certainly being on the play so far has been kind of the deciding factor for the first 2 games.
Yeah, I forget who was on the play actually for game 1, but this game you're right. If he gets to go turn 1 Kumano, turn 2 get value, cast a 2/3 Swift Spear, kill your elf, trigger Prowess, that's so much more damage than what he had to do this game. So, you know, we saw him not use the second trigger of Kumano, have to hard cast a Wizard's Lightning, which was just not good enough.
Being Jamie here, is there any consideration to sort of switching your sideboard a little bit based on the fact that you're on the draw now? Like, do you ever consider bringing something like a Thoughtseize against a red aggressive deck to try to protect your combo? Is that something a little too aggressive against a red burn deck?
No, that's asking for trouble. No, you're happy with the same 7 cards, honestly. Play or draw, I would assume. Push, safekeeping, and Frellback are in the deck. So
just some removal, some more interaction, some life gain.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really interested to know what Jamie cuts. I could see Kinnan because it's 2 mana that trades for a play with fire. That's not a good trade for you. At least if your elf dies to a shock, you've traded 1 mana for 1 mana. You know, these are things that might not look like much, but they do add up over the course of the game. Every time you can spend less mana than your opponent to do the same thing, basically to trade evenly, that's good. So I would assume Kinnan maybe gets cut completely. I would assume maybe a company gets trimmed.
How likely is it you play Atraxa in time against Monored, given that they have all these like cheap, you know, burn spells that they can use to fire your elves?
That's what I was wondering, because if you assume he's trimming or cutting Kinnan, then Atraxa becomes much worse as well, because Kinnan gives you that mana boost. It also just uses, you know, sometimes you just get to use the 7 mana ability and put Atraxa into play that way. So that could be a package, even though, you know, in theory, obviously getting Atraxa into play against a burn deck is great.
Sounds great.
In practice, it might just not be realistic in these games.
Talk to me about keeping your hand as a Monored player, knowing that Michel is playing, you know, so many 1-drops. Let me take a look at how many lands there actually are in his deck. I think that's 20. Yeah, it's exactly 20 lands. What if your hand has 5 lands or more? Is there any combination of cards where you keep that?
5 lands?
1 Swift Spear, maybe a light up the stage on the play?
I mean, maybe exactly like Den of the Bugbear, Kumano. You know, I need one of my lands to be a Den, one of my lands to be Ramnap Runes, one of my lands to be Sukenzan, and my 2 cards to be exactly like Kumano and Slickshot, and maybe I keep that, but then you might just lose to a push. I think, honestly, in general, in Magic these days, almost every deck can mulligan to 6 pretty comfortably with the mulligan rule of looking at 7, putting 1 to the bottom. There's some matchups, very grindy matchups, where it's a lot of 1-for-1 trade, where even a mulligan to 6 can hurt you. You might not notice in the first 4 or 5 turns of the game, but you know the game ends turn 10, and you literally lose because you needed that extra spell you had to bottom.
Yeah.
But in general, you should mulligan, you know, somewhat aggressively down to 6.
Wow, look at this. So Michel starts with a Soulscar turn 1. Jamie with his perfect turn 1 play, Llanowar Elf. But Michel has that extra 1-drop with haste and a play with fire to kill the elf and a smash for 4.
Yeah.
So perfect start from both players so far. Jamie with another Llanowar Elf, but it's so much worse on turn 2 because the jump from 1 into Relic on turn 2 is so much better. Wow, look at this.
Shot into removal spell.
3 triggers, no big deal. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage coming through. Jamie goes to 9, I believe.
That is correct. 9, and he's got a massive board advantage.
Wow, if Michel has 1 more spell, this game is over.
Yeah, this is looking extremely grim.
Honest Rootstein or Relic is the play available for Jamie, I believe.
Yeah, that would be solid. if he has a painless land into Rothstein, get back an elf, that's a little speed bump. Obviously, at this one, you do have to hope Michele just kind of floods out a bit, breaks again, or a bit, because if he has, as you said, another burn spell, it's going to be so much damage. If he has 2 more spells, it's probably just lethal next turn. And wow, Jamie just goes for the relic play, kind of like, okay, make you have it, but if you don't, I get to untap in a much better spot than the Rothstein would have put me in.
It also kind of just represents, you know, some kind of interaction. Sure, you might have a fatal push. Let's see what you have. Wow, but Michele doesn't actually have any spells. Just plays another creature, swings for 4, and gets a Giganta into play with Ramona Prunes also sitting in play, and Jamie being at 5. Yeah, I think Michele is kind of 1 spell away from closing this game at any point. Not sure if Honest Rothstein exactly changes that. Yeah. It's tricky. I wonder what Jamie has, because he could have played a blocker last turn, got it back in alpha. It's not a ton, but if you're assuming, okay, if Michele has a removal, I die, you know, and you play and you do what he did, just plays the relic, says go, then you could also say, okay, if he doesn't have anything, it means my Rothstein is actually a huge speed bump here. All your creatures are 1/2, and you know, sometimes a 3/2 is just good enough. So yeah, that's true.
Maybe a bit of a flawed reasoning. We see a Kinnan in hand, which should explain why he wanted that relic in play so badly. But I would hope Jamie has a really big turn here if he played the way he did last turn.
How does Jamie get out of this? What is he looking? Does he have any other life gain other than Atraxa? Or is he just kind of playing for the combo? Is he just hoping Michele just doesn't really, you know, maybe sometimes your best shot is, yeah, I have to hope my opponent is holding a blank and in the next 4 turns they're going to draw 4 lands in a row. But if that's your best shot, sometimes that's just kind of the kind of outs you have to play into.
He has a tiny bit of life gain from Ace. He has Frillback in his deck as well. All right, so land, Kinnan.
Collected Company.
4 mana.
Let me put that up on the screen for you. Kinnan.
Yeah, Kinnan means the relic taps for 2 mana.
And that's a Gwenna and Rootstein. So that's a pretty good turn for Jamie, getting 3 blockers into play. And if he can dodge a spell from Michele to not die to the Slick Shot, then he might be able to start cooking next turn. He still has, remember, that relic gets untapped if you tap a legend, so he still has 3 more mana available. Although that means he's not going to have any more blockers, so...
Yeah.
I think at least one of those creatures is likely to turn into a Llanowar Elf. Let's see. Yeah, Gwenna taps, adds a Llanowar Elf into play, and Jamie passes the turn. And let's see what Michele finds on the top of his deck.
Big draw step.
Big draw step.
That's 2 matches in a row that are going to come down to...
I think that was a Sokenzan.
It's not the worst land.
2 more creatures. So what, you channel Sokenzan, you get 6 creatures, attack your opponent down to 2, and then next turn if you draw a land to activate Ramona Prunes, you would be able to go for the win. Does that seem better to you than just hardcasting Giganta? It doesn't really do much, right?
Yeah, making the Sokenzan tokens is 2 damage. Playing the land is sacking Ramona Prunes is also 2 damage. But then you...
Oh, you're right. That actually sounds better, right? You can just sack the Ramona Prunes and save the hasters for next turn because you also have the mana to be able to channel that.
But then you still don't have lethal. So I think you want to... I think channeling Sokenzan this turn is what gives you the most outs for next turn. You do have to chump attack a bunch of your creatures.
Yeah.
But you get Benito down to 2, and then untap land is lethal. Any non-creature spell is lethal. You know, assuming Benito doesn't find a fatal push or frillback. So I think we're gonna see Sokenzan getting channeled here, and Michele sending the team.
Well, so many draws. Michele was live for a spell there. I mean, the opening draw was insane, right? The opening draw was picture perfect until turn 4, and since then he's been looking for a spell.
Yeah, Wizard's Lightning was lethal, Monstrous Rage was lethal, but honestly that was kind of it, right? Oh no, you're right, Play with Fire is also lethal. My math
Light up the stage is kind of, you know,
Yeah.
just another spell triggers my Slick Shot. But yeah, he goes for exactly the play you highlighted. Channel Tokens and 2 haste 1/1s added to the battlefield. So that Llanowar Elf is going to get traded with 1 most likely. Although Jamie can also just say, like, you know what, I'll go to 1 and keep the elf around as just an extra mana source, and perhaps I'll try to go for the kill next turn.
That is hand dependent. If he does that, then he just dies to 1 Slick Shot attack, and Michele doesn't even have to. Michele can't even break, you know. So unless you really have a good use for that elf,
decisions,
you should really block with it to at least give yourself, you know.
But then, what are you trying to hope your opponent draws next turn?
That's
even
a
if
creature.
even if the right, it has to be a creature without haste, most likely even.
Yeah, and that's not a Slick Shot, so that's not a ton of cards, but that's still like, you know, eight cards.
All right, so Jamie does decide to keep the elf around, and I think he's just hoping he's going to draw something like a Collected Company, and maybe he's going to try to go for the kill.
Yeah, the elf is 2 mana with Kinnan, so...
Big draw for Jamie. That's an Anna's Rootstein.
He's got Anna's Loop, which means I think he has... I want to say he has infinite mana right now and infinite Kinnan activations. If I'm not mistaken, you can just play Rothstein and bring them back, and every time you do... No, never mind. Wait, you're getting...
I think you need Rona to do that.
Yeah, because you only have Gwenna, so that's... Well, no, Gwenna taps for 2. One of the Rothstein taps for 2, right? That's 4 mana. So you have at least infinite black and green mana, I want to say.
But how do you keep untapping Gwenna?
Or no, you don't have any... right, you're right. You're right, Gwenna doesn't untap with a Rothstein, only untap with 5 power, but...
Oh my god, well...
Yeah, that's just game, right?
That's just game. Acer comes into play.
Yeah, so what Benito did is he used a 7 mana ability from Kinnan, looks at the top 5 cards, I want to say. You get to keep a non-human creature and put it into play. Found the ace.
Yeah, and that's it. So,
and that's just game. Wow.
Yeah, Jamie decided.
Oh, look at Jay. He knew he had to dodge the world there in these last 2 draws. And he's like, such a classic spot against Burn. You know, just Burn in a nutshell right there.
Congratulations to Jamie to, I believe, moving to 4-0. With a deck that I think most players are just not going to have any clue about what's going on. For most of the game, even if they get the 3 minutes to look at the deck list, I think most people are just going to say, you know what, I've been looking at this for 5 hours and I still don't know what is happening. So congratulations to Jamie. Well played 4-0. Commiserations to Michele. I mean, yeah, the modern deck looked pretty good as well, but ultimately it was the combo deck that got the victory this round.
Yeah. That was exciting. I would not want to be someone preparing for next week's RC and see that deck do well, and you're like, all of a sudden, should I play it? Should I have a plan against it? Are people actually going to audible? So we'll see. We'll see how the player, because I think there's 10-ish of them playing the deck. I believe 9.
Something like that. Yeah. There's some number. There's a lot of different combo decks in Pioneer, and I think that's what makes the format great. With that, we're going to send you to a little bit of a break, and we're going to be back right away with round number 5.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws. that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork, made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back to the Ultimate Guard Regional Championships. We are here in Lille. I'm Philippe, joined by Arne, and right away we are going to the action into the round number 5. Our players are already ready, so very few downtime in between rounds, which is great. And we have some spicy matches for you. So starting here with our feature match, we are going to have Marduk Grisfang by Marco versus Rona Luca by José Nuno Pereira. Tell me about this Rona Luca combo.
Yeah, pretty amazing to have such different outstanding combo decks, both at 4-0 here in the tournament. Table 2, right at the top of it. And yeah, we have Marduk Grisfang, which is built around, of course, Grisfang. And we see this new iteration now. I think one of the big reasons why this is possible instead of the Abzan version, which we're used to, is because Overlord of the Balemok gives you the black way of filling your graveyard that you otherwise needed, like Grizzly Salvage and so on for. And then, of course, you have Fear of Missing Out. So 2 standout cards from Duskmourn supporting this archetype. Blood Type Harvester and Fable as red cards in the mix as well. And then we have a mix of removal spells, Vanishing Verses. So really a great strategy. On the other side, Rona Luca combo. I didn't have this on my bingo card to appear at 4-0, I can tell you that much. So this is an interesting version of, I think Samuel Estrati last year played this already to a top 8 or something very similar to this. So it's playing Rona that can make infinite mana with Mox Amber, Kinnan, and then return Oath of Nissa via Retraction Helix. There's some shenanigans going on, and you have Favor Fishes to find Etherflex Reservoir out of the sideboard, and because you play infinite Mox Ambers, you then have infinite damage essentially with the Reservoir. And also playing Luca randomly in there. Just a bunch of mana elves, ramp into Luca, and get an Atraxa into play if you want to.
Fantastic, and looks like our players are getting ready. As you said, it's always nice to have these kind of matchups, especially so late in the day, and doing so well for Arnaud, which is fantastic. And both players here preparing for this round number 5. And I feel like this is the moment where players start to get quite tired. It's been a long day for them already. They know it's been over halfway of the day, but still a lot to go. And here we have the players getting ready with Oath of Nissa kicking off there for José Nuno Pereira with the Portuguese flag versus Marco from Italy. And as you can see, both players 4-0 here in the tournament. And it looks like we have a new overlay where we can see the score, so hopefully that's working out well. Yeah, we are improving along the way.
This is a new production team here in Fanfinity. They're giving their best. They're really a great team. I think you can see that in the camera and video quality already, and we're improving step by step. So bear with us.
And we have here José deciding what to get with that Oath of Nissa and Kinnan. So we have there such a key card for José. And looks like Marco just making sure that he does know exactly what Kinnan does, because it is a card with quite a bit of text. And we have here Thoughtseize for Marco, revealing Atraxa, Tyvar, and Kinnan that we know, Wall of Roots.
Yeah, I'm looking at potentially taking this Sylvan Caryatid, although this Tyvar will just return the Caryatid at some point. Oh wow, actually, well, this is interesting. I mean, Kinnan uncastable. Mox Ember doesn't do much without the Kinnan. If Jose would draw a blue, then he could go Kinnan into Mox Ember, make 2 mana, cast like a Sylvan Caryatid, which would be a pretty strong draw. But he doesn't have the second blue yet. He was looking for that with the Oath of Nissa. This is an interesting pick. I think it's between Caryatid and Tiva. If you leave him with the Caryatid, then he has a really nice turn 2 play. If you take the Caryatid, there's no good turn 2 play yet.
Looks
so
like
I kind of
that's
like
the
that.
choice. Yeah, perfect. So we have the Sylvan Caryatid going out in the graveyard. And let's see here what now Jose can do. With 1 mana, we have a little elf there ready to give mana next turn.
Oh yeah, that's a decent draw. That can power out the Tiva.
And Marco here deciding what to do. Both of these decks, combo decks, as you said, so it's quite interesting because for one side you have to build up your things to make your combo work, but at the same time you have to make sure that your opponent's combo doesn't go off. So how do you usually balance these things?
Yeah, I mean, well, Jose is very low on interaction actually, so he's really just trying to pull off his combo. There's an occasional retraction helix you can use as a bounce spell, I suppose. On the other hand, the Mardu Greasefang deck is more of a mid-range deck. It has a bunch of removal, it has fatal pushes, it has vanishing burst, and most importantly, of course, Thoughtseize to interact with the opponent. So I guess in that regard, I kind of like the Greasefang deck a little bit more. Good point, because hey, the combo is still both powerful combos, but one deck has interaction that could make the difference.
And we see there Overlord of the Balemark, a new card as well from Duskmourn, and actually quite the team, because I feel like we are seeing new cards from Duskmourn making it into Pioneer, which is always nice to see. And there it is, the Kindred Bonder Prodigy. This card is a really strong and a key piece of the combo. We have the Mox as well. Mox Ember.
Yeah, this is 6 mana. No, this is 5 mana now. And he's gonna let 1 mana float. No, sorry, the Overground 2 doesn't tap for 2, but Llanowar Elf and Mox Ember both tap for 2 there. And now we see Tiva minus activation.
Tivar, a great card as well, making sure that the abilities of creatures can be activated as though as they had aced.
Yeah, that comes really handy with all these mana dorks. And next turn, Jose is threatening that Kinnan activation, which can also find Atraxa and put it into play right away.
And I really love to see, you can see both of these players have experience with these particular decks. They are not bringing, is it Phoenix or Rakdos Demons, not the top decks of the format, and still doing so well with their decks 4-0. So, I mean, just showing that sometimes you can show up your pet deck that you really enjoy and still be competitive.
Absolutely, and I think we still have Azura Combo also at 4-0, another deck that plays Kinnan, combo enabler in a multitude of decks.
Some signed lands here for Marco, always nice to see.
Yeah, is that Robin Alexander, Godless Shrine? That's a nice one.
And there's Thoughtseize, I think there's perhaps a Bitter Triumph on Marco's side, so as you said, quite a bit of interaction.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Parhelion in the graveyard yet, nor the Sky Sovereign, so no combo potential, so has to go for the Thoughtseize here.
And there it is, the Thoughtseize. Let's see what that last card is. It's Atraxa, so taking care of Atraxa, we knew that before, but now it's not a problem anymore. And with 2 mana remaining, we might see that Blood-Tide Harvester entering the battlefield, making a blood token as well.
That's a heads-up play actually with the Atraxa, because with that Sylvan Caryatid out, there was 2 white generated there and then enough mana to cast it, which is kind of amazing on turn 4 and Atraxa castable. So yeah, heads-up play for seizing that Atraxa out of hand.
Getting some mana and tapping. More mana, so we might see here a Kinnan activation.
Yep, and I will look at the top 5, I believe, and put a non-creature into play.
Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a non-human creature card from among them into the battlefield, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So let's take a look. What is it going to be? I mean, not exactly the most exciting thing to get, but one more mana dork.
Yeah, I mean, he was hoping for the Atraxa, but to be fair, besides, yeah, he doesn't really have anything besides the Atraxa. I guess he could find a Rona, Herald of Invasion, as another combo piece.
And reading the Plaza of Heroes there, that can be activated. And you know this card really well, because I remember using particularly well in a deck in Standard, which was Esper Legends that played this land, Plaza of Heroes.
Oh yeah, please, let's talk more about my previous successes. Always down for that. No, yeah, Plaza of Heroes is a pretty cracked card. Just rotated out of Standard with recent Bloomberg rotation. No surprise to see it here. You can even like easily protect an Atraxa down the line, which can come up, or of course the Rona, or in this case, Kinnan.
A lot of legendary creatures here in this deck. There's Vanishing Verse on Marco's side as well, as we saw before.
Fear of missing out a new card.
And let's discard draw. And there's another Overlord of the Balemark. And Fear of Missing Out is a very interesting card that is making it into a lot of different decks. So definitely a lot of potential in that new card as well.
Absolutely. It's especially, I believe, you can attack with it and Perhelion, and then get 2 Perhelion attacks in, which would create a total of 4 Angels.
Okay, so let's imprint that Overlord to be able to discard some cards. And there's the Perhelion on the graveyard that we really were looking for.
And that promo down there, I believe that is a Greasefang.
So. It is a Greasefang, and all these promos, it makes our job a bit harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, you see a picture, you see like a new picture of a card every single time.
And those imprint counters keep going down, and eventually those Overlord of the Balemark will also be another problem for Jose. So Jose really needs to use the combo, try to get an Atraxa, something into play before that happens.
Well, I really have liked how Marco has played this far. I'm not sure about this attack with the Blood-type Harvester. I think what I would have rather liked to see here is just a minus on the Kinnan, because actually there's a Tiva in play, so never mind. Maybe I'm actually a little bit slow and rusty. Well, if you go minus on the Kinnan, then the Kinnan comes back into play, and it has a ton of mana anyways because of the Tiva. So I guess it doesn't really change that much. And now he's basically just he's eating up a Sylvan Caryatid with this attack, which is like a reasonable way to spend.
Taking the counters there from the Overlord. And let's see what the draw might be. I mean, while this Kinnan is the battlefield, any time Jose might get the Atraxa that he's looking for.
Exactly.
So let's get some mana and tap.
I think that's 14 mana in total.
That's a lot of mana.
So that means two Kinnan activations, 10 more cards to look at Atraxa.
Oh, there's a Rona there.
That's a comp.
Unfortunately, that's human, so...
Right. I wasn't even aware of that. Yep, absolutely. That's a human, so you can't even find Rona. Yeah.
Rona is only human after all, not being able to get there, but there's still the Plaza of Heroes, which is able to protect that Kinnan. Kinnan can keep finding the Atraxa, so let's try to see how long these might take. And if Marco now is able to find something on the other side, I mean, we already know about the Greasefang and about the Perhelion in the graveyard.
And there we go. Greasefang hits the battlefield.
I remember when Pioneer, like when this deck first got to Pioneer, and it was one of the strongest things that you could do.
But look at that, Retraction Helix in response on a Greasefang.
And that does not resolve.
No Pahelion this turn.
Now I'm curious to know if Marco will attack here again or not. Either Triumphing End as well as Vanishing Verse. Those are the two cards left that Marco has.
Yeah, so Marco is looking at that Plaza of Heroes, which is able to be activated with that Mox Ember. So he's probably considering like what exactly to do here, but now the fear of missing out can attack. So he could like attack with both and then untap the fear. Oh, he's untapping the blood type, okay. And now I assume they both go to Tiva. I don't know if I love this play. I mean, now Kinnan can be put in front of the blood type, then crack the Plaza. Kinnan will be indestructible, and then the the fear goes to the Tiva and the 3/2 goes to the face. I don't know. I would have just used my Plaza and eat up this blood type. You're taking 6 damage now. It seems like a lot. Although to be fair, you could make the argument that taking some damage in this combo matchup is not very relevant.
Yeah, so we are going through that now and just updating the life totals. That Greasefang is still in hand. It was just bounced back. So next turn, Marco can attempt once again to get it on the battlefield and get that Beryllium.
Absolutely, but here we go again.
And how much mana? Like a bunch of mana. So let's take a look at the top 5 cards. So now there's the Fae of Wishes.
Am I missing something, or is this just 5 mana tapped for this Kinnan? Do you see another elf? Like, it costs 7.
Kinnan also says that whenever you tap an online permanent for mana, add one of any type.
I missed something. He already untapped with the Tiva, so he like did a quick untap and now he has 7 mana pool. I missed it. My bad.
Tiva is that good, I know. Every turn has been doing that, which is it's a strong card in this deck.
Now again, there we finally go.
Yay! So Atraxa, it's going to be a party over here for José, which is going to be able to look at a bunch of cards.
Yeah, that is a turning point, because the problem for the Greasefang deck usually is if an Atraxa is in play, even if you have Pahelion, it just eats the Pahelion, gains 7 life, the 2 angels don't do much. And now we see Joe is probably trying to assemble the Retraction Helix combination. Picking up a Rona, what is it called? It's a Luca.
A Luca, yes.
And considering the Fae of Wishes.
Mana Confluence. Rona. Look at all those cards.
Yeah, and he already has the Mox in play. He has the Rona in play. Now he just needs a Retraction Helix, which he can find with Fae of Wishes, if he finds that one. And then he can combo off and kill Marco.
Can you walk us over how this combo exactly works for the viewers at home that might not be familiar?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, never mind. Look, there's already a Fae in play, so he just has to return that, and then he has the entire thing. So you play so you put Retraction Helix on your Rona, and then you cast Mox. Well, it doesn't matter actually. You Retraction Helix, bounce your own Mox that taps your Rona, right? Then you play the Mox again, make a mana, and tap your Rona, and then you bounce the Mox again. So that makes infinite mana, because you can continuously bounce the Mox and untap the Rona that way, because Rona untaps with non-creature spells. And with Tiva in play, actually, you can do this at sort of right away, because you can activate right away, which is very sweet. And then with infinite mana, at some point you can Fae of Wishes for Aetherflex Reservoir, put Aetherflex Reservoir into play, and with infinite mana and sort of casting infinite Mox Embers, you then have infinite damage via the Reservoir. killing your opponent off.
That's brilliant. So we might see that happening here for Jose, trying to assemble all the pieces of the combo.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have enough mana this turn to really go for it, but you know, he can still. He's missing the Retraction Helix essentially, but he does have the Fae in play. So next turn, he can bounce the Fae, get the Helix from his sideboard, and then win. Well, he does need another way of getting Aether Flux Reservoir, but he does have the Fae, so he needs like 4 cards in total to discard, which he does with his draw step. So I guess, yes, he has the win next turn.
We know that Marco does have quite a bit of interaction in end, so let's see how that works out. And Keenan now attacking for 2.
Yeah, Marco already down to 9.
I mean, that might be another way to win, just attacking with that Atraxa also dealing 7 damage.
Absolutely. I've spotted a Vanishing Verse and a bit of Triumph in Marco's hands, so this game is far from over. Marco has interaction plus Grease Fangs, so he has to be really careful now though. But if he uses his removal on Atraxa, he will lose to the combo. Yeah, but he will use it on Atraxa, so he can still choose to not play Grease Fang, but is this lethal actually? Oh, it might be lethal. It is lethal, correct. Yeah, right. Well, he has a Fae of Wishes, Jump Blocker.
So let's get that Perillium.
Trying to make the math. He has the Fear of Missing Out trigger. He's gonna untap his Blood Tithe. Okay. Right, because the Helion has Vigilance, so it can attack anyways again. That's really sweet.
This was not on my bingo card for this tournament.
Yeah, so...
Rona Luca combo versus Grease Fang.
I think it's exactly 14 actually. So you put... No, never mind. It's not 14. He doesn't have lethal, but he has to sacrifice Rona. So he puts Rona in front of Fear, and the 1/4 in front of the 3/2. He takes 5, goes to 9. No, this is not what you should have done, I think. You should have put it in front of the 3/2. That way you absorb 8 damage total. Now he already jumped, and now he's going to attack for 8 again. He will still survive, but he could have had his Rona in play, actually, I think. Yeah.
But now some more Angels from Perillium.
Yeah, now he has to block the Harvester and go to 2 life, essentially. I think Marco is explaining right now how this all works. Joe's is a little confused that with Vigilance, the Fear of Missing Out is great. Because it only untaps 1 creature, but Vigilance creatures don't need to tap, so they can just attack again.
Yep.
It's a really nice synergy. Oh, and maybe the life totals were wrong? I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe the life totals were a little bit wrong.
It looks like here we have Marco taking that first game, and both players just laughing, as we see here as well. Marco explaining how this was working. Jose a bit confused as well. And that's the thing, like, you play these combos that you know very well, but the other people don't. And it was a very fun match where it could go both ways. What about sideboard, Arne? What do you think we're going to see here sideboard?
All right, so I'm looking at Jose's Rona Luca deck, and he does have 3 unlicensed Heroes. I'm assuming they will come in. There's also a copy of Boseiju, which could come in handy to just blow up Parhelion in a crucial turn. Sure, it doesn't solve the problem, but it does give you an extra turn. You can also deal with a Fear of Missing Out, of course, and then maybe Thoughtseize comes in. I could see trimming down on some of the elves, just for a little bit more interaction, although I do like being a proactive combo deck, especially when you're now here in game 2 when he's on the play, so he can actually just force his own game plan on the opponent. But then when on the draw, Thoughtseize might come in to sort of interact a little bit more because it's tougher to just be proactive. For Mado Greasefang, we're looking at... we have 4 unlicensed Heroes, that's not great. We have the rest, it's not great. We have 3 copies of a Braid and 2 copies of Vanishing Verse. I guess they do some work. They interact with all the combo pieces, I suppose. You can Vanishing Verse Rona, or you can Braid anything really, anything in the deck pretty much, besides the Sylvan Caryatid and the Tiva. So those might come in for some...
I also see Elesh Norn Matter of Machines, which is a interesting one. I mean, it cuts off Atraxa, right?
It does cut off Atraxa, so you cut off 1 angle. Being a 5-mana card and being on the draw, I would be hesitant to bring this in. But yeah, it could do something. Retraction Helix is kind of like a sweet little interaction spell in this matchup. You can, so what for example, I'm not sure Jose should have done this, but what he could have done he could have let Greasefang, let the Parhelion bring it into play, and then bounce the Parhelion. And if there's no other Parhelion in the graveyard, Greasefang is just a 4/3 creature at that point. Although I think in that situation, Jose actually, there was a blood token in play, so he would have just been able to put the Parhelion back into the graveyard, but that could still come up down the line in the next 2 games.
Very interesting interactions here between both decks, and it's always nice to see because, I mean, you are playing these expecting that your opponent is not prepared to play against your combo, but then at the same time, I mean, for the Greasefang, not so much because people know the deck better, but for the Rona one, it's very difficult to understand what your opponent is doing with the Rona and all this combo going on with Tyvar, and at the same time focusing on just going for your own Parhelion combo with Greasefang. So definitely a lot of emotions here for both players as they are 4-0 with their kind of homebrews, not homebrews, but not tier 1 decks, let's say. Not Izzet Phoenix. If you told me round 5 what we are going to watch on stream, I would think maybe Phoenix, maybe Rakdos Demons, maybe the Selesnya Company deck I could imagine being here at. But if you told me we are going to have Marduk Greasefang, okay, sure, versus Rona Luca combo, that I was not expecting.
No, me neither. And on that note, actually, we do have John Amado de Pra, absolute master of Izzet Phoenix, actually also on the top tables, 4-0. But I'm sure we'll see more of him anyways, and we all see a lot of Izzet Phoenix anyways down the line in this tournament. It's the most played deck. So we figured to showcase to you some of these sweeter decks that are also doing very well. And a little bit of a hint, we also have in the backup match, we have another spicy combo deck that is a bit of a brewski, so look out for that. Stick around.
And let us know, I'm curious to know exactly what deck would you bring to this tournament. We already discussed what we would bring for this tournament before, but I personally really like the Rakdos Demon decks. I think that's a very cool choice. I know that maybe you also bring something like this for the tournament. So
yeah, absolutely. I actually just talked between rounds to 2 Italian players, Gerardo Elia and Adriano Moscato, who have been championing the deck on Magic Online, and they're both sitting next to each other at the top tables, both at 4-0 with the same 75, and their sideboard guide on their Patreon posted, so really cool to see as well.
Fantastic, and players getting ready here for these game number 2 of round 5. Marco 1 game ahead. Just a reminder, both players are 4-0 here at the regional championships in Lille. Players need a score of 6-2 or better to advance into day 2. So both of them quite a good chance to make it into day 2. That's the first goal for them, and then there's awesome invites for qualifying for the Pro Tour World Championship if they do end up doing really well tomorrow as well. Let's take a look at their opening ends.
Yeah, it looks like Jose is already on a mulligan, indicated by that die. Some players do that. They sort of take account of the mulligans that are happening and deciding to put 1 card to the bottom. Oh, both players on a mulligan.
So we have Jose here being on the play. So land right away. We have a dork there, a mana dork, ready to give mana next turn. And a land, tapped land for Marco, and go. No Thoughtseize turn 1. More mana dorks, and look at the amount of mana that Jose is going to have next turn.
Yeah, Marco, I mean, it looks like he just has an Overlord. Pretty slow start. There's a Parhelion and a Greasefang. Okay, wow, well, maybe, well, you have to be a 4-0 at the tournament somehow. This is a really good mill. But yeah, if Jose can punish him anyhow with this loads of mana, then he might be in a tricky situation.
Let's see what Jose gets here. Looks like a mana confluence off the top. There's a Luca in hand, and I think a Plaza of Heroes. So we have the Plaza there. So the only other card is going to be Luca.
So that is an Atraxa turn 3. Haha. Ay.
And there it is, the Luca. Let me put it on the screen here.
It's essentially like Transmogrify, but it has the restriction that it hits creatures that cost more. So that's why he can play 1 and 2 drop creatures, but nothing else. He only has 1 and 2 drops and Atraxas. So you always, if he hits a 2 drop, like exiles a 2 drop, will get Atraxas. So he can't do it with a 1/1 elf, for example, but he can do it with certain character, Rona, and so on.
I mean, not a bad turn here for José. That Atraxa is going to now give a lot of advantage. Now, next turn, we might see a Greasefang.
Yes, but now the problem is that the 7/7 is really good against this Pahelion. But yeah, I mean, Greasefang making 2 angels that way is still pretty good. But yeah, we can, oh my god, look at this. Tiva, Rona, Retraction Helix.
Plaza of Heroes, Ode of Nissa.
Yeah, so we got a whole lot of combo pieces. We don't have the Fae yet, and we don't have the Mox Amber, but this is a pretty nice value setup anyhow.
I don't even think José needs to Fae, because he already has everything he can wish for with that Atraxa, giving so many good cards. Now let's see on the other side what Marco is able to do, and if there's some interaction perhaps.
So what I'm just realizing, there's only one single way for Marco in the entire 75 to remove an Atraxa from the board.
Bitter Triumph?
Just that one copy of Bitter Triumph. Nothing in the sideboard, just that one main deck copy. So he must have been like, yeah, drawing that in the last game was really important.
Yeah, because Vanishing Verse does not work against the Atraxa, that's right.
Yep, and there's the 3rd land off the top. Marco needed that, but you're just losing the die roll here and staring down this Atraxa is, he's in a rock and a hard place.
Atraxa, a pretty strong card indeed. And I feel like Marco just trying to realize if there's anything that can be done. I mean, when your combo is not good enough, you know you're not in a good spot.
Yeah, Atraxa is really good against these Greasefang decks. It used to be already against Abzan, and no wonder it's good against this one as well.
Atraxa just blocking one of the angels.
Oh wait, am I... The angels are attacking? I haven't played with Pahelion in a while. The angels are also attacking? Okay. Well, no wonder he lost the game last turn. I mean, that fear of missing out combo is incredible then. That means that was like a ton of damage coming across in game 1. That explains things.
I mean, that is a pretty good way to win. And I mean, José ended up losing just 2 life, but now gaining 7 life with that Atraxa again. We have Plaza of Heroes as well. And tapping here for mana. Ooh, Unlicensed Earths. That is a good way to get rid of some graveyard cards like Beryllium. 4 mana available right now. Passing the turn. And that Luca is still there.
Oh, yeah.
And here Marco is like, okay, there is nothing I can do. That Atraxa was too early on the game for me to be able to deal with it. And José takes the game here, which I love because that means that we are going to see a game number 3. It's always exciting to see a game number 3 because we saw both decks do their thing and do their combo. And now we are going to have a final game that decides it all. Who do you think has an advantage now, game 3?
I have to be honest, I am not an expert on this matchup. This is literally the first time I'm seeing this. So the Atraxa part scares me a little bit because we really do not see, we only have that one Bitter Triumph. So if that one hits the battlefield, I feel like Marco is in a huge disadvantage. But he does have Duress for Luca. I think he wants to bring in Duress actually, probably, even though it doesn't have that many targets. And he does have Thoughtseize, so he just has to hope that he hits the Luca that way and has a good draw on the play, and then he can get there. But maybe the advantage is actually on the other side, as we saw with the Atraxa being the ultimate Trump play.
And players shuffling up here. We are in round 5. This is going to be the last game of the round here for coverage. So a very exciting game. And after that, players only have 3 more rounds today. Round 6, 7, and 8. Players starting to probably get tired. I mean, even us, you know, the day passes, a lot of rounds of Magic. We start getting more tired. The players are getting more tired, but they are still playing really well. And it's not easy to play a deck so well for so many hours. And tomorrow there's 6 rounds and then of Swiss, and then a cut to top 8. So 9 more rounds of Magic.
Yeah, it's a grueling experience. It's a grueling tournament. We're 5 hours into the tournament. This is the 5th round. I mean, I've been there. I think around that time, especially if you're 4-0, you're really clocked in. You're like ready to go, ready to battle. I feel like if I look at both these guys, they're looking confident. I mean, they've just, you know, defeated 4 opponents in a row in a regional championship here, which is even hard to get to. So a mulligan from Marco and a keep, I guess, from Jose. So yeah, I think for me personally, after like round 7, round 8, those are the rough ones. Those are like when the fatigue kicks in for me, and yeah.
And usually on day 2, are you refreshed or still tired from day 1?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it really depends on my sleep, to be honest. Sometimes I can sleep a little better in the location where I'm at. It depends. I think day 2, you certainly have a little bit less energy because you just had that like 9 to 10 hour day behind you of high concentration tournament play. But to be fair, the players today, just 8 rounds, not 9 like it usually has been. So a little bit of a reprieve.
They can rest a bit earlier on, which is great, and looks like they are ready. I mean, as you said, Jose keeping their hand, and here Marco putting a card on the bottom. So Marco here going to be on the play. Untapped land, go, no Totsis.
Yeah, but he does have the Overlord in hand, so he could hit again Pahelian and Greasefang, which would be pretty amazing.
Ooh, okay, so we already have Little Elf here and also Mox Amber. So Jose already doing things as well on this first turn. And we see here Marco shocking.
And Jose really respecting Duress/Thoughtseize there by playing the Mox without even having any creature that enables it. He just really doesn't want to have it discarded. Fortunately, a miss on the Overload of the Balemilk there. Nothing to return. And no Pahelian.
Be lucky every time.
Yeah, and this was like the opposite of being lucky. This was literally no vehicle, no creature. So Marco is not feeling great after that mulligan about that.
And let's see if Jose here can assemble more pieces of the puzzle. So we have a Rona.
I think I can see a Retraction Helix and a Fae of Wishes. So if Marco does not interact now, he's going to be dead.
So we have that Oath of Nissa as well. Getting 3 cards. Looking at the top 3 cards, let's see which one is put into hand here for Jose. Choosing Boseiju.
I like that. He already has the Botanical Sanctum as a land drop to go here. But Boseiju interacts with the Pahelian, of course. And yeah, I mean, this is just a phenomenal draw. This is turn 2 of the game, and I believe he has a... Does he have a turn 3 kill here? This is 3, 4, 5 mana. He's going to go Retraction Helix and make infinite mana. Yeah, this is just a turn 3 kill. Wow.
Is that what we are going to see? Let's see.
I believe so.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, that is great, but it does not interact with any of that, right?
Absolutely not.
And
wow.
That Goblin, let's see.
Jose has got to be pumped. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I think this looks good.
I mean, he's going for it, you know? You can see, like, he's exciting to play the cards.
Yeah. Infinite mana with the Mox Amber, bounce, tap. He's explaining this right now. And untap and make infinite blue mana. This, not infinite any mana, just blue because of the Rona. And he's explaining everything right now. And he can also bounce the Oath of Nissa to make value that way, and then for every spell he casts after that, he can sort of... But he doesn't have to do that. He already has the Fae, so he doesn't need to look for the Fae.
So let's take a look at our sideboard here.
There you go. And that should do it.
The Reservoir, and just dealing basically infinite damage, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And Jose takes the game here, and look at that face of happiness, going now 5-0 in this tournament. I mean, with the Rona-Luca combo, that's something that I was not expecting to see, a player being 5-0 here today. But both players playing really well their decks and showing that they really know how to play their combos.
Absolutely, and impressive stuff. So we saw turn-free Atraxa in game 2?
Yeah.
Turn-free Atraxa, are you kidding me? And then we also saw a turn-free kill? Just a clean kill in Pioneer? That's very, very rare to see. So awesome we got to catch that on coverage.
Yeah, I'm also very excited that we were able to catch that on camera, and I'm actually very curious to know more about this deck. So now Gabriel is going to have an interview with the winner. So let's take a look at that and see what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm with Jose from Portugal, 5-0 now. I gotta ask, Timur Luca combo, why?
So I didn't have a ton of time to practice Pioneer. I played a bit of Greasefang, I played a bit of Rakdos Prowess, and like those are the decks that people are expecting, and I can just like, without that much practice, there's not much edge I can get. So on NRG, one of the NRG championships last weekend, I saw a 67 card Bring to Light Rona combo list. I just thought, well, let's take out those 7 extra cards and play this. Ran it through a couple of leagues and it was fun, basically.
Nice, smart. Are you more of a limited player, or?
No, I play mainly Modern's my favorite format. I play a bit of Legacy, trying to learn that, and just Pioneer. I qualified playing Quintorius combo, so you know I do have a type.
Okay, and do you know what your matchup spread is? Like, is a Phoenix matchup decent?
I don't think it's great. So like I'm edging on the sideboard with kind of more cards. I'm up to 3 Ursas. I think like if I can get them to step out, you know, I do have a chance. So it's a bit like with Phoenix, I think it's a bit relying on them stumbling a bit and me, you know, trying to buy some time with those Ursas. Not great, but it's what we can do, right?
All right. So yeah, what have you played so far today? What have you beaten besides the more degrees?
I've played Rakdos Demons, Mono Black Demons. I played now the Greasefang. I played against...
Okay, so you've dodged Phoenix so far.
No, I played once against Phoenix.
So you did beat Phoenix,
yeah,
nice.
I did beat Phoenix, yeah.
All right, well, awesome. Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest.
Yeah,
and
thanks for having me here.
Casters.
All right, awesome, cool.
Thank you so much for the nice interview. Me and Arne are back, and we are back for more action because we have a backup feature match and a very interesting one. So I feel like Food has been doing around very good results. So I think we're going to watch some Food next, right?
Yeah, we have a Food mirror, not quite a mirror match. We got some spice here. So we have the Jund Sacrifice deck, the Jund Food deck that we all know, the Igra, splashing red black, splashing for Igra. On the other side, in the hands of Zerg, an online grinder, who many of you might know and follow already, Wojciech Kowalczuk. And on the other side, we have Mark Tobias, who's known to be a brewer, and he came up with a Golgari food list featuring, of course, 4 copies of Igra, but also Bloomborough Limited standout Vine-Reap Mentor, 4 copies of that. Scavenger's Talent in there, of course, as well. Gilded Goose is making a comeback as a 4th. Cash Grab, another limited card from, we're going to highlight all these cards as soon as we get into the match. And then we also have 4 copies of Traverse the Ulvenwald. So he's really trying to hone down on that Igra double cat combo, where you can go Igra, have a cat in play, have another cat in the graveyard, sack your cat, get the cat back, because everything is a food, so you can just sack the cats into each other, which deals infinite damage. Again, another infinite damage combo, here you go. Just lots of combo decks today in the feature match, and both players also sitting at 4-0.
Fantastic, and I feel like these Jund deck and Golgari deck, they have been doing quite well. We also saw Mengucci, I interviewed him before, he was doing pretty well with the Jund Sacrifice deck. And we see there already both players starting in the same way there with a Scavenger's Talent.
Yeah, Scavenger's Talent is a huge new addition to these decks.
And Blood-Tide Harvest. So the 2 drops are a bit different, as you said. One as the Blood-Tide Harvester, the other one the Vine-Reap Mentor, which for me is a Bloomborough limited card.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, I guess they are kind of similar to each other, and at least they are both free too.
And what tier is this? Because we are back with a Cauldron familiar combo, which is oven. So the cat is back on the oven, making some food there.
Yeah, and this time the oven is really doing overtime with the Scavenger's talent, making 2 food even. This is the golden start. I feel like going talent turn 1 into oven cat, there's nothing you get. This is exactly what you want to do, I assume, with, and Tobias has got to feel great about this.
And on the other side, the Gen Sacrifice player really thinking, how am I going to deal with this? Because that engine is looking better than mine. But I see Claim of the Firstborn on Gen Sacrifice player, which is definitely an interesting card. One of the cards that the Gen plays that the Golgari doesn't. So, ooh. Wait a second.
That is a good one, huh? In the Sacrifice Mirror.
Speaking of Mayhem Devil right away, and Arne, this card works specifically well when your opponent is also playing Sacrifice, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Tobias, I believe, does have the Fatal Push already in hand, so he has it covered. But if he wouldn't have, that could be a quick game. He does need to sacrifice something, though, so to enable that revolt. So there will be at least one miser trigger of the devil happening.
And look at that blood token as well.
Yeah, that's a sweet one.
So we see the third land. Ooh, activating here, leveling up that talent, Scavenger's talent. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. So starting to get a graveyard pretty full.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, you can sort of mill yourself and find a second combo. But if you're playing against a Phoenix player and they're drawing like half their deck, and you have like 2 talents going, you can also just start milling them sometimes.
That's totally valid. And
oh, Mark going around. Oh, that's sweet. Mark attacking and going around that sack trigger with the Fatal Push here. And also he has plenty of food in play, so he doesn't mind if his cat goes to the graveyard. And I wonder what he's going to do with that milling, actually, because he has a lot of sacrifice already. He could mill his opponent a bunch.
Thanks to that Scavenger's talent, we also see Kowalski there making some food tokens.
Oh, a second
Another
talent.
one. Oh.
Yeah, but the issue here is he doesn't have a great way of generating these sacrifice triggers, right? That's sort of the issue. That's what he's missing right now.
And leveling up one of the Scavengers' talent as well. And looks like...
What is happening? He's sacrificing his own harvester, targeting itself. What a spicy play.
Just to be able to mill, trying to get that Cauldron familiar. I mean, making more food as well.
I guess so, yeah. He's really just trying to find... I see.
One thing is that Claim of the Firstborn doesn't do much against that opponent with the Witch's Oven that can just sacrifice in response. But you can always claim the Firstborn your own creature, so like your own Mayhem Devil, your own Blade Tide Harvester to activate it immediately.
That can certainly come up, absolutely. But I really like this heads-up play by Wojciech, if I can point this out real quick, while Mark is milling 4 cards over, of starting to mill yourself, starting to sacrifice, and really noticing that this is really just about finding the combo. Because if I would have to assume, I've never played this matchup, but I would have to assume this is a race to who finds the combo first. Because that is just the most powerful thing you can be doing, and there's really not much interaction for an Igra when it's in play, nor is there interaction for Oven in play. So both players trying to put Igra into play. And Wojciech already has Igra in hand. So he just needs that green source and needs to find a cat.
But wait, now there's also Igra in the graveyard, yeah, as you said. Scavenger talent can be activated in 3. There's already 4 foods as well that can be sacrificed.
Yeah.
So getting close.
Plenty of food. So we're looking at Mark's hand. He has another Oven, he has another Vine Reap Mentor, and he has a Traverse. So he can fetch the Igra. He has the 1 cat, so he needs another cat. Oh, what he can also do is, of course, he can level a free on the Scavenger's Talent and put Ikra into play. But he can just sacrifice 3 copies of the food tokens. I kind of love that play. That mills you for another 6. I mean, that has to be the play, because that allows him to kill at instant speed here and get the Ikra into play and have 6 additional looks at Cat. Even more, 8 additional looks, because he has a cat and so he can, I think he can pretty much look at 8 additional cards and maybe find the kill right here in the end step.
Yeah, and looks like Mark considering the odds, if it's worth it or not to go for it, and looks like considering so, because tapping those 3 lands, yeah, we are leveling up, and now we're going to see a lot of fun things happen. So sacrificing 3 permanents, that can be... Oh, first bringing the cat, let's start milling.
Good sequencing there. Good sequencing. Yes, you want to bring back the cat and then sacrifice the cat to the ability.
Very well played here. So sacrificing the cat and 2 food tokens for that level.
Oh, interesting. Sacking the oven.
Oh, the oven as well.
It's unintuitive, but I'm sure Mark knows what he's doing.
And that makes Ikra into play, and we're going to mill 6 cards.
Yeah, this essentially gives him the most looks possible, because he can choose to sacrifice both food tokens by sort of holding priority with the cat in the graveyard still, and then get another additional 2 looks. Like now he's gonna do that, hold priority. You would have to do that on Arena or Magic Online, of course. Here in paper, he can just mention that he's gonna sort of have, his cat has not entered play yet. He still has it in the graveyard, and then he's milled 2 more. But no hits, so now he's thinking if he wants to mill for the last time, correct?
Yep, so taking the decision there on what to do, looking at the graveyard as well.
Oh, in response, something's happening. Ikra, oh, did he already pass the turn? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, okay, in response. In response to the mill, he discarded the claim. Oh no, discarded the Ikra actually. Oh, he found a cat. He found a cat, and that's
game. And the cat is there, and that's game 1 here. I mean, Giant Sacrifice versus Golgari Food, 2 different deck strategies that are quite similar. What did you think of this game 1, Arne?
I think I loved the way Mark played that. I was very impressed. Like, was it a turn 4 kill? I'm not quite sure. It might have been.
It was very early on, and I was just thinking, honestly, like the way that he won this game, not a lot of people would have won. I mean, of course, if you have a lot of experience with the deck, but if you're just touching this deck, you wouldn't maybe see this line of looking for the most possible cards into the graveyard to make sure that you find your second card.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Mark is a Pro Tour top 8 competitor. He's been around. He knows his way around combo decks, and from what I can tell there, he definitely knows his way around that deck. So let's talk about sideboarding. So for Mark, he has 4 Leyline of the Void. I assume they're coming in here.
I mean, that's pretty good. That seems like pretty good. Let me just take a look if we put it on the screen.
And we will get confirmation if they come in right away, because Giganta will not be the companion anymore at that point.
Oh, that's true.
And then he also has 4 Thoughtseize, which he could bring in to disrupt the combo from the opponent. And he has 3 copies of Abrupt Decay, which I kind of love here. It destroys the Scavenger's Talent, destroys the Oven, destroys the Mayhem Devil. Seems fantastic. And then 3 copies of Paw Patch Formation. I feel like that's more for the Demons archetype, not for this matchup.
And on the other side?
On the other side, we have also 4 copies of Thoughtseize. Both players deciding they didn't want to put Thoughtseize in the main deck, put it in the sideboard. We have a Haywire Might, 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse. So I assume those 3 artifacts are going to come in. Maybe the Go Blank, 1-off in the sideboard. And then we have a Torch the Tower, a Duress, I could see those. And perhaps a Molten Collapse, actually. That's a pretty neat one. Destroys on the second mode non-land, 1 mana cost non-land permanents, so you can get rid of Scavenger's Talent.
Or even the Oven as well.
Absolutely.
So a lot of good ways to get that Molten Collapse to get the most value possible. And both players here sideboarding. And I have to say, this round has been so interesting. I mean, both matches that we've watched are not the tier 1 decks that we have seen here making it into the top of the meta breakdown, but doing quite well in the tournament.
Absolutely, it's amazing to see, and Mark is not the only one in this Golgari Food deck. There's a couple other players who are also championing Nick. One of them being your fantasy draft pick, Andres Santos, actually, right?
True. That's true. I mean, I think he was not doing too well with the deck, but still, I feel like it can be a very strong
Apparently.
Yeah. So happy to see Sacrifice making it into this tournament and doing well. It's always exciting to see. Let us know, Twitch chat, if you are watching, where we are watching from, and what deck would you bring for this tournament. I'm always curious to see what the home meta breakdown would be like. We already talked here multiple times on what we would like to bring. So, Arne, I have to ask you, just 2 weeks ago, you were testing for the World Championship, playing the World Championship, then you had to straight away go into studying Pioneer for this casting job. How was the transition into, okay, I'm studying full-on Standard to now Pioneer?
Well, I kind of combined it well with my YouTube content, where I just started making YouTube videos on Explorer, which at this point, basically very, very close to Pioneer. So you can essentially sort of play Pioneer on a Magic Arena. And I was just doing that, making YouTube videos, learning every deck. And then I also had coaching with one of my students, Edgar, who's in this tournament 2-2 right now, battling it out with Is It Phoenix. So yeah, I just put my head into it, and I really enjoyed it too. I Rakdos Demons, I couldn't get enough of it. I love that deck.
It's a great deck, and we have a question from chat that I'm going to make you. So, Arne, should the Jund player take out the Mayhem Devils post-sideboard? What do you think?
Well, while I do think that the main thing going on in this matchup is the Igra combo, so both players are working towards that, I do still think that Mayhem Devil, well, sure, it's better in a situation where there's small creatures to kill. I do think it's good enough here, because it's gonna put a lot of pressure on Mark to sort of combo quickly, and it will also make the combo a little bit awkward. While it doesn't disrupt the combo in play, you can still actually. Well, Mark gains a life every time, so it kind of evens out, doesn't it? So it's in the end, actually, it doesn't even disrupt the combo. I do think that it's still good enough. Like in a normal game where Igra doesn't hit the battlefield, I think you're going to be happy having the Mayhem Devil.
And we see players getting ready here for this game number 2 of round 5. Mark, 1 game ahead with his Golgari food. So now we are going to see what the players are going to keep. And looks like we have a mulligan from our Jund Sacrifice player. And Mark keeping the end, looks like, potentially. So Jund Sacrifice is going to be on the play now.
Man, I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued by this deck. Also the cash grab, 2 mana, mill 4 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand if it's a scroll card. Or you control a scroll. I guess that's really only the Vine Reap Mentor in your deck. Then you even get a food token, which is convenient. But yeah, that will fill your graveyard with cats and also find you any of your combo pieces. So really, really cool deck. Deadly Dispute as well. That's an all-star that used to be around. I mean, it's in all of these Sacrifice decks. So I don't know. I'm just loving what I see here. And maybe this is a deck here to stay. That's what I'm thinking right now, because it just looks really, really, really good.
I hope that it's one of the decks of the weekend. So far, I mean, doing pretty well, and we see here the mulligan decisions. And let's see if now the Jund Sacrifice player can keep this end after the mulligan. But incredible to see. We also see Menguchi doing pretty well with the Jund Sacrifice deck. Sacrifice is here to stay in one way or another.
Absolutely. Love to see it. Love to see the diversity that Pioneer has these days. And there we see a mulligan decision taken by Wojciech. He bottoms the card and plays a tapped Overground 2.
So we have a land into Witch's Oven. On the other side, 2nd mana here, but no Blood Tide Harvester, no 2nd drop yet. There's a Torch the Tower on the Jund Sacrifice player's hand. 3 mana. Are we going to see a Mayhem Devil? Yes, we are. The Devil is here, but ooh, cash grab. Let's see. I haven't seen this card play outside of Bloomburrow drafts, I must say. So good to see it play here in this Golgari food deck. Vine Reaper Mentor into hand here.
And we do see that old Ravnica ley line looming under that Llanowar waste in the graveyard. So yes, Mark Tobias brought in the ley lines, of course.
And we see the Vine Reaper Mentor. Now I have 2 foods. We got one from the cash grab because the Mentor is a squirrel. And now a second one from the Mentor. But I mean, a lot of good things. But that Mayhem Devil is going to really keep Mark in check.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting what happened here. Mark had the option to Abrupt Decay this Mayhem Devil, but instead choosing to just play his Vine Reap Mentor, developing to the board, making some food. I can see either way. Now if Wojciech drew a Thoughtseize off the top or had one already in hand, he could cast it, take that Abrupt Decay, and that would maybe make Mark unhappy, but yeah, no Thoughtseize, so Abrupt Decay is live.
And if 1 Devil is a nightmare, 2, I don't know.
Yeah, 2 is problematic, because at that point you can't combo anymore. At that point you take more damage than you gain.
And we see here Mark Tobias really considering what to do. And we saw how masterfully he played on that game 1, really showcasing a lot of skill with this deck and a lot of experience. I mean, both players.
Yeah, Mark has a nice double play here. He can go Vine Reap number 2 into Abrupt Decay, I think. Or he could go Leyline of the Void, Hardcast, which is a spicy play. He's probably considering that.
Okay, so shocking year for 2 with that Overgrown Tomb. 2 mana, Abrupt Decay, 1 of the Devils. So 1 Devil is gone. And now for 2 mana, we have that second Mentor, attacking with 1 of them for 3 damage.
Mark is an incredible player, but if you want to play this turn even more perfectly, you do, just before you do anything else, attack with the Vine Reap Mentor. That way, your opponent has the least amount of possible interaction, information on the blocking decision. Yeah, just being a bit of a smart ass. No, I hope you don't mind.
It's good. That's why the viewers enjoy to learn more and more, and that's why we have you that has so many Magic accomplishments.
Stop it. All right, 4th land here now finally. I think Wojciech has a bit of an awkward hand. I saw double Deadly Dispute, I believe. So obviously not great with just a Devil in play. Oh.
Put a Gigante into end, not ideal here when your opponent is doing so much.
No. He has Fatal Push and Torch the Tower as additional cards. Nothing that really is exciting here. Probably going to Torch one of these 3/2s. And yeah, Mark has a 5th land untapped and an Igra. I don't know what he's thinking right now, but he's probably considering what would be the worst thing that I could be punished with if I do that. Oh, he's actually going for the Leyline. Huh? Okay.
Leyline eats the battlefield here.
So he's playing it a little slower.
Attacking with both Mentors, and we do have the Fatal Push on 1 of them. That's going to create an additional food token.
Yeah, Mark taking a moment because he does have that Oven in play. Yeah. There's a consideration. You could leave the Oven up in case you're afraid of Claim the Firstborn, but I don't think you really are. I would just use it and not play around Claim. It doesn't really matter, to be honest.
1 more mana here, and Fatal Pushing now that last Devil. And that gets exiled because Leyline is now on the battlefield. Not a lot of options here for our Jund Sacrifice player. We do have that Torch the Tower, exiling the Vine Reap Mentor, so that does not make an additional food. And Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
I suppose Mark got punished for sacrificing there, because he would have had an additional food right now. But he has the Igra in play, a Leyline in play. Wojciech is sweating, I presume, at this point. He needs to find his 1 copy of Bitter Triumph or his 1 copy of Molten Collapse.
Okay, let's take a look here with the Fable now on Chapter 2. Let's discard 2 cards to hopefully draw something that can deal with this Igra. There's the Igra, but no removal.
Well, I mean, your own Igra is in a way an answer too, because both trigger at the same time and both grow at the same time. So we might have just like 20 Igras in a moment, in a matter of seconds.
It's the Igra mirror after all, so there it is.
Yeah, this could get interesting.
And we do have a Scavenger's Talent.
Wow, Scavenger's Talent off the top. That's got to be very, very good here.
Immediately leveling it up, so Mark can start milling some cards, trying to get some cats in the graveyard. And a lot of choices here to make. Did you think Igra would be this impactful of a card when you saw the preview of it?
No, to be honest, no. I was taking a little bit of a magic break at that time, so I wasn't really keeping up too much with the spoilers. But yeah, then I saw these junk decks, and I was like, oh, okay, interesting. Then, oh, interesting. And then the thing about the card is also it lines very well up in the format, considering the removers. Lightning Axe, one of the primary ones, and Fatal Push, and it has that 5 mana cost, goes around Axe and Fatal Push at the same time. That's pretty amazing.
And I feel like John Sacrifice player. I want to pronounce the name, but I'm afraid I'm going to do it wrong.
I believe it's Wojciech.
Wojciech.
Yeah, I think that's good enough. Wojciech Kowalczuk.
Wojciech here attacking with that Goblin token, making a food.
Interesting. You know what I would have kind of liked from Wojciech? I didn't make the math, but he has double Deadly Dispute in hand, so he could have attacked with the Igra as well.
Putting the counters on Igra,
he could have attacked with the Igra here, and then if Mark doesn't block, he can like sack the treasure, sack the goblin, gets another treasure, sack that treasure. That would have been 1, 2, 3, 4 triggers, so 8 power. That would have been a 14-14. I guess it wouldn't have been quite lethal.
But very close.
Very close.
And we have the Deadly Dispute. And there's a cat in hand as well. Cauldron Familiar.
Oh, excuse me. It's my bad. Sorry about that. Only when a food is sacrificed. So I'm sorry. Not when the treasure is sacrificed. So it wouldn't have grown that much. So Igra actually only when food is sacrificed. So that means creatures as well, because all creatures become foods.
Everything is a food now.
Yeah.
And those Igras are starving.
Oh, they're hungry. They're very hungry.
They are growing and growing and facing at each other. Let's see if Mark does have a way to deal with the opposing Igra. I mean, Fatal Push does not do it.
Well, Mark is keep drawing hitter after hitter. He went Talent into now Traverse for the cat. Pretty amazing stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So now he just needs one cat to get the job done. And he has a lot of sacrifice.
And a lot of meal is going to be made.
Yep.
So one card is already there. We just need one more Cauldron Familiar.
I'm really liking this deck by Mark. I'm really, really liking it.
It's definitely a very interesting deck, and I'm curious, are all the cards legal on Arena? So it's one of those decks that you can also play in Explorer?
Absolutely. Every single one of them. Traverse got added in like a sort of addition, I don't know. One of those additional Arena sets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That Scavenger Talent is now on the 3rd level, the final one.
Yeah, and you see these Igras growing to... Wait, did Mark miss some triggers? I'm confused.
Milling cards.
Is Mark missing the Igra triggers? I think he is.
I mean, a lot of things are happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably very zoned in right now, and he's just like very focused on finding this cat, figuring out like this is a complicated deck to play. Look at all these interactions, stacking of triggers. So he's just spaced out the Igra trigger, which, you know, I've been there. I've been in the feature match. I've done plenty of mistakes.
but Wojciech certainly doesn't, and he still has 12 counters on the Igra, and those. So we essentially see that Mark likely missed 3 Igra triggers, if I'm not missing something, but I don't think I am. It might not be that important. I mean, Igra doesn't trample, so now, you know, Mark can just jump block every turn.
And we do have another sacrificing spell there.
Yeah, he's sacrificing his remaining treasure after using a treasure for mana, gaining another treasure. And he also, well, had a problem for Wojciech is he has to get rid of that Leyline of the Void, but I don't think he has that one Haywire Might in his sideboard. So he has to draw the Haywire Might and then he can combo kill.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Cat, there's the Oven, there's Fable, Fatal Push, so a lot of good cards, but that Leyline really ruining the party.
Absolutely, great sideboard tech. Even though it was hard casted for 4 mana, which isn't where you want to be necessarily, but it's doing the trick.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker here, making another Goblin. And this player also known as Shirk on MTGO, right?
Absolutely. Yakmov used to grind Yakmov a lot when that deck was good.
I can see the similarities between this deck and Yawgmoth.
Oh yeah, totally. Sacrificing creatures. All right, now Mark is not missing any triggers anymore, putting those counters on the Igra.
Fantastic. So let's see what the draw is going to be here, and it's Cash Grab.
Wow.
A limited card that is actually pretty good in this Golgari food deck. So let's mill 4 cards. Get 1 into hand, so that's a land. Since there's a squirrel on the battlefield, also creating an additional food token.
You gotta love that. You gotta love it. I did not expect that happening. Good old Vine Reap Mentor on the battlefield here in round 5 of the European Regional Championship.
And I mean, Scavenger Talent, I'm becoming quickly a fan of this card right now.
It's amazing.
It's a lot of value.
It is amazing.
So let's start milling, see if we can find the second cut in put it into the graveyard.
Let's see if we can make the coverage staff run out of dice. That would be awesome. Look at all those dice there on Wojciech's creature. Although he's using it a little bit. He's using 2 dice to represent a 4. This is a bit of a waste, to be honest, but it's okay.
And I have to say, giving props here to our team that is doing a fantastic job of the technical team, fixing up the overlay, looking pretty good right now. We can see everything, all the info, which is great. And look how giant that Igra is right now. I mean, both of them.
Yeah.
Gilded Goose.
That is another 6 mil triggers here by the Scavenger's Talent in the end step, getting back a Gilded Goose. There's the Cat, and that is game.
Second cat is GG. A good game here. Mark taking it 2-0. Golgari Food versus Jan Sacrifice. Very well piloted. Both players playing really well, which is not an easy thing to do with these decks that have so many different interactions. How did you feel, RNA, about this matchup?
Well, I'm very impressed by this Golgari Food deck. I think playing more 1-drops like Gilded Goose and also the Vine Reap Mentor and like Traverse the Open Vault, it just looks so clean and so consistent and so good at assembling the combo pieces that it needs, that in comparison, the Jan Sacrifice deck looked like more like this clunky slow deck with that free drop Mayhem Devil, that free drop Fable, a little bit slower, and I don't know, that looked like a well-oiled machine. Mark is 5-0 now. Is he going to take out the whole tournament? Well, yeah.
I will risk to say, but those Bloomborrow limited cards, the Vine Reaper Mentor and the Cash Grab made look Fable of the Mirror Breaker look not as good. And that is saying quite a lot for these metas. So glad to see different decks making it here. And glad to see that our players are doing really well in this tournament. And now advancing 5-0, which is quite the incredible score. Only 3 more rounds, and they only need 1 more win now to make it into day 2.
Absolutely.
Now, day 2 does come with a bunch of prizes. A lot of money, a lot of qualifications. A lot of these players have the goal to make it into the Pro Tour. And how does it feel to be in a tournament like the Pro Tour?
How does it feel? So yeah, I mean, I do remember the first time I played the Pro Tour. I was 18 years old. I was very, very happy. I came into the room and then, you know, there's like John Finkel, there's Brad Nelson, there's Luis Scott Vargas, Reed Duke, all of them, and you're like so close to them, like completely starstruck, of course. The whole atmosphere is very like, yeah, this is, you know, this is serious business. We're here, sort of the pinnacle of the game. The coverage is top notch, of course, as well. But we're doing a pretty good job here, I would say too. In any case, it's an amazing feeling to make it. It's the biggest dream of any player here, really, that hasn't made it yet, right?
And that's all about the dream. I agree, completely a dream for me as well. Maybe for a lot of people watching, a lot of the people playing. But now we have to take a short break here, and we will be back for round 6 very shortly.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube. We keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping.
I was just kind of in shock.
It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Hello and welcome back to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're playing the Regional Championship in Lille. My name is Martin Yuza, and I'm here joined by Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. And we're bringing you round 6 live. I think we're ready to jump straight into the action so we don't waste any more time. I think we have Probably, in my opinion, the best player in the tournament, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. The guy has been having some absolutely incredible results over the last couple of years. World champions from 2 years ago. He is playing Is It Phoenix today, and he is up against, I think that's Jamie from, I think that was round 4, playing the Ace Herrera combo.
Yeah, Jamie back in the feature match. Thought you were going to say the best player in the world. I mean, best player in the building, almost definitely, if you look at the past couple of years. 2023 world champion. He almost was the back-to-back top 8 this year. He lost the win in it against Kai. Kind of an incredible match where Jean-Manuel actually had the win if he went for it, and he made a judgment call, didn't work out, but yeah, arguably best player in the world. Maybe him, Javier, Simon in that conversation. He's playing his favorite deck, Phoenix. He was even playing Phoenix back in Philly, the first PT after the pandemic, when Phoenix wasn't that popular in Pioneer, and did well with it. So he's...
Oh yeah, he was in the finals of the first RC, right? It was the one in Sofia, I think. The first time we had a regional championship, I think Jean-Emmanuel was in the finals of the European Championship, if I'm not mistaken.
I honestly don't remember, but he loves that deck. We were talking to him, and he thinks Artist Talent is a notch up. It's a decently big upgrade, which is scary when you could argue Phoenix was already the best deck in the format, and it got an upgrade, which is weird to say, but yeah, here we are, and he's up against Jamie Benito, which we saw on the combo deck against the Red Burn deck a couple rounds ago. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he can do against the most played deck, played by the best player, and see if the combo deck has game in that matchup.
Yeah, I already talked about it, but Jean-Emmanuel, he's in top 16 of every tournament there is. It's incredible how consistent this guy is, and all the success is well-deserved. Jamie starts with no Llanowar on turn 1, but he does have a Rona, one of the key cards of the deck that allows you to dig deeper, find your combo pieces, and then it also works really nicely with Relic of Legends. Jean-Emmanuel, in the meantime, the usual for Phoenix, just kind of pass with untapped mana, either hold up some opts and considers, or maybe have some removal spells up, like Lightning Axe.
Yeah, for those who are joining us now, or didn't see the deck earlier, the Ace SRAC Congo is trying to loop the 5/5, go through the dungeons. Got a bunch of ways to do that. For those who played a bit of Standard recently, it's reminiscent of the Standard Legends deck, because it also uses Relic of Legends. It has a bunch of Legends, so it has a bunch of ways to looping, to make an infinite loop. It can also just put Atraxa into play, 3 main decks Atraxa. You can hardcast it fairly easily. You can put it in play via Kinnan, with Kinnan's abilities. So a couple angles the deck has. What it does not have is main deck interaction. Literally none. Bear the 1 frill back. That could be clutch.
There's a Otawara on the table. It's one of the very few ways. Boseiju, there's the lands, you can still sometimes, I think people forget about that, but it's real,
Classic Martin was there, actually.
Well, I mean, like, imagine playing a combo deck against this deck thinking, well, they don't have interaction, right? I'm going to tap out for my Transmogrify or something, and then your opponent gets you with the Otawara.
That is a good point. It is also very cheap in that deck, can maybe play it for
right,
2 mana,
exactly.
So.
Actually, yeah. I think Jean-Emmanuel has a pretty good draw. I think he was able to pick up that Treasure Cruise from that Picklock Prancer earlier. Plays an opt. Spell number 2. There's an Arc-like Phoenix in the graveyard. Steam Vents, take 2.
Yeah. I'm not going to claim I know how this matchup goes, but you would think the Phoenix deck is okay against a combo deck that relies on free toughness creatures to do its thing. You have Fiery Impulse, Axe, and pretty interesting. Not only does Jean-Manuel has the Artist Talent upgrade, but he also has a lot of interaction. Free Fiery Impulse, free Lightning Axe, 2 Torch the Tower, and 2 main deck into the Floodmo, which is the 1 mana bounce spell. That's 10 quote-unquote removal spells, whereas the old Phoenix versions usually played maybe 7 red removal, and then 1 or 2 Brazen Bower, maybe sometimes a Spike Field hazard. So you know, Depra's not skimming on interaction. They actually trimmed a sleight of hand to fit all these removal spells.
Wow, look at Jamie, unimpressed by the removal spells. Jean Emmanuel had a great turn. Lightning Eggs, discard the second Phoenix, third spell played, bring back both Phoenixes, attack for 6. But Jamie just plays an Honest Rootstein with Relic of Legends. That untaps the Rona. He also has a Gwenna in play and a Collected Company in hand. So I think he's pretty well set up to fight through this, through all these removal spells.
Yeah, for sure. If he can live long enough, he's filtering for his deck. He has a ton of card advantage. His in hand was the second Rothstein and the Company. So I think it's probably still really close. Jean-Emmanuel has the pressure, and I guess he doesn't have an Artist Talent yet. Doesn't look like... Oh, he does have Treasure Cruise in hand, so he can get rid of a creature. He's going to be able to refill his hand, hoping to draw more removal spells.
I think the life totals are switched. We're going to work on fixing that real quick. Jamie is on 14 because he did take that one hit with the 2 Phoenixes.
All right, the Gwenna was the target.
Spell number 1, Treasure Cruise in hand. Pretty nice looking graveyard. I think Jean Emmanuel's going to be able to delve 7 cards away. Right, Ancestral Recall, no big deal. 1 mana, draw 3 cards.
Yeah, broken record at this point, but it is literally Ancestral Recall in that spot.
I think land drop was already made. It's the Torch the Tower, I think, was the pickup and a consider. What are you looking for right now if you're Jean Emmanuel? Just more burn to kill all the creatures so that your opponent is very unlikely to be able to finish you off next turn?
Yeah, maybe a Fire Impulse for that 3rd point of damage. Torch, you know, getting rid of Rothstein might slow Jamie a tiny bit. Also, exiling is nice. Wow.
Another Phoenix, no big deal. All right, that was spell number 3 also, if you're keeping track.
Yeah, that is huge. Natty Phoenix of the Consider means 2-turn clock for Jean-Emmanuel.
Wow. Yeah, so now Jean-Emmanuel just has to make sure he doesn't die next turn, right? Attack for 9. Jamie goes to 5. He does have another Honest Rootstein in hand. And the Collected Company.
Yeah, he could save Torch technically for Kinnan, but there's a decent bit of mana on Benito's side. There's also a Plaza that could potentially protect the Kinnan. So I guess he's just going to try to limit Benito's resources, and you know, Rothstein does like reduce casting cost too, so it's at least 2 mana. You know, you could maybe just hard cast an Atraxa if he doesn't do that.
Yeah, and keep in mind that every legendary creature you keep in play means extra mana for the relic as well.
Yeah.
So you're also slowing your opponent down that way. Another copy of Collected Company.
Yeah, I feel like if Benito hits the ace, that's what we call it, or what I call it, if he hits the ace of Company, that might just be lethal. He's got Rona, he's got the relic, he's got 4 lands, he's got another Rothstein in hand. He can maybe get back. Does he have another Gwenna too? Let's see what Jamie does. We're calling him Jamie, probably like Jamie, maybe the J to Spanish. Maybe we should.
That's true. If it's Spanish, yeah.
Maybe if he wins this round, we need to figure it out if we're gonna have him in the feature match more and not just butcher his name every round, every time we have it in a feature match.
I mean, does he really have any other option other than just casting Company? You could loot before that. Maybe that's going to give you more options. But tapping the Rona means 1 less mana, right? And yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, yeah, I guess the ace on its own is not quite lethal right now.
Well, Jean-Emmanuel is tapped out, so Jamie knows that whatever he's going to play is going to resolve.
Because if he plays Rothstein into Company, then he's tapped out. Yeah, okay, so he's just going for Company first. Maybe hoping to hit Kinnan for that mana boost as well.
That was a black card. Is it 7?
He's not slamming them. No, it looks like an elf, a Rona. Big bricks, huge bricks for Jamie.
Was he looking at 5 or 6 and 7 cards?
Reflected Company is 6 cards. I'm assuming he didn't mess that part up. Alright, so he's down to 2 mana, dead on board. Yeah, looking pretty grim. Another elf on top, that would have not helped. Yeah, no, that's just game. Wow.
All right, John Emanuel wins. Congratulations. That was a pretty good draw. I mean, being able to find that Phoenix with that third spell, he played that turn with the Consider, I think. That was pretty nice, yeah.
Yeah, free Phoenix in the top 20-ish cards of your deck.
Exactly, yeah. We do make the joke often that your Phoenix deck is often as good as the number of times that you can find your Phoenixes at the top 20 cards of your library. And if that happens, yeah, the deck is insane.
Yeah. So we're gonna move to the sideboard and let's see what the combo player has. 2 Hearse, 2 extra frillbacks, Thoughtseize if he wants to, Fail Push if he wants to, but I doubt it. Tamiya's safekeeping might be an option too, a lot of removal, so kind of a lot of cards you want to bring in your company. That, you know, it's a lot of non-company targets, so that's always the tricky part. It would be interesting to ask Jamie how he handles these sideboard games and what he does. But almost definitely Hearse coming in, almost definitely Frillback coming in. Not only does it exile Graveyard, but it can also destroy the Artist Talent. I find Thoughtseize not super effective against Phoenix because they're just so much redundancy between Treasure Cruise, Talents, Pricklock Prankster. It's hard to disrupt them. It does get better, I think, when you couple it with the Graveyard Hate, because you can kind of pick them apart maybe.
If you're bringing all these cards like Tamiya Safekeeping, you know, to protect your creature, and then Unlicensed Hearse to deal with the Graveyard, at what point are you worried that you're diluting your deck too much?
It depends. You could just cut the company. You don't have the powerful play of company. You can maybe trim on a Traxa, maybe Kinnan. Kind of the same I was suggesting, you know, against Burn to make room for all these cards. But because how many company targets does he have in the main? He has 4, 8, 12, 16.
26, I think.
20, 26, including 6 L's, which is...
Right.
I don't know what you want to hit in this deck, even though it can help you cast an Atraxa. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll try and figure it out as we see the cards Jamie draws and casts. And on Jean-Manuel's side, he's got access to not a ton that's very exciting. Third Pipe Iconoclast, Annul, Negate, Dispute, Beacon Bolt, Prismari Command is kind of nice, killing a Relic plus maybe an Elf. Abrade is probably decent, especially against the Hearse, so Command and Abrade probably coming in. Another Torch, I don't know if you want another Shock, you might not always have the card to bargain it. Narset can stop Rona, which is a big part of the deck, looting for your deck, so Narset is interesting, coupled with all your cheap removals. The combo deck's not very good at attacking, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that card. And then Brotherhood's end, free damage to all creatures, or if you're desperate, destroy, you know, Hearse, Relic. So,
where are you on Brotherhood's end and Anger of the Gods this weekend? Would you rather be able to destroy artifacts, which is obviously one of the, you know, key things to be able to do after sideboard, destroying Unlicensed Hearse, or would you rather have something that exiles the creatures, which also comes in handy against Honest Rootstein?
It's tough. I think it depends on your whole sideboard, kind of your sideboard playing in all matchups. Anger of the Gods is really nice against the white-green deck. Exiling the Enduring card, it can be nice against, you know, it's a fringe deck, but Ninja, same deal, getting rid of the Enduring Curiosity, so that part's pretty nice. It's a tough call, but looks like Jean-Manuel decided the one Brotherhood's end is what he wanted. No Anger of the Gods. But that might mean he has these matchups where Anger of the Gods would be good covered by, you know, his other card choices.
All right, looks like the players are ready to draw their opening hands for game number 2. Jean-Emmanuel up a game with one of the best draws that Phoenix can have. Towards the tower, there's a Spell Pierce, actually. Interesting. There's not that many targets. There's not many non-creature cards actually in the deck. There's only Relic of Legends and there is Collected Company. I think, given that you have so much removal, I can certainly see how that Spell Pierce could be a nice tool to be able to catch your opponent off guard and get the Relic with it.
It's just so efficient. It counters Hearse, it counters Relic.
Oh, Hearse.
Counters the sideboard card. It could counter a Safekeeping too, if that's a card you're assuming Benito is bringing in. Having the Spell Pierce for that would be useful, and I like it. At least the first copy, I think it makes sense to me.
The fact that it counters Hearse is a great point, and that's also a great point that you're not sideboarding against your opponent's Game 1 deck, you're sideboarding against their Game 2 deck, so you have to take into account all the cards they're going to bring in. And yeah, Spell Pierce does seem like it's going to pick up a lot more extra targets after sideboard.
Another decent start for Benito, getting to untap with Arona. You're surely happy about that. And there's a Spell Pierce on the Relic. Little mana advantage. Trading your second turn for their third turn.
And you're really happy to be able to do that because obviously the longer the game goes, the less valuable the Spell Pierce is going to be. All right, that was the talent.
Yeah, the card, potentially card of the weekend, card of the, defining card of the format.
Oh, wait, that's not the right talent.
Rona loots Ace away, Company mana up. Benito says go.
All right, that's the right one. Yeah, you mentioned already that the card pretty much just replaced Ledger Shredder, and it just does so much more, right?
Yeah, for sure. Shredder can be take over a game real fast, but Talon is just way more consistent, way harder to remove, and way more powerful.
All right, John Emanuel with a Big Clock Prankster getting
Fiery Impulse.
Fiery Impulse. The Phoenix in the graveyard in the meantime. Tapped land passes the turn.
All right. Probably read Jamie for Company. That's why he didn't go for Impulse right away in case Jamie just finds a replacement Rona. Gonna let him resolve that and then decide if he wants to use the Impulse.
And exactly what you mentioned, there is 26 targets for Company, but those Llanowar Elves are not exactly as relevant to the game usually as the rest of the legendary crew.
Surely in that spot, I would assume Jean-Manuel uses Impulse. He might be worried that he's running out of gas, but is that a Treasure Cruise to the right of his hand?
It is, yeah.
Wow.
I would be worried about my opponent having an honest Rootstein, but I mean, they can already pick up the Acer Eric, so it's not like... Oh, wow, yeah, okay, he actually does go for the Elf. Interesting.
Wait, what?
I think Jean-Emmanuel just might have a read that perhaps Jamie is on a Troxa right now, or, doesn't want to let him untap, drop his 5th land plus the 2 Elves.
I almost feel like I'm missing something, like I don't know what one of the cards do or something. That seems like an incredibly conservative play.
Well, Collected Company, number 2. Let's see if this one's going to be a little bit more successful. We got 2 hits. I think that's a Frillback and a Gwynna.
All right, well, we see Jean-Manuel's play paying off. The 1 less green mana. Maybe he had that card in mind when he killed the Elf. He was thinking Frillback. He was thinking Company into Frillback and limiting the extra mana, because I believe you can pay the extra cost of the Company. So it looks like, Jean-Manuel properly realized what mattered, and what mattered was not card selection, but just limiting Benito on mana. Might not be enough though. That's an awfully great board states on tap with if I'm the Spanish player.
Jamie's playing really fast. That usually tells me that we might be looking at lethal right now. So plays an Honest Rootstein, legendary, untaps the Rona, taps the Gwenna, brings back the Acerok.
Yeah, I believe that's infinite. The Acerok only costs 2 mana because of Honest Rootstein. You know, Jean-Manuel is going to take a look at the dungeons. You know, just know what's going on, get a refresher. Not going to matter this game, but could be useful info for the third game. All right, despite that somewhat brickish company into 2 elves, and what looked like a reasonable draw for Jean-Manuel too, pretty easy win for Benito. That's been impressive because if you look at game 1 too, it looked like he was doing fine until Jean-Manuel just had that great triple Phoenix draw. So that, you know, maybe that deck's just not only good but well positioned and has a decent matchup against Phoenix.
Yeah, and that company for 2 Ls actually worked out really well, because I think Jean-Emmanuel really was afraid of something like an Atraxa just coming into play next turn, which we don't even know if that's still in Jamie's deck. So things to consider for game number 3. Looking at, is it Phoenix? Do you ever bring in something like Third Path, Iconoclast, or is that more for the control matchups or against creatures? Like, is this matchup more about something else than filling the board with creatures?
I think Iconoclast can always be good, but given that Benito only has very little graveyard hate, couple hers, I think you can fairly rely fairly well on the Phoenix plan to deal the damage, and you don't need to make the token. But Iconoclast never going to be bad. It's never bad to just go Iconoclast, talent, cantrip a bunch, kill a bunch of stuff, accumulate tokens, and kill you with the tokens. Even though Jamie has a bunch of blockers, incidental, like 1 freeze, 2 freeze, 2 twos, etc. I was looking at Jamie's path so far, and first Phoenix matchup for him.
Okay.
He's only lost 2 games in 5 rounds. He actually won his first 6 games of the tournament too. His first game loss was actually against the Wizards deck the feature match we saw. So I mean, you got to feel great if you're able to win this round 6-0, just beat arguably best player in the room, playing the most played deck and the best deck in the format. Got to feel good about your chances for the rest of the tournament. That happens.
Yeah, and I think you really give a shout out to what might be the top 3 in the world. If you look at the last 5 Pro Tours and World Championships, Simon Nielsen and Javier Dominguez, I think both top 8 at 4 out of those 5, and they each won 1, which is just absolutely ridiculous consistency. I think Eli Cassis is another player who made top 16 or better of each of the 3 Pro Tours and 1 Worlds this season, which is also just incredible. And Jean-Emmanuel is just another person who's just always up there in the top 16. As you mentioned, world champion from 2 years ago. Super consistent. And yeah, yet another tournament, yet another 5-0 start.
Yeah, noticeable too is the absence of Javier, reigning world champion. Won the world championships 2 weeks ago, decided to skip. If he were to come, he'd be playing basically for the money. He's already qualified for the Pro Tours. He's already qualified for Worlds next year. Felt like he needed a break. I believe Marcio didn't come either.
Simon is not here either.
Runner-up, Simon. Yeah, all these players. I'm in the booth casting. Part of that is I am not qualified for Worlds, but I'm already qualified for the first Pro Tour of the year. So I decided to instead be in the booth and do commentary.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to take a break from all the testing, right? Like it sounds like, yeah, it's fun. You guys start playing games and you just play some more games, right? But well, there's a lot of preparation that goes into, making sure you have the best deck available for the World Championship, which is $1 million tournament where you want to make sure that you do your best.
Yeah.
No turn 1 play for Jamie, so no lateral elf. That's kind of a setback. I see a lot of 3 drops in his hand.
Yeah, no turn 1 play on the play, is no elf on the play is fine. On the draw, a little trickier.
Take 2, play a Rona. Pretty standard opening then. I guess if you don't have Lana Rolf there, and you're keeping your hand, it's pretty much 100% that you're going to have a 2-drop there. Jean-Emmanuel picking a Treasure Cruise up. 4 cards in the graveyard. Slowly working on that Ancestral Recall. Consider, yeah, so we're pretty much done. Just need to find a way to put those Phoenixes in there.
Yeah, it looks like Jean-Emmanuel has a nice hand. I don't see the cards, but I feel like I see a 3rd land. I think I see 3 red cards, 3 blue cards. So clearly Emmanuel has some kind of interaction going on.
I think there's a Lightning Axe and a Phoenix. If he finds an untapped land here, that would allow, oh my god. I think that's going to allow him to play Lightning Axe, kill the Rona, discard Phoenix, play a Treasure Cruise. I guess it just depends on how much he values keeping mana up. I think he has a Spell Pierce as well, so he might instead want to just pass the turn, hold up Spell Pierce, and try to counter a Relic of Legends.
Yeah, that and Rona, you know, it's card selection, it's nice, but it's not the end of the world, and you don't want to kill the Rona and just see maybe just play a backup one, and you feel like you've maybe wasted a removal spell.
It really does take a lot of patience to just not kill the Rona here. I would be slamming a removal spell, but yeah, you're right. Like, your opponent can just untap and play an Honest Rootstein, at that point, you're gonna feel pretty stupid.
Yeah, you're more worried about tempo in that spot. You know, you're the Phoenix deck, you have Ancestral Recall in your deck, and you're not worried about your opponent having a tiny bit of card selection in that spot. You can clearly keep up, and you're just worried about, yeah, basically being efficient with your mana and trading favorably with your removal spells and whatnot.
So Gwenna is the discard here. 3rd land for Jamie, follows that up with the Honest Rootstein. So yeah, it was there. Does Jean-Emmanuel have any ways to counter that? Is there something like an Aether Gust, or?
Yeah, another reason not to use your removal spell before Benito's 3rd turn, right? You don't want to give him the easy, like, oh, just cast Rothschild and get back the creature he just killed back. And
oh wait, did I see wrong? I don't see a Phoenix being discarded. That looked like a land. Oh, it's a Brotherhood's End. I see what's going on. So that was a bit of a misread for me on Jean-Emmanuel's hand. He does have a Treasure Cruise available.
Yeah, did just run Artist Talent too, but he decides to not tap out and play the Treasure Cruise first. Finds Torch, potential way to deal with the Rothschild for good. Might see Talent into Torch here. All right, deploys the Talent, 1 mana up. Has Spell Pierce for potentially a Relic, a Company, and the Rothschild's not a huge threat, I guess.
I have to say that the Ace combo deck is really good at playing through removal. Jamie has been doing a really good job of just kind of, sure, you know, kill this, kill that, no problem. I'll bring it back, Company, bring back something else, get some more value.
Yeah, and we see Jamie was kind of the perfect play here. We see red removal, we see Spell Pierce, but Frillback doesn't care about any of that, and it's fairly cheap too. With Rushshine in play, he's going to be able to get at least rid of the Talent. Depending on his hand, he might go for the graveyard. I don't think the life total matters too much. So for 1 green mana, we're definitely going to see that Artist Talent get destroyed. He might just use one of the other 2 modes if he's got nothing else to do with his mana this turn, which seems to be the case.
Yeah, one is a naturalize, one gains you 4 life, and the last one is exile a graveyard.
Yeah, and we see he cares more about 2 cards in the graveyard than the Frillback. I believe is 4 life, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just anything he can do to slow down Jean-Emmanuel.
Oh yeah, and Jean-Emmanuel says, yeah, I'll actually add 1 more card into exile here because the Spell Pierce doesn't look like it's going to be that great for the rest of the game. It would have still been able to kind of hang around a little bit longer and sort of protect you from collected company. But yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, that throwback was huge. Looks like Jean-Manuel's draw could completely fall apart here. I don't think he's got an engine going on.
Yeah, I think he's really digging for another treasure cruise or some kind of, pick lock prankster.
Exactly.
Phoenix in hand. Oh, it's a Prismari command.
Yeah, he could plan a way to bring back the Phoenix this way. He could command, draw, discard, get a treasure, and then use a treasure to kill a throwback, but he's not interested, and he doesn't feel like that's good enough to win the game. He feels like he needs to get more value out of his cards and set up something a little more powerful than just, a 6-turn clock.
Yeah, using up half of your hand to put a 3-2 haste with flying into play, I agree that doesn't really sound like what you want to do. But then that, more time for Jamie. Attacks with the frillback, plays in line number 5. I think he's just going to be happy playing more creatures, and that also plays right into Jean-Emmanuel's Brotherhood's end.
All right, commits the Boseiju to the board, which could be a big deal down the line. That card does get rid of Artist Talent, maybe even potentially that whole of the Storm Giant that's in play.
Wow, and I think Jean-Emmanuel is super happy about this. Take 3, 2 more creatures on the battlefield. He's going to be able to get a 3/4/1 with his Brotherhood's end here.
Yeah, definitely a sigh of relief. No Honest Rothstein, no company. Just kind of a fair turn out of Benito. Oh, and the Brotherhood's ends, of course. That's what you were saying. Yeah. That was the one of.
Yep, it is there. But as you mentioned before, Phoenix is really good at finding these one-offs. You have all these card selection spells that even the one-offs are super relevant. Yep, that's a 3-for-1. All the creatures die. Pick Luck Prankster is the follow-up. What does Jamie have? Collected Company would be a perfect draw here. I think his hand is full of Llanowar though.
Yeah, that Rona. That's not gonna live for very long. He has a couple elves and a frillback too, which could buy him some more time.
So this is gonna be a race between, can Jean-Emmanuel find another card draw spell like a Treasure Cruise, or is Jamie going to be able to draw something like a Collected Company?
It was a safekeeping.
Oh, wow, it is safekeeping. Okay, well, that's huge here. Although Jean-Emmanuel does have an Abrade hit that he can play in response, which I think at this point of the game, is that something you want to do, or are you happy letting your opponent draw 2 cards a turn with Rona, or perhaps more?
No, I think you definitely need to get rid of the Rona. You can kind of tell Benito has, a dead card or 2 in hand, so the Rona is like huge value right now.
And I think what Jean-Emmanuel is trying to do is also squeeze in the Prismari command in the middle, draw to make a treasure like you highlighted before. That would be the 3rd spell. If he plays the Abrade after that, that would bring back the Phoenix, at which point he can start attacking for 4.
Yeah, you're right. Draw 2, discard 2, get a treasure. I think he's trying to figure out whether he should keep a treasure or an extra card. Okay, he's discarding a land. Okay, no, he was deciding between keeping the axe and keeping the extra land.
And there's the Abrade still in response, so the safekeeping is still on the stack. Everything resolves. Third spell was played. Arclight Phoenix comes back. Yeah, now we have a 4-turn clock. That's a lot better. Oh my God! Yeah, that's an Honest Rothstein.
It's a really
perfect
good draw
for Jamie.
Yeah. He could go for frillback first, make sure no Treasure Cruise happens, and it's a clock. It's for life. So you're kind of keeping up in the race, and Treasure Cruise is one of Jean-Manuel's best card right now. So I like that play first.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's a good play. Just kind of being patient. You kind of buy yourself the turn anyway with the 4 life from the frillback, and you can just play the Rona next turn.
Jean-Manuel picking up the Torch. Artist Talent not an option. Only instant sorceries and fairy spells. Not exactly what he's looking for, though. He would have loved to find a treasure cruise or another free-to-play. All right, we got one of this cool, you know, we had two somewhat one-sided games or fast games, and this one's a little scrappier, a little more, a little closer, even though game one was, you could argue was pretty close too, even though it did end on turn 4 or 5. All right, what we got? Just Rona, probably?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Honest Ritzstein adds another 3-2 to the board. Brings back the Rona. Exiles in response. 2 elves in hand, passes the turn. So
yeah, kills it in response so that
wow.
Jamie has to pay full mana on the Rona and doesn't get the discount.
And Jean Emmanuel picks up that treasure cruise.
Did he?
Off the top. Yeah, and now he has an option. Does he just tap 4, delve 4 cards away and draw 3? Or I think he has a Lightning Axe as well. So what he could also do is Lightning Axe, pitch that island, kill Rona. That's 6 cards in the graveyard, and then add 2 more mana to...
Yeah, I think you treasure cruise first, because you could get lucky and draw Phoenix plus Cantrip and bring back the Phoenix of the Lightning Axe. So I think it makes a ton of sense to just see what you draw first.
That was a Sleight of Hand land Lightning Axe. Yeah, I think...
So he's probably going to go Island, Sleight of Hand, hope to hit a Phoenix, and then play the Lightning Axe.
Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect sequencing to try to find that. There it is.
There it is.
Exactly what you said. There's the Phoenix. Yeah, so Jean Emmanuel with the perfect sequencing this turn is able to find the Phoenix.
That is
discards third spell, attack for 8. So that's a 2-turn clock. Jamie's gonna have to do something pretty big on his own turn to survive.
That was so brutal. It's been so back and forth. It looked like pretty decent for Benito, but that was, you know, if he could have stacked the top like 5-6 cards in this game.
Oh my God! So Jean Emmanuel moves on to 6. So and that was a really like very subtle thing. I think a lot of people would just say, okay, well if I played the Lightning Axe first, that's gonna discount the treasure cruise. I'm gonna have more mana, you know, to do more stuff afterwards. But no, this way he was able to find the second Phoenix. And yeah, GG. Jean Emmanuel moves on to 6-0 and pretty much locks up being able to play day 2 here.
Yeah, just lock up day 2. Always a great feeling, undefeated. That was really close and just, yeah, really close matchup. Hard to say who's favored. They both, I don't think either of them mulligan single time.
Much, yeah.
I think they just had pretty reasonable draws all 3 games. It feels like Jean Emmanuel got a little luck here, but once again, it's Phoenix. It always feels like the Phoenix player gets a little luck here.
Yeah, I mean, they have 17 card selection spells or 20 or whatever that is, right? Like they're gonna find the cards they're looking for. If you're playing off the top, then they're so much more favored to find what they need.
Yeah, no, honestly, great match, tough spots, and I felt like both players played well. And
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how the combo decks, you know, how that combo decks keeps doing if Jamie can keep winning.
We're ready to do a quick interview with Jean Emmanuel, so stick with us and we'll be right back.
Thank you, Martin, and welcome here. I'm here with Jean Emmanuel Deprat, world champion. Pleasure to have you. You just played against this crazy new combo deck that I honestly have almost 0 experience against. What did you feel when you saw that deck list? Did you play against this before?
So I have never played against it with Phoenix. I tested against it way back when we were playing like mono green in the Karn format.
Okay.
And that deck couldn't beat mono green, and we figured. So we dismissed it for that reason, and it also looked somewhat vulnerable to removal spells. So that's pretty much all I knew about the deck. And so when you don't have experience in a matchup like this, you just want to, like I tried to keep it simple in sideboarding, like not board in too much, just keep the removal spells, the Phoenixes, and yeah, maybe suboptimal, but at least I'm sure I'm not making a huge mistake that way.
Okay, well, you took it down in 3 games, to be fair, so you had to struggle a little bit of a sweat. How do you feel about that? Well, first of all, congratulations on making day 2. 6-0,
Thank you.
one of the first players to make it in. Amazing stuff. You seem to have a pretty consistent, like 9-0 at the World Championship, or 7-0, whatever it was, and now you're 6-0 again. Just this consistency is pretty amazing. You're pretty good at day 1s, huh?
Yeah, I have to get better at day 2s. Maybe do something, I don't know, sleep more.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, you're feeling good about the tournament. 2 more rounds remaining. Tomorrow you're playing for the world slot, I guess.
Yeah, basically I'm playing for World and the cash and trying to help France qualify. I hope I'm not going to be put in a spot where I have to concede to someone to get them through, but that could happen too. And yeah, I just love Phoenix, so.
Always happy to play Phoenix. All right, thank you so much. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to the cast.
Thank you, Arno.
Yeah, great stuff from Jean-Emmanuel. 6-0 one more time, as Arne highlighted. Jean-Emmanuel was also 7-0 to start day 1 of Worlds 2 weeks ago. So yeah, pretty good streak. I think we're ready to jump into the backup feature match, which is between, it was table 1 actually, between Adriano Moscato playing Ragnas Demons. So one of those decks that people were also curious about, because Unholy Annex did just have a really, really strong showing at Worlds, playing against Till Weissman on, guess what, is it Phoenix?
Yeah, no, Phoenix against Ragnas Demon, I think the 2 most played decks right in the field, and I'm not sure we had that matchup yet, so it's really nice to see new decks and fringe decks. It's also nice to see the most played decks go up against each other, get a feel for, get a look and a feel for how it looks, these games play out.
Yeah, let's see. Have you had a chance to play a lot with the Demons deck? Like, how do you feel about Unholy Annex? Do you think it's gonna, have as much of an impact on Pioneer or perhaps some other formats as it had on Standard?
Yeah, I love that card. It's really strong. I think this matchup specifically is probably a little tough for Ragnas Demon. I would expect Phoenix to be slightly favored. The Annex can be good, but it can also backfire. They can be good at keeping your demons in check and killing them all and bouncing them. And I've definitely had games where I just died to my own Annex because I couldn't stick a demon against the Phoenix deck. But that card is really powerful. We know Standard and Pioneer are fairly close in power level, even though that might be less the case now that Fable has rotated out of Standard, is only legal in Pioneer. But no, good card.
Talk to me about the difference between mono black and red black. So I see a lot of players playing the mono black version, but I think the more popular one is the Ragnas variant. What are the upsides of just adding another color?
I mean, in theory, the downside of adding a color is you lose in consistency. You can get color screwed more often, but that red black deck, you got a ton of good dual lands. The mana is really consistent, and you get the extra Fable. The black deck is maybe a little more control-ish. You can play Bangbuster, or you can play a more creature-heavy version. You can play the Slasher combo. In red-black, in some ways, it feels like you have an extra color, but you have less options, because if you're playing red, you have to play Fable. If you're playing red-black, you have to play Harvester with your Fables. You get fear of missing out, which is arguably better than Harvester in this deck. It filters right away. You don't have to sack the blood token. It also combos nicely with Fable. You can actually do some cool stuff where you're attacking, copying your FOMO, getting the next round tap. It's not quite Splinter Twin, but it turns 1 mana into 2 damage at the very least when you have these 2 going on. So just super consistent. You've got quote-unquote 8 Fables.
Fable just makes everything better, right? That's kind of the joke with the card. Meanwhile, Adriano on the play, turn to Bloodtide Harvester. Not sure if he has a 3rd land though. Another Harvester passes the turn. Interesting spot. He could have tried to sack one of the blood tokens and hope to draw into an untapped land, but chose to kind of keep up the pressure by adding another Harvester into play instead. Till, meanwhile, some cantrips, just the usual stuff. Pick Lock Prankster, consider setting up your draws, fueling your graveyard for a future treasure cruise. There's a Slate of Hand. This would be a great turn to find an Arclight Phoenix. So you could put one in the graveyard, find a removal spell, kill one of the Blood Tide Harvesters, perhaps cast a treasure cruise. The Phoenix deck is just super consistent at just doing the same thing every single game.
Yeah, they're playing a slight variation. They have the 4 Artist Talent, but also 2 Ledger Shredder, 1 less land, and 1 or 2 less interactive spells. So not exactly the same list that we just saw with Jean-Manuel, but fairly close. And surely, you know, 2-drop is nice, but you're pretty happy if that Rakdos deck misses land drops. You're usually not going to lose these battles with Phoenix, and I don't want to say missing the 3rd land is quite game over, but it is a huge setback, even if you did deploy a couple decent threats.
And look at that. That was a Ledger Shredder picked up for Till, which could mean that's a different version. Is there both Artist Talent and Ledger Shredder?
Yeah, 4 Talent, 2 Shredders for Weisman.
Interesting.
Yeah, just a little, I guess, greedier. I want to say less interaction. We saw a lot of spot removals and bounce spells for Jean-Manuel. Till, quote unquote, only has 3 Impulse, 3 Axe, 1 Torch, and 1 Brazen Bar, so 2 less removal spells for the German player.
And good decision from Till, leaving that Phoenix behind to try to block Adriano's attackers, but Adriano finds towards the tower that deals with the Phoenix really cleanly, attacks for 6 more. So despite missing a 3rd land drop rather, he's still developing pretty nicely. Ledger Shredder followed by, I believe that's an Opt or Consider.
Yeah, that was a decent turn. I like the decision to no attack. Worst case, you're passing about 3 damage, but it doesn't feel like these kind of games that are going to come down to a race, even though you never know. Does get punished by Torch, but willing to take that risk. I still like that decision.
Both players using a lot of special alternate art. I think Adriano has a Unholy Annex in hand. I think I see a Shield Dread as well. There's a Fable. I think a black removal spell.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed, but interesting take on the deck. There's so many ways you can build that deck. There's some staples, but Adriano noticeably not playing Fear of Missing Out. He's just playing a bit of a more expensive version. He has 4 Slashers. He doesn't have the Blood Letter to combo with it, but 4 Slashers, 4 Archfiends, and 2 Shellies. That's 6 4-drops.
That looks like a Duress.
Yeah. I would guess so.
That's a lot of promo. I'm going to be honest, I have never seen this one, particular version of whether that's a Duress or something else.
He does have 1 Duress in his main deck, so it is most likely that. But yeah, my good friend Jose Neves, who I picked in my fantasy draft, actually didn't do so well, but he's playing Blade of the Oni, which is a 3/1 artifact demon to go with Annex. He's playing Fear of Missing Out. Adriano just decided to go a little bigger, just a bunch of cheap removal. But yeah, 4 Fable, 4 Annex, 6 4-drops. I've seen versions with no 4-drops at all, for instance. So two different takes, and could be good at catching him up if he can stick one of these threats.
Adriano with a pretty bad turn there, using basically the entire turn to cast a Duress. He did use 1 mana to cycle through the Blood token, but still unable to find the 4th land. That Fable is looking really nice, but it is getting a little too late to be able to deploy that still in time.
Yeah. Speaking of fancy drafts, Adriano also on my team. He was my last pick, my kind of sleeper pick. And
no big deal.
No big deal so far, paying off carrying my team. So I might be a little biased this match. I'll try not to, though. Not to be too biased.
So Ledger Shredder, followed by Consider, I believe. That's a Treasure Cruise. Okay. So Till is now doing all the things. Ancestral Recall available.
Yeah, I feel like we're still in the same spot. I feel like it's really hard for, Adriano might be able to prolong the game a bit, but
at this point, I think Till is so far ahead with that Lightning Axe also in hand. Even if Adriano draws an untapped land next turn and plays the Sheoldred, which is typically one of the better cards against Phoenix, if it survives, then Till just taps 1 mana, deals with it pretty cleanly, and doesn't really care.
Yeah. Yeah, he's at a point, or they're at a point where they can even use 2 removal spells to get rid of 1 threat, and it's not the biggest deal in the world. I guess they are down to 9. Archfiend does have that trigger thingy, but there's a Shredder holding the board.
This is also one of the things Phoenix just does so consistently is make land drops. You can just pick up, whatever other deck in the format, and sometimes you're going to be flooded, sometimes you're going to be screwed, sometimes you're going to miss your colors. But if your deck is full of opts, slates of hands, considers, treasure cruises, it is going to be much easier to consistently make your land drops, get your right colors, find your sideboard cards. Certainly one of the biggest strengths of the Phoenix deck.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like Till sees like 12 cards every single turn. Just trying to find more Phoenixes, I think.
And still no artist talent. All that without seeing one of the key cards in the deck.
Wow, there's a Brazen Borrower, so Petty Theft available to bounce the Demon. There's a Phoenix in the graveyard. I think Till's going to be able to turn the corner pretty quickly.
Yeah, Adriano knows he's in a bad spot. When Till fires up that Lightning Axe end of turn, instead of saving the spell for their turn and helping to the spell count towards Phoenix, towards Shredder, you just know Till's hand is just stacked. And he's probably just going for the motions at this point. He's played against Phoenix enough times to know that he's probably not winning.
Yeah, that by the way was an Arclight Phoenix straight off the top, right into the graveyard, thanks to that Ledger Shredder. Slate of hand, I think that was spell number 3. So 2 Phoenixes are going to be able to return from the ashes.
Yeah, Adriano might be hoping that somehow Till kind of spews some of his removal and resources, and that Shelly he has in hand can have an impact.
That was a swing for 9, so Adriano is almost dead. Attacks for 3, Till goes to 6. Yeah, I think I agree with that. At this point, you have to just jam the best cards you have in your hand and just kind of hope that, maybe your opponent drew a few too many lands in a row and maybe they're just going to break, but clearly that's not going to be the case with another Treasure Cruise from the top. That's another 1 mana draw 3 cards.
Yeah, what is this breaking you talk about? Phoenix players don't know that concept.
All right, Treasure Cruise is the play. Just find some random 7 cards in the graveyard. Doesn't really matter as long as it's not a Phoenix. Picklock Prankster, another Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, still no artist talent. There's one, I see one in the graveyard actually. Maybe they just all got mailed by Frida Faye. Nutter. Why play Vintage when you can play Pioneer?
Phoenix is rising from the ashes, just like the Midweek Metagame podcast. That was a good one. I think Till is just looking for that last Phoenix, I believe, and I think they're pretty close to. Yeah, I think that was it. Is there a way to discard it? There's a Lightning Axe. Yeah, that should be trivial. Deals 5 to the Demon, 1 more removal spell. Another Phoenix comes to play. That's 9 with the Shredder. Attack for 12 means Till picks up game number 1. That was pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, that was just Phoenix doing Phoenix things. Obviously, Adriano really unlucky there, missing a couple crucial land drops. And, if you're going to play your Fable on turn 5, at which point your Phoenix opponent is seeing 10 cards a turn, that's probably not going to be good enough.
Yeah, it was a lot of game actions for a somewhat foregone conclusion, honestly, when, maybe Adriano wins that game sometimes, but when you miss your 3rd land drop and the Phoenix deck doesn't stumble.
And a reminder, we're playing a tournament with open deck lists. So if you're wondering why are these players looking at some weird outside notes, what is happening? The regional championships, just like the Pro Tours or the World Championship, those are typically tournaments that have open deck lists, which helps coverage. It disintensifies scouting, so the players have a little bit of time between the games, and also 3 minutes, I believe, before the game starts, when they can reference the deck list of their opponent. But obviously, you can't spend too much time, you know, writing notes in the meantime and just writing it all down on a piece of paper, because during the game you cannot reference the list anymore. Let's take a look at the sideboards.
Yeah.
Ragdis Demons. Adriano has access to 3 copies of Invoke Despair. We have 2 copies of Anger of the Gods, which is an interesting card, considering it exiles the Phoenixes, but at the same time, aren't you the one who's supposed to be pressuring the opponent? There's 2 copies of Goblang, Hidetsugu consumes all, 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, a lot of stuff against graveyards. 1 Anointed with Affliction, Duress, Feed the Swarm, and 1 Withering Torment. What do you like here?
I definitely like the Goblanks and the Hearse. That's an easy 4. You can bring in Duress. I think discard spells are not always the most impactful in game 1, but combined with Graveyard Hate, I think they get a little better. So that's a potential 5 card. And then you mention Anger of the Gods. You do have, you know, ways to filter extra cards with Fable and the Blood Token, so it can be a nice gacha, you know. Maybe bring in 1. I'm not sure what Adriano's plan is. Maybe you bring in 1 on the draw, but not on the play kind of thing. Could be a play draw decision there.
What about it? Is it Phoenix? 2 copies of Annul, 2 Mystically Disputes, 2 Negates, a lot of counter magic. 2 Brazen Borrowers, also 2 copies of Anger of the Gods. let's see if we're gonna see both players bring them in. Chandra's Defeat, 1 Profts, Eidetic Memory, Unlicensed Hearse, a Braid, and a Crackling Drake.
Oof. So you have Annul, which is interesting. Counters Fables, counters Annex, counters Hearse to off your sideboard. That's an option, but it's always tricky. No matter how good a card might seem, it's always tricky to bring in these reactive cards against someone with discard spells, because what can end up happening is, like, when it's good, they take it. When it's not good, they leave it in your hand, and you're stuck with kind of a dead card. But a Null could come in. Negate could come in for the same reason. Brazen Bar is pretty good against the Demon part of the deck, bouncing the token, or even just bouncing a Desecrated Demon. Or you know, we did mention that Adriano was playing that kind of mana-intensive version with all the 4-drops. So we could see that card coming in.
Yeah, that was a pretty big swing in game 1, right? When Till was able to use the Petty Theft to bounce the Demon at the end of turn and just kind of keep swinging with the Phoenixes.
Yeah, it's nice. It can even be cheaper with Artist Talent. If you level it up, you can have a 1-mana Petty Theft. The Prof's Idyllic Memory is kind of that card that you might just bring in almost every sideboard game, because it does dodge most of the hate, and it turns your Pricklock Prancer into a real threat. So that card might come in, and the 1 Braid, I guess, is nice to get rid of the Hearse, and Crackling Drake is typically a card that you bring in these matchups. So yeah, that's a lot of options. We could see the Shredders go. They're somewhat weak to Fatal Push. You could see maybe, you know, some of the removal spells. Lightning Axe is a little awkward. You don't really want to always use it on a 2-drop, and it's not good enough to kill the 6-mana cards, but there's also Shelly, so I kind of have the easy roll here. I'm telling you what could be good to bring in, but I'm not telling you what
I would actually do. Adriano, meanwhile, has to take the mulligan to 6, but the hand looks pretty good. I see a bunch of lands. There is a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, so a pretty good opening hand. Meanwhile, Till is on 3 lands. It's a Spell Pierce. That's a Brazen Borrower. I believe that's an Opt and a Treasure Cruise. What do you like here? Is that Treasure Cruise just looking too juicy?
It's so tough. You take the Treasure Cruise, they always find another one. But on the other hand, what else are you going to take? You could take the Spell Pierce if you have Fable or Annex. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the card that goes, actually. Yeah, just...
I could see a consideration for Opt as well, just kind of leaving my opponent on a bunch of reactive cards and like an 8-mana card that, you know, I'm hoping they're not going to play for a while, but then, you know, then they go consider, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that was really dumb. So, yeah, I think going for the Treasure Cruise here is just a, you know, nice play for the future. Your opponent is going to be able to find a way to play it at some point, so
yeah,
better get rid of it now.
Kind of pick your poison.
Still going shock myself past the turn with Steam Vents. I guess it's not as weird when you have opts considers. I was thinking, okay, does that telegraph, having Spell Pierce for the Hearse? I guess there was also a Thoughtseize, so it doesn't really matter. But just in general, would I be surprised if my opponent shocked themselves playing Phoenix? Probably not, given how much they have to play at instant speed. Talon on turn 2, so that's a great pickup for Till. Put that on the screen.
That was an interesting spot. Till could have kept up Spell Pierce man up. There's a chance they just thought, okay, Adriano did not take Spell Pierce, so maybe he doesn't have one of these high impact free drops. And I wonder if Adriano kind of planned that ahead and he was like, okay, if Till wants to keep Spell Pierce mana up on my third turn, that's actually like not the end of the world. It means they're not tapping out for an Artist Talent. They're not tapping out for, a Profs. So maybe that did factor in his decision to take Treasure Cruise.
Ooh, there's a Crackling Drake.
So only like 3 turns in the game, but I feel like there's been a ton of close and interesting spots for both players.
Talk to me about Crackling Drake. I used to see a lot of those cards in the sideboards. Why is that card so popular? Or at least was?
Well, it was just great against these mid-range decks against the graveyard hate. It factors in cards that are in exile as well as in your graveyard, so you can just still have a huge Crackling Drake. It's a clear 2-for-1, which adds up in these matchups. It's also potentially, at some point people used to play Fable in Phoenix. You could live the dream and copy Drake.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's
right. I think what happened is that with Artist Talent, people feel like they don't need the Drake anymore. Artist Talent kind of has that role of being a really good card against the hate. And what we saw Canister do, for instance, against Prowess is bring in Iconoclast and kind of use that as his thread that dodges graveyard hate, even though it's not as good against spot removal.
Yeah, just a very nice card that hedges against the hate, and it's just a really big threat, right? It just kind of one-shots people very often.
Yeah, we get both players kind of doing their thing here. I would tend to give the edge to the Phoenix player in these spots where, Ragdos is tapping out every turn to play Fred, and Phoenix got Talent and Proft in play, and a bunch of cards in hand. So let's kind of see what happens here. If the Giants' threats are enough, or if Till can just answer everything Adriano does. Adriano also was on the mulligan on the play, so definitely down on cards here.
Yeah, I would say the mulligan certainly hurts the Ragdos deck a lot more than the Phoenix deck. You're playing a lot of 1-for-1 cards, Thoughtseizes. Meanwhile, Phoenix can just draw into Treasure Cruise and get the cards back at any point.
Yeah, exactly. Crackling Drake comes down, gets an extra counter from Profs. Diana gets on tap, Fable flipping.
How often does a game end with Archfiend running out of counters?
I'd say almost never, because in the spots where I would, sometimes you just don't play the Archfiend. There's also very few matchups where that can actually happen. I think one of them in the current Pioneer meta might be against White-Green Company, because they can gain a bit of life, produce some flying chump blockers, kind of deal with your other threats. So I remember playing that matchup, I think, and being like, if I play Archfiend here, I might actually just die to my own Archfiend. But in a matchup like Phoenix, I wouldn't be worried about it.
Wow, and I love this play from Adriano. Just jamming threats, makes a demon with Unholy Annex. Not interested in playing the card advantage game, just realizing, all right, this is about me pressuring the opponent. I'm not going to win the card advantage game anymore, so might as well just try to jam the demons and see if that's going to be good enough.
Yeah, the classic make you have it.
Lots of lands for Till. There's a Treasure Cruise, right? I think that's the second card from the right. So, yeah, whenever your opponent checks their graveyard, you know it's coming. All right, 1 mana, draw 3. yet again, showing how incredibly powerful that card is.
Loot and draw 3, even better. Pretty much draw 4.
2, 3. That's a Phoenix. I think Till is looking for something like a Petty Theft. Something that can deal with the flyers.
If Till has a removal for the token, that might just be lethal. Between Crackling Drake already being fairly large, the token and the extra tokens from Prof, we see he has that 6-sided dice on Prof, meaning he's already drawn 6 cards with a turn. Not only does it cut Treasure Cruise and Odd, but every time you trigger Artist Talent.
Oh, right. Yeah. I can see why that card is so good.
So that is another reason why you don't see these Crackling Drakes in the sideboard. You're literally building your own Crackling Drake every turn once you have Prof and Artist. You're like, you know that 1 free Prixlox Prankster? Yeah. Oh, by the way, 9/11. And I speak from experience.
Thanks for playing.
Dying to like double digits.
Yeah, this is a great example of why that card's good. And when I was first reading the Phoenix decks a while ago, I'm like, why do people play this card in the sideboard, right? Why is there a copy of this in the sideboard? But yeah, what you're saying, it makes perfect sense. It's so good in these sideboard games where, sure, you can have all these graveyard interactive spells, but I'll just build a Crackling Drake out of any creature I have.
Yeah, it took a little while for Artist Talent to start dominating these builds. Back in the USRC, you started seeing the first list online and at the USRC where people were playing free 4 copies of Talent, but a lot of people were still only playing 1 or 2. People weren't sure yet. Well, some players were pretty adamant about it.
That was Team Handshake, right? I think they kind of popularized the card.
I want to say I heard it was maybe Tristan Wade LaRue, who was, trying to talk people into playing as many Artist Talents as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I forget, but I remember having these discussions, and now it seems like it's not especially close. Yeah, not only are Profs and Artist Talent good on their own, but combined together, they're just it makes every creature you play a massive threat.
All right, so what is Still looking for here? How many Brazen Borers do we have access to? I think one was already in that exile pile.
It is kind of tricky. It's hard to keep track, but on the one side, he could one-shot Moscato almost. On the other hand, if he doesn't, and Moscato gets on tapped with
Fable,
active Fable, bunch of demons, potentially the drain, the drain 2 for like the last couple points of damage. Is Still breaking here, or does he, or do they just have like a bunch of good options and just kind of dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and making sure they sequence properly?
Lightning Axe is the pickup. Okay.
Good one, yeah.
Let's see. There's a Lightning Axe and there is a Fiery Impulse. Can we just deal with the demon? Do we have enough mana?
I believe Till made their land drop, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I guess if you're killing the Fable, that already tells you what we were dying to know. So no more land drop available, I think.
But right now, that's still dead on board. Okay, there's a Phoenix coming back. Note that you cannot add the counters on a Phoenix that came back this turn because both triggers go on the stack at the same time. Beginning of combats, that would be like such a big deal. That would be so busted if you could do that. But yeah, looks like Till's gonna force the trade. And if Moscato has a removal spell for Phoenix, that's just gonna be game Moscato and going to game free.
I think Till's up a game.
Yeah. If Moscato finds a removal spell for Phoenix.
Right. Okay.
On the other hand, if he can't end the game this turn, I don't think he's getting a redo. I don't think he's getting another turn, and clearly doesn't have the removal spells. Looks like maybe a Slasher in hand. Altar Slasher.
I think at this point, Till can just bring back the Phoenix every turn until Adriano just dies to his own Archfiend.
Yeah, looks like Adriano doesn't have the kill this turn. Trying to figure out what he can draw. He can unlock the Annex, draw a card end of turn, and maybe draw a removal for the Drake. but I'm not sure he has such a card in his deck, because push...
Exactly the play you mentioned.
Push doesn't work. He has one go for the throat in his main deck, and that's just a handshake.
Beautiful. This is a draw. Till Weissman 2-0 moves on to 6-0. Congratulations on making day 2. Good stuff. Is it Phoenix? 2 6-0 players.
Yeah. I think I would guess this matchup is Phoenix. I'm not super shocked if I had to bet on the match before it started. I think I would have picked the Phoenix side, and you could argue, Moscato stumbled, on lands game 1 and then Mulligan on the play game 2. So, maybe not the fairest representation of the matchup, but yeah, definitely a tough one.
I like the Prof's editing memory, and I like how you highlighted how Phoenix players handle the post-board games, where you have to fight through the rest in pieces and through the unlicensed hearses and frillbacks, and just everybody has something, right? And that makes a lot of sense that, these Crackling Drakes and Profs and all these cards just kind of help you iconoclast, help you fight through the hate in the post-board games and kind of beat that.
Yeah, no, they've pretty much always had a plan. It used to be Crackling Drake, Fable, sometimes, Saheeli, all these cards. Now it's just Profs. Profs are artist talent is so clean. It's cards you're happy to draw them on their own, and they're great together. So we can see why people think Phoenix is the best deck in the format.
Yeah, we have another segment for you with Frank Karsten. I think Philippa is waiting to give him a quick interview. So I think that's going to be it for round 6 from us. We're going to send you guys over to Frank and Philippa, and after that, we're going to be right back with round 7.
Hello, everyone, and welcome, Frank, for another segment. This one also really fun. Can you explain us a bit of what this segment is about?
So I went through all the deck lists to figure out the most played cards overall. And this will also be fun for everyone watching right now at home to post your guesses in Twitch chat. Basically starting with, well, I went through all the non-land cards in main decks. Do you know your Pioneer staples? What do you think are the most played main deck non-land cards here at the Regional Championship in Lille? Do you have an idea, Philippa?
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm taking a look at chat.
You said non-lands, which makes it a bit more difficult. The most played deck is Phoenix, but there's cards that only play in Phoenix, but there's other cards that play in more decks that are not Phoenix. So for that reason, my first pick is going to be Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
That is certainly one of the 3 that I want to highlight. Yeah, Fable is seeing play in so many different decks. An amazing card, was banned in Standard for a reason, providing value in mid-range matchups and just filling your graveyard. It does it all.
So I have 2 more guesses, right?
Yes, and I think chat already has them.
Okay, so I'm going to guess 2 black cards because, I don't know, I see a lot of black going around, so it's going to be Fatal Push and Thoughtseize.
You're the best. Yeah, you got him. Let's take a look at the graphic, actually, to put it on screen. The most played main deck cards. It's indeed Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. These 3 cards basically define Pioneer as it is right now, seeing play in so many different decks, in particular all the different Rakdos shells, from Rakdos Demons to Rakdos Transmogrify, Rakdos Midrange, Rakdos Tree, as well as a whole bunch of other archetypes. These are the true staples of Pioneer that dictate the terms of interaction. But now, let's move on to the next question. The most played sideboard cards. What do you think? And chat, post your guesses again. Last time you were right on top of it. What do you think are the most played sideboard cards in Pioneer? That's a bit trickier, right?
Okay, so my first thought is going to be Giganta because it's a companion, but it's only 1 copy, so
yeah,
it's not going to be there.
Yeah, I'm basing it on the total number of copies.
Okay,
yeah, so Giganta is not gonna cut it now.
Oh wow, that's actually way more difficult than the main deck one. So I'm actually not sure. Okay, let me think as well as what might see. I mean, Ley Line of the Void is going to be a guess of mine.
It's very close. Actually, well, let's just take a look at the graphic, the most played sideboard cards. Several chatters already guessed Unlicensed Hearse. That is, I mean, it's very similar to the Ley Line you mentioned. Of course, the benefit of Unlicensed Hearse is that it can fit into any deck regardless of colors. given that Izzet Phoenix is the most played deck, and there are also various other graveyard-reliant decks, this is the most efficient piece of sideboard hate available in Pioneer, and therefore essentially the defining graveyard hate card in Pioneer. Besides, we also had Mystical Dispute and Anger of the Gods. Thoughtseize also seeing a lot of play in sideboard, so not just main decks. And Rest in Peace, Ladle of the Void, also seeing quite a bit of play. In this Pioneer format, with Izzet Phoenix on top, you basically need a way to interact with the graveyard after sideboard if you really want to stand a good chance of stopping all those Phoenixes coming back from the graveyard.
Okay, I love that. And I know that you have 2 more slides for us as well.
Yep, and again, chat, what do you think are the most played cards overall from main decks and sideboards from Bloomborough?
Okay, so Bloomborough is actually a very fun set. Right away, my mind goes to the Rakdos Prowess deck, having the Artfire Hero maybe being there.
Yep, that's in the top 3.
The Hammerheart Challenger might be there as well. And then third pick, I have no idea, but I'm going to say Igra, even though I don't know. Artist Talent. Artist Talent is going to be my third pick. Never mind, it's from Bloomborough. Those are my 3 picks.
Did you look at my card beforehand?
As you can see,
she got it right. Yeah.
By my sideboard answers, you can see that no, I didn't look. But okay, I'm happy to see that at least I have the main deck covered. Okay, doing pretty well.
And chat was also on top of it. Artist Talent, by now basically a 4-of in almost all of the Izzet Phoenix decks. Even in some of the Lotus Field combo decks. Kind of a new version that speeds through the deck that way. And yeah, the Valiant Mice are making a big impact in all the Rakdos Prowess lists as well. And for the final question, what do you think are the most played cards from Duskmourn, the latest addition to Pioneer?
Funnily enough, there's a lot of good cards from Duskmourn that are making into Pioneer. Right away, I think of Unholy Annex as being one. Then I think about the Overlords, the Avatars. So maybe the green and the white one might be up there. Those are going to be my choices, but I'm actually not sure.
Unholy Annex is absolutely an excellent choice. In fact, it was, from all sets altogether, it was actually the 5th most played main deck non-land card overall. So that room is making a big impact on Pioneer. Rakdos Demons is played a lot. There's also Mono Black Demons and all these other variants of essentially the same archetype. Unholy Annex is seeing a lot of play. Let's take a look at the other ones. You mentioned the Overlords. There's like Overlord of the Hunt, which is actually like in 4th place. But the most played cards from Duskmourn, it's Unstoppable Slasher, often seeing play in these Demons decks with the Bloodletter of Eclazotz, and Enduring Innocence, even more popular than the Overlords in the Celestia Company deck, where pretty much every creature triggers it. Fear of Missing Out, some people guessed in chat, that was actually like number 5. Overall, Duskmourn has had a big impact on the Pioneer format, and it's awesome to see all this innovation going on.
I love to see it, and Frank, this was quite the segment. I really love all the things that you prepared for us, and I had a lot of fun and a lot of fun facts here. We are going to be back for the next round, round 7 here. Thank you, Frank, and we will see you soon.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube. We keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping.
I was just kind of in shock.
It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 8 here of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championships in Lille. I'm Philippa, joined by Arne, and we are super excited to bring you almost the last round of the day, actually round 7, that's it. So we have an amazing feature match for you all. I think like you are not ready for what's coming. 2 amazing players, and we talked today about doing this caster fantasy draft, right? How did that work? Everyone chose a player that we thought it would do well in the tournament, and we get awarded points based on their performance on the tournament.
Absolutely.
And what were the first choices, Arne?
Well, the first 2 choices for, I believe, you was Andrea Mengucci, and I believe Martin User picked Depra. They're both sitting at 6-0. We have Mythic Invitational winner against World Champion. Powerhouse match here at table 1. What a treat for us here in the booth.
We are super excited, and let's talk about the decks that they are piloting. So starting here with Jean-Emmanuel Dupraz, bringing what is the most popular deck of the day. Is it Phoenix? Are you surprised by the choice by Jean-Emmanuel Dupraz?
So, well, Joe Amato has played this deck forever. He is top-8'd the first Pro Tour this year with the archetype. He only got defeated by the eventual champion Seth Manfield on Rakdos Vampires, that breakout deck, of course. And so he's an absolute master with it. Actually, in Lille last year, exactly almost 12 months ago, he did play this deck as well in this tournament. A little fun fact, if I can chime that in there, I did beat him in that tournament. And on the other side, we have Mengucci, who I talked to on the floor. He's on John Sacrifice. He told me that Lorenzo Terlizzi, a very young, talented, up-and-coming player from Italy, has taught him everything he needed to know about this deck, coached him, and now he's 6-0 here at the Regional Championship.
Great result by both of players, and I have to say I picked Mango as my first choice here, and I'm not regretting it at all for my caster fantasy draft. Mango awarding me quite a bit of points, and we have already, the game started with Mengucci having scavenger talent, and on the other side Jean-Emmanuel Dupraz starting to use, you know, some draw spells here. Yeah, most importantly Mengucci winning the die roll. Spire Bluff Canal number 2 here, and oh, this is the perfect start for Joe Manuel. I am pretty sure Andrea is not happy about that. Did you know that this is one of the most played cards from Duskborn, the Artist Talent? Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you were meant to from Bloomberg. Yeah. Perfect, correct. I'm not surprised. I think Scavenger's Talent is probably up there as well. The 2 talents are showing off against each other. It's really cool that they made this cycle of rares that quite strong. And we have there, I mean, this deck, we saw the John Sacrifice earlier on playing against Golgari Food, and we saw how strong this food synergy can be. And Mango's starting to mill a lot of cards. We have that Witch's Oven there as well. Yeah, Mengucci has 2 cats in the graveyard already and a treasure, which he's going to use now for that Witch's Oven. Okay, so he's going to sacrifice a bunch
He would have been able to Igra combo kill already on the next turn, but he's setting up for that. He's quite, if he finds the Igra, which he has 3 copies in his main deck, he will be able to win this game on the spot. Phoenix can't really do much against that. I guess the interaction that Depra has available is into the Floodmore.
And to be honest, this Witch's Oven and Cat synergy works quite well with milling cards from the graveyard, but we also know that Jean-Emmanuel Depraz usually runs Torch the Tower, which is definitely a card that Mengu needs to be aware of.
That's a great point. He has to play around that by keeping up the Oven at all times possibly and not returning the Cat when there's no Oven untapped.
And we see here Jean-Emmanuel Depraz figuring out what to do next. This deck does have a lot of different ways to play it, so there's a lot of different options. Yeah. And I always love to see players like Jean-Emmanuel Depraz play a deck that is really played by the public. So in this case, the most played deck of the weekend, because you can see like how a professional Magic player does approach the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. 2 foods made with the talent, more cards milled. There's an Igra in the graveyard now, so...
And 2 cats.
That actually means Mengucci might have a kill here. That is incredible. Wow, this deck is amazing. Like, the talent just does it all. It returns, it finds the Igra, it finds the cat, and it returns the Igra. Are you kidding me? This deck is just... Wow, I'm very impressed.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who are you rooting for from both of these players? I know they are fan favorites. We have there the Torch, the Tower on the Cat, and the looting from the Artist talent.
Exactly what you pointed out. Cat being exiled now. Maybe Mengucci was a little careless there. 2 copies of Torch the Tower in Jean-Emmanuel's deck. It is an open decklist format, so he did know about that.
So let's see if Mengucci does have another way to win this game. So bringing back the Cat.
I see an Into the Floodmore in Depraz's hand, which is actually kind of neat. So he can wait until Andrea activates that Scavenger's talent to go up to 3. Andrea planning to return Igra. And then he just bounces it back to the hand, setting Andrea back 6 mana in total, essentially.
And just as a reminder, this is round number 7. We have 8 rounds today. Day 1, players 6 and 2 or better advancing to day 2. So both of the players already making day 2. So for sure we'll see more of them this weekend. And look at these mill synergies. Just keep milling a lot of cards. Scavenger talent really providing a lot of options here for Mengucci. Let's sacrifice the cat. Create a treasure, draw 2 cards.
Mengucci playing this very tight, playing around Spell Pierce, playing the land before casting the spell. Very nice.
Also remembering the meal effect from the Scavenger talent.
Depraz can't feel great right now. Like, look at the graveyard. I mean...
Depraz must be jealous. I'm sure that Depraz would love to have such a big graveyard like Mango right now.
I wouldn't have thought going into this that it comes down to talent against talent here, and the black talent seems to be clearly superior at this point. Oh, look at the triumpha of tokens over there. A food, a treasure, and a blood. And Mengucci is prepared with all the tokens he brought himself.
Always prepared, and we have there the Big Locket Prankster adventure side, and first looting from the Artist talent, and now milling 4 cards.
And just missing completely.
Yeah, I mean, 2 talents, 1 edict, I think.
Not great.
And now we are going to have a Treasure Cruise, which is also one of the strongest cards in Pioneer.
Yeah, and just for recall, pretty good after all.
Discarding, draw. And the Artist talent making the Treasure Cruise much better in these in this archetype.
Absolutely, and now it's Depraz's time to go off. We've seen like Mengucci put 30 cards or something like that into the graveyard, and now Depraz's like, all right, let me show you how you really do it.
If we had an advantage bar, it would be swinging it each player's turn, just going from one side to the other.
Yeah. Probably. I mean, I think Mengucci is setting up for that kill with the Scavenger's talent, but looks like Depraz will slow him down immensely by bouncing it now.
discarding, drawing, so there's a Phoenix on the graveyard, and now Mengucci deciding on what to do about that Into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, I guess he has some options here. He can return the cat. He's just doing nothing. I kind of like that, honestly. Because you kind of want to keep the treasure around for a future turn to invest on the leveling again.
Do we have a fish token? There we have. And look at that. Johnny Manuel Pras, so nice, giving a little gift to Mengucci.
Yeah. And there you see a Torch the Tower in hand. I think Depra was kind of trying to bait Mengucci to return that cat there, because Mengucci's oven was tapped again. But Mengucci didn't go for it and left the cat in the graveyard, and Torch is now excelling Harvester, which is still fine, of course.
Fool me once, shame on me. And you fool me twice, you cannot fool me twice. Something like this.
Yeah, makes sense. We see a Steam Vents discarded. And that means at least, yeah, one Phoenix returning.
And Phoenix dealing some damage there in the air. Mango does have quite a bit of life gain with that cat coming back.
Now that both torches are gone, Mango is like, I don't care anymore if you kill this. I can return it.
And let's see here what Andrea Mengucci can do. Attack for 2.
Down to 13, João Manuel goes.
Slowly but surely, this deck knows how to ping pretty well. And the Scavenger talent is back.
We see a Spell Pierce here, sort of just taxing Mengucci's mana.
And some discard draw from Johnny Manuel Duprat, and that blood, that artist talent really getting a lot of advantage in terms of card selection for Johnny Manuel.
Oh yeah.
Let's sacrifice the cat. I always feel bad for the cat, but it keeps coming back. It keeps coming back all the time. And oh, is that an Igra in the graveyard that I see?
Absolutely. Mengucci is setting up for Igra return. I don't think he has a second cat right now because the one of them got exiled, right? So he doesn't quite have lethal, but putting Igra into play is a pretty good move as well.
And that Scavenger talent already leveled up to 2, so level 2 already able to mill more cards and try to find that second cat.
Yeah, and now we see João Manuel finding another Treasure Cruise. That is huge. So he's going to churn through his deck like crazy now. And that's just the power of Artist Talent. It draws so many cards.
I mean, right away, just from casting the Treasure Cruise, you are able to discard one more card that you don't need and draw a new one. And that's one more card in your graveyard. And look at that. We see some Phoenix there that I'm sure that Johnny Manuel does not mind discarding.
So João Manuel does not have access to the powerful combo of Galvanic Adoration plus Temple Trespass, but he does play one copy of Prophet's Eidetic Memory, and with Prophet's Eidetic Memory, you can sometimes put like 8, 9 counters in a turn like this. You know, this is like the 6th card he's drawn. No, this is the 8th. This is already the 8th card he drawn. So if he plays a Prophet here, he's going to discard one more time, draw one more time. That's 10 1+1 counters. So that's sort of like the new combo kill that Phoenix has. 10 damage out of nowhere. So he's looking for that. He's also looking for Into the Floodmaw. He really, really is looking for his second copy of the bounce spell, so he can. Oh, that was his. I think that was his last chance to find it, because I think he already played his land. I'm not quite sure though. Maybe he has another shot at it.
So let's take a look here at what Johnny Manuel Prat decides to do, tapping 1 mana.
Maybe he hasn't played a land yet. I'm not 100% on that.
Thinking between that consider and opt perhaps, so we are going to consider another.
João Manuel has drawn like, what, 15 extra cards in this turn? That's just absurd. You see what this talent is doing?
And 6 damage here from these flying phoenixes. Coming back from the ashes, and I mean, Mengucci keeps milling, trying to find that second cat. Both players just, you know, having so many cards in the graveyard, trying to find exactly what they need. Who is going to find it first? That's the question. And things are looking pretty good here for Andrea Mengucci right now. Attacking for 2 more, leaving Johnny Manuel Duprat down to 9 life.
It is an interesting aspect that Mengucci could start milling Depra. I think Depra is probably at like 25 to 30 cards in library, so it is still a little bit of a step down the road. I think he rather wants to go for the Igra, and like Depra is sweating now because there's going to be 3 permanent sacrifice, return the Igra, and that is 6 additional mills, plus more mills from the Witch's Oven. Yeah, you see this cat oven, you see the cat sacrifice first, get 2 more food. Now the cat can sacrifice a bunch of things. I think Mengucci under like 95% or something like that to actually win this turn. He just has to find one of the other 2 cats in his deck, and he's going to see a lot of additional cards.
So let's see if we can find one more cat. It's not there.
If he doesn't, Joe Emanuel might find that Proft, and with that Proft could deal, you know, 16 damage in the air or something. And in return, maybe the last 2 Phoenixes if he finds those as well.
And here, Andrea is choosing what permanent to sacrifice for that Scavenger Talent level 3.
Yeah, I think what you want to do is actually you might want to sack the fish, the cat, and maybe the oven. Because all of the artifacts in play, you can then also sacrifice additionally, which gives you a total of 14 extra mills. Yeah, so 14 extra mills. I don't know how many cards he has in library, but there's 2 cats remaining, 14 extra looks.
Oh, and activating that blood token.
He's going to do that first. All right, why not? I guess doesn't hurt. There's a devil.
No cat yet.
3 lands in hand, so nothing to do there. But again, he just wants to make sure that he's doing everything correctly and going through the motions here. But if he finds that cat, he wins. Again, if you're new to this deck is relatively new. So what happens here is if Igra is in play, both cats, or like one of the cats is a food. Every creature is a food, and then you can just sack a cat to a cat and just repeat that infinitely and deal infinite damage.
Poor cats.
Oh yeah, they're really going through the oven there.
And I mean,
oh, he just really can't find it. So 6 more looks here. I mean, that'd be amazing if he doesn't get there. Yeah, leaves 1 food behind. I guess he has even more looks. He has 8 more looks.
So let's see. Oh,
yeah.
that it is
GG.
right away. And that's good game. Mengucci taking here game 1 with Gen Sacrifice against Jean-Emmanuel Depra on this round 7. Bold play 6-0. And what a game. I'm becoming a big fan of this Gen Sacrifice deck. And last week we had the regional championships of South America. And 3 of the players in the top 8 were playing Gen Sacrifice, which is incredibly interesting because only 4 players totally in the tournament registered that deck.
Yeah, so I had a bit of a chit-chat with Depra last round as well, and he told me that he doesn't like the food matchups. He doesn't like to play against that Igra combo. It's quite good apparently against these Phoenix decks, so no wonder that Andrea is taking on the first game. All right.
Let's talk about sideboard. So what sideboard options does Andrea Mengucci have against Is It Phoenix? I'm sure he's well prepared for this matchup.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a good plan, especially with constructed aficionado Terlizzi as his mentor and coach. So he has 2 copies of the licensures. Yeah, they're surely going to come in. He has 2 Torch the Tower, which he could perhaps bring in for Fatal Push, over Fatal Push. And then he has a Damping Sphere he might bring in to stop sort of the shenanigans from the Artist Talents. Damping Sphere is quite annoying. And then he has 2 copies of Haywire Might. You know, I mean, Artist Talents is the engine piece of Phoenix right now, so I could see bringing in Haywire Might as well, depending on if he has enough cards to take out. Fatal Push isn't the best, and he could consider taking out the Mayhem Devil. I think that's probably the move, because Mayhem Devil just eats one of those cheap 1-mana removal spells, so it doesn't trade very well.
What about on the other side? Is Jean-Emmanuel Depra ready to fight this Gen Sacrifice deck?
Yeah, I believe so. So Jean-Emmanuel has 2 copies of Annul, so he can counter the talent, he can counter the oven, he can counter the unlicensed source out of the sideboard, and the Fable of the Mirror Breaker with Annul. Cool sideboard card that has made its way into Pioneer recently. And then he also has a Braid and Prismari Command. They're going to be great against Witch's Oven, and another copy of Torch's Tower, and perhaps this Brotherhood End will make its way into the deck as well. That is about it. I assume he's going to trim down on some of those spot removal spells. He will probably play this next level game where he already knows that Menguchi will take out the devil, therefore he can take out some of those lightning axes and fiery impulses. And but yeah, one important thing, there's not a good sideboard card here to deal with an Igra. No disdain for stroke, no Iphagas, no change the equation, nothing like that. So that is noteworthy, and that will mean that Menguchi can just sort of, you know, throw out the Igra on turn 5 and maybe just go for the beatdown plan as well, because that thing is huge and very tough to deal with.
Very interesting matchup here that we are having. I mean, love to see well-known faces of the public here on coverage. So it's super exciting to see them do so well in this tournament. And Arne, are you surprised with the decks that we have been seeing here today? Anything that caught your attention, or is it exactly what we were expecting?
It is kind of what I'm expecting. I think John Sacrifice actually picked up very, where was it in metagame, like 6% or 5% or something, so kind of lowish. And we see it succeeding here in the hands of Menguchi. I think some others are doing well with the deck as well. Of course, if I look at the top of the standings, we see a ton of Phoenix. Noteworthy names are Stefan Schütz of Team Handshake. We have Elliot Dragon at 501 is a very, very fun French streamer, a very good guy. And then, yeah, very exciting stuff. Lots of Phoenix at the top table. Till Wiseman also 6-0.
So we had this Caster Fantasy draft, but now I'm asking you, Twitch chat, who do you think is going to do the best here and be the winner of this Ultimate Guard Regional Championship? Let us know, who are you rooting for? Always curious to see. And we are ready here to kickstart game 2 of round 7. Menguchi is 1 game ahead, so that means that Johnny-Manuel Duprat will be on the play, but taking a mulligan there.
I see Yavis picking Stefan. I wholeheartedly agree. He's also in my fantasy draft team. And I mean, Phoenix is as best as it ever could be, and Stefan is rocking that deck. So Stefan, JD, we see some Menguchis in there. Jaw will top 8 again. Isn't it incredible that Jean Emmanuel just went 7-0 at the World Championship and is now 6-0 again in a different format? Jet lag, perhaps, still from the Las Vegas time difference. This is just absolutely insane.
Imagine being that good. I mean, love to see it. Love to see both players doing here so well in the tournament, and seeing a lot of familiar faces just overall in the top tables of the tournament, and also new players, which is exciting. Every time I see players that I haven't seen before doing well, I also get very excited because they might be making it into the next Pro Tour, into the next World Championship, and that's always great. We do have an island there on the other side, starting with that Witch's Oven.
Yeah, noteworthy, both of them, you know, one of some of the best players in Europe. They're both already qualified for Pro Tour Chicago. Menguchi recently top 8 at the Las Vegas Open to get there. So they're playing essentially for money, you know, glory, prestige, and I suppose that prestiges also the world slot, the first and second place world slot.
And we have there the Artist Talent, one of the most played cards of Bloomborough, and definitely a great card here in Phoenix. Ooh, a sideboard card. So we do have an unlicensed Earth on Menguchi's side. And how good is actually unlicensed Earth against these Phoenix deck, Arne?
It's good, but it's not the end-all be-all. There we see Fortsies, but I think Joe Amado has a response here with this foil Prismary Command likely. Noteworthy also, Joe Manuel has a mountain in his main deck, which is very unusual, and it's coming costly here. I've played my fair share of Phoenix, and having 2 red sources this early in the game is really awkward with all the cheap cantrips, with Treasure Cruise and, you know, the 12 cantrips. So he's probably not happy to see that.
So there it is, that prismatic command that you're talking about, perhaps. I mean, tapping 3.
Yeah, he's thinking about discarding, maybe. He does. Or does he make a treasure? I'm not sure. I kind of like the treasure, especially being bottlenecked on blue mana. And he already has the loot in play, so he doesn't... Yeah, he made a treasure.
And now we have 3 cards revealed here, and it's going to be interesting to see what Andrea decides to pick. It looks like an Abrade, perhaps. It's the Picklock Prankster.
So I think there's another Thoughtseize in hand for Mengucci. I kind of like taking both the blue cards here and really stifling Depra's ability to keep churning through his deck. So Talent puts you down a card, right? And if you don't have cantrips or anything that draws cards that you can cast proactively to just like keep the train rolling, you might just be in a situation where Depra might end up here, where he just has the Abrade left in hand.
Choosing the Abrade, leaving Johnny Manuel there with a Picklock Prankster and Prophetic Memory.
Interesting. I personally would have liked to take both the blue cards, but to be fair, I mean, it's difficult to stop the train from rolling because any blue cantrip, just like this Consider that Depra just drew, will lead to, you know, being able to churn through your deck.
So let's see here how Johnny Manuel decides to sequence that, because he only has one island. The other two sources are red sources, so that quite limits a bit what he's able to play in his turn.
Absolutely.
So 2 mana here, and I think we're going to see the adventure side of the Picklocked Prankster. Oh, no. Okay, so we're just going for the Prophetic Memory. And what do you feel about this card in Phoenix particularly?
I love it. It's the new Crackling Drake. You just play a 1/3, like a Picklock Prankster, and you make it into a Crackling Drake. And it's really, really good. It's sort of, people play it instead of the Trespass combo. As I said, they make an 8-power creature easily with Talent out and a Treasure Cruise and so on and so on. So I'm really a big fan of the card.
Now has 2 counters. Mengu quickly correcting there. Look at the sportsmanship.
Oh yeah. I mean, these guys are probably friends. They know they've known each other. Played plenty of times in the MPL against each other. You know, 2 greats of the game.
And a difficult decision here. Oh, Brotherhood's End there. And Brotherhood's End has also decided can just destroy artifacts with mana value 3 or less, right?
Yeah. Depra actually has a really nice setup here. He picked up this Treasure Cruise, has 6 in the graveyard and a Prankster. So next turn he can go Prankster, cast Treasure Cruise for 2 mana, and build himself a little, what is it, a 5/7 or something? Yeah, I think so. So that's pretty good.
Let's sacrifice the cat and get the cat back. Draining for 1.
There's a Deadly Dispute coming, I figured, yeah.
Let's
Otherwise,
sacrifice, create a treasure, and draw 2 cards. What 2 cards does Mengucci need, though?
Did he just copy Mark Tobias' deck? Seems like it. He's just playing green-black food now, huh?
Where is the red? We do see that Blood-Tide Harvester in hand, but cannot be casted without the red. There's another Scavenger Talent. There's Igra in hand as well. A Thoughtseize.
He has a couple options. He's going for the Thoughtseize. I kind of like that. Especially, he's going to like that as well after seeing that Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, so there's Treasure Cruise, Brotherhood's End.
And, well, yeah, I mean, there's no choice there. It has to be the Cruise. Oh, he's playing the Talent. Interesting. I don't know if I love that. He does have Ikra in hand, so he could have ramped out an Ikra turn 4, which sounds pretty appealing to me, but going for the Talent.
I mean, we saw how strong that card was in previous games. It's a very, very strong card. Now, which one is your favorite Talent, though? Is the Artist Talent or the Scavenger Talent?
Well, going in, it was definitely Artist Talent. Not even close. But, I mean, now I'm not so sure anymore, honestly. And
Brotherhood's End, they're taking care of that, which is Oven. Which I guess, at least since Mengucci did use Treasure to play the Scavenger Talent, that doesn't get destroyed for the Brotherhood's End.
yes, I think that's sort of what he was thinking. But I mean, if he uses his turn, if Depra uses his turn to Brotherhood's End there, I'm not even sure I'm that unhappy about it. But well played by Mengucci, I suppose, because in the end he He got the 1 mana spell out and still got the Prado's End out of the Pra's hand.
And deciding here what to do. We do see a Phoenix there amongst those cards.
Yeah, the awkwardness of that mountain really comes to fruition here.
Slide of End, goes to End.
If that would be an island, he could have double spelled here and just gotten the Phoenix back. Now he's a little bit, yeah, he's kind of doing that and making a 2/4. That's fine.
But completely tapped now. Andre now having access to 5 mana, which can mean an Igra. We also see the Thoughtseize in end, so Swamp, Thoughtseize, and Igra.
Yeah, he has the option to... actually? Yeah, I mean, he could level up the Scavenger's Talent, but it doesn't really do anything because he doesn't have enough like good permanence here. I think he should just play the Igra here. The alternatives don't seem great.
Yeah, I mean, you can always Thoughtseize, maybe put Gigant into end, but that also maybe doesn't seem great, I don't know.
Oh, Gigant, yeah, no. Giganta is a bit of a... It's like, I always say, like, if you have to put Giganta in your hand at any given moment in a game, that's not where you want to be.
But look, that Igra is actually pretty good here.
Yeah, Igra is a big threat.
And you were saying when we were watching the sideboard that actually Johnny Manuel Duprat doesn't have very good answers for Igra.
Yep, but look at this. Look at that die on the Proft already. It's a 4 right now, and this is just starting.
Those are going to be a lot of counters in that Prankster.
Yeah, and Phoenix already discarded, I believe. Is there a Phoenix in the graveyard? Maybe not.
Yeah,
no, I think there is one. Yeah.
I think there was one Phoenix discarded, but I cannot see quite well.
I think I see one. I see one Phoenix in there. And there's a second. Oh my God. Is he able? 15 life? I think this could just be it, honestly. I think this will be it. Yep. I think Duprat got it. All right. We get to see both decks doing their thing, huh? Does he have it? I mean, he has an ARP that puts him up to 8. Oh shit, he doesn't have... Oh my God, he drew the Zokin-san? Are you kidding me? I thought I saw a blue source.
No, that's
oh my God. Well, he is going to regret his decklist choices. This, I mean, Zokin-san, Mountain, and Lava Glide Pathway. He's probably like... Yeah, he's hating everything right now.
Oh wow, so close yet so far. And having to pass there. I mean, a lot of counters though on that Prankster still. And Cat there.
Yeah, we see the food. You can like the Harvester is a food, so you can get the Cat back by second Harvester.
And that Igra is going to get big really fast as well.
Yeah, and this Prankster is really big, but well, you know what's going to be big? this Igra potentially.
Oh yeah. It does not have trample, right?
It does not.
There's a Fountain Port in Andrea Mengucci's hand, and I cannot see the second card there. It might be the Thoughtseize still. I think so. Quite a bit of decisions here. Not an easy game.
Yeah, Mengucci's goal right now is to figure out how to put the most cards into his graveyard via Scavenger's via level 2 of Scavenger's Talent to essentially I was going for an attack first. Interesting.
Attack with everything.
So the Prankster is what is it, 8-10? And then John Mano is like, yep, I guess I'm chump blocking. Wait a minute, this is going to be a chump block because you can sack the food for 2 mana and he can... No, wait a minute. What is actually happening here?
There's a blood token into play. There's also a food.
What did Mengucci do there? I'm confused. Maybe I'm...
So let's sacrifice the food, gain some life, and put a counter there on the Igra.
Oh, it's a 10-10 already. I'm sorry. I miscounted. It's already a 10-10. Yeah, that is enough. He does need to sacrifice the 1 food. Sorry about that.
And there's still the Thoughtseize in hand and the Fountain Port that we know about. And Mango just going for it. Let me see what you have in end. Thinking about it again.
So he's considering making a fish token, perhaps, with this fountain port to set up for next turn. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he doesn't have great options here.
Thoughtseize, so let's take a look into the Flood Maw. We have also Arclight Phoenix. There's an Opt and a Consider, I believe.
Chat pointing out that Mengucci did miss a trigger with the Scavenger's Talent. He forgot to mill himself. The situation is still the case also that if he ever finds a cat into the graveyard, the game is over right away. So that is actually quite important, yeah. You know, it's round 7. This is paper Magic. It's been a long day. You know, I've certainly been there. I've done mistakes on feature matches. You know, we are all just human, even the best players in the world.
That's true, and as you said, a lot of rounds of Magic, and players getting quite tired in the end of the day. And you know it, after 7 rounds of Magic, you probably are thinking about the next day, and both of these players already made day 2.
Oh yeah, I actually, a couple months ago in Seattle, I was in round 7 at the Pro Tour, and I missed a bunch of like triggers, and I had 6-0 as well, so similar to these guys. And people, yeah, I mean, it just happens. You're fatigued. It's an exhausting, difficult game.
But look at this. I feel like Andrea Mengucci sacrificing Igra, Cat, and also the blood token to be able to then get that Igra back from the graveyard, from the level 3 of Scavenger Talent.
I'm loving this deck, and there's the cat, and that's game.
Look at that, so many cats, and this is going to be a clean 2-0 here for Andrea Mengucci, which is now 7-0 in this Ultimate Guard Regional Championship.
Congratulations.
What a game, and I really, really love to see this deck making it. And the deck feels really strong. I feel like, okay, can we name it the deck of the weekend? Or at least the deck of the day?
The deck of the day? I'm sure we can. I think Mark Tobias is also 6-0 with that Golgari food deck. So food decks are doing fantastic. And I think Depra, I'm gonna make fun of Depra later about the mountain, honestly. Like that, he's gonna bite himself about that, because I think that cost him the game there. I think he had lethal if he had 1 more blue source, or at least very close to lethal. He would have attacked with like 10 power and 2 Phoenixes. Mengucci was at 15 life. That would have been 16.
Yeah, so sometimes you're just 1 land away from making your goal so close.
Yeah.
And I mean, I love to see showcase so many talents here. I mean, both the players and the cards, a lot of talents into these games. And I really, really like to see it. And let us know, Twitch chat, if you have any question for us. I would love to maybe ask you some questions that chat might be curious, because it's not every day that we get someone like you here on the booth that won a set championship. You were telling me your accomplishments. What else? It was you won 1 set championship, 3 Pro Tour top 8s, right?
3 top finishes, yeah. Well, you're really building me up here, Felipe. Yeah, no, it's an honor, honestly, to be here, to be casting here. I'm enjoying this a lot, and we're trying our best to here work with Fanfinity and the new production team, and I hope you guys are enjoying the show as well.
I had the pleasure to interview Mengucci, and now it's time for Martin to interview Mengucci again for winning these rounds. So let's take a look at Martin and Mango.
Hey everyone, I'm enjoying the show too, and I'm sitting here with Andrea Mengucci, who just won round 7. So that puts you at the 7-0 record. You mentioned that you wanted to challenge yourself with a new deck. How's that working out for you?
Yeah, it's working out great. It's really satisfying, definitely. You know, drawing very well helps. You know, always having the talent, the Witch's Oven, and the cat all together definitely makes the deck look much better than you know, if you don't draw these cards. But yeah, so far so good.
How do you like Pioneer as a format? I thought it was great. Like today, we've seen so many different decks. There's combo, mid-range, aggro, control decks. We even saw some decks that I didn't even really know, you know, were capable of going 5-6-0 in a tournament like that.
Well, let's say I'm not the biggest fan of Pioneer, although I've never played this deck before. This is my first time with this deck, and it's very fun. So I wish I knew this deck earlier. Maybe I would have had a better time before.
So it was a deck choice problem.
Yeah, I was always playing mid Rakdos, which, you know, just always your opponent top decks, they win. If they don't, you win, which is not great Magic. But today I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, of course, when you win.
And you're saying you picked up a new deck. Is there someone, you know, who helped you out, how to understand how to play it better, or maybe a special friend?
Yeah, no, for sure. So my friend Lorenzo Terlizzi, you know, one of the best Italian player active right now in Vegas. He needed a modern deck, and I had a spare modern deck because I was playing the other end. I was like, I'll give it to you, but only if you coach me with Jump Sacrifice for the Pioneer RC.
Nice.
Which was, you know, so yeah, we had a lot of Discord calls, Discord games. So we came to same list, same cyber plan. I hope it didn't change some in the meanwhile. But I'm following his guide, and yeah, he's been helping me a lot, and he's also doing well. He's 5-1, so
that's awesome. Yeah,
great deck.
It's great to be a part of, you know, group of players that share the same love for Magic, and they play a lot of Magic, and they share the same you know, goals and help each other. So thanks again, Andrea. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. I know you're already qualified for the Pro Tour, but you can still pick up a World invite, which would be amazing. So, you know, congratulations again, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much, Martin and Andrea, and we are ready for our backup feature match, because the magic doesn't stop, and I'm really excited for this one in particular, because it's one deck that I've been wanting to see all day, but we didn't get to cover it yet, which is Rakdos Tree. Talk me about this deck, Arne.
Yeah, so Rakdos Tree has been around for a couple months already now, but it really burst onto the scene by winning the US States Championship, the regional championship over there. And it is up against, what do we have here? Lotus Field Combo. All right, so we have the good old Lotus Field deck. This time, not the version that we saw earlier on coverage. We have a version with Strict Proctor as the enabler for Lotus Field, and the good old Emergent Ultimatum Dark Petition try to win the game by putting Omniscience into play, or having Leah, Disciple of the Drawn, and a bunch of mana. The Rakdos Tree deck is really cool. It's sort of like a Rakdos mid-range deck, but with this combo plan of Tree of Perdition and Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So you can discard or mill the tree somehow, and then put it on one of your creatures, and then that creature's gain essentially give that toughness. We can put it on the screen in any second, because exchange target opponent's life total with X creature's toughness. So you put it on like a Blood-type Harvester. That means it's a free toughness creature. You switch life total, your opponent's life total becomes free, and then you have rolled down Frill Seeker, which is going to shoot damage at your opponent equal to the power. It's also a thing you can get back with the Cauldron to put on your creatures. So a lot of Cauldron synergies, a lot of little things, a little combo going on, but also just a generic beatdown plan where you can just curve out 2-drop into Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Quite a strong deck.
And I love to see, and it looks like Tom Law here on Lotus Field Combo is 1 game ahead, and both of these players 5-1 here in the tournament, so they are not quite locked into day 2, but if they win this match, they will get day 2 guaranteed. It's still not a win and out, lose and out, because they can still lose here and then win the last round. We have 8 rounds today. Players that do 6-2 or better advance into day 2. And there it is, Tree of Perdition, the card that you were talking about. And the first time that I saw this deck in play, I was quite confused, and I was taking from out of nowhere. I was like, what is happening right now? So it's one of those decks, and I really, really enjoy it. On the other side, as you said, the more classic Lotus Field combo with the Emergence Ultimatum.
Tom Law has also been around. We're joining for game number 2. He's already up a game. Tom Law has been around. It's been a grinder. I started playing Magic on 2016, really, 2015, and I see this guy. I have seen this guy. This man has been around as a grinder. Has been playing a lot of GPs, so he sure knows what he's doing.
Love to see that. So that can only lead up to great games, and I cannot wait to see it. So. We see Tom Law there taking that mulligan, and Jacob here is on the play. Second land now.
That was a very smooth put it into play land.
Yeah. And 2 mana, what can Jacob do here? This deck does have some 2-drops. And we see that Harvester that you were talking about, a 3-2, it works quite well with the ability
Yeah, this matchup is just about who is going to be faster at turning your combo. I feel like the beatdown plan from Jakub is not going to be good enough, so he really wants to find his combo. So this is a sideboarded game, so we can actually take a look at the sideboard. We see a couple duress and no damping sphere in the sideboard, so not paying the, really a lot of respect to Lotus Field, which is understandable. The deck has not been very popular. So I just see duress actually, and that's really it. So yeah, the plan for Jakub is just assemble the combo faster than Tom does.
Totsi is revealing there a lot of cards, and taking a look particularly at these
Sakama, I love it. It's a spicy card that I think Tom brought in from the sideboard. Some VGGs just ramp out and basically wins the game on the spot because it has the ability to destroy artifacts and enchantments, deal free damage, gain free life. Really quite the powerhouse. I've already lost to it playing as Lotus Field in the past.
And okay, decides not to go for that Archdruid Charm after looking at it.
Yeah, so the Archdruid Charm costs triple green. Tom doesn't have access to that. Tom also doesn't have access to something like a Strict Proctor right now.
Oh, is this Marvin? I love Marvin.
Is it Marvin? Or is it a Cauldron? It could be a Cauldron. Oh, is it a Marvin? I think it is a Marvin. I think you're correct. Man, with these artworks, you never know.
Yeah, it looks like Marvin just because I see a little puppet there. And I know that's Marvin.
Yeah.
And Marvin is one of those cards that I do not like to draft, but somehow it works well in Pioneer. So here we are, it works quite well, gaining all the abilities of other creatures, activated abilities.
Yeah, Dustmon has been a fantastic set for both Standard and Pioneer, honestly. Even Modern with the Abhorrent Oculus making its appearance in the blue-black tempo decks. Yeah, Marvin has the abilities of all creatures in play, so it can copy the Blood Type, like basically be a Blood Type Harvester, be a Voldaren Thrillseeker, even be a Tree of Perdition. You can just play the Tree of Perdition on turn 4 and then basically put your opponent to 2 life immediately.
That sounds very good. I mean, there's no shocks in the deck, but just then attacking and going for lethal. Now this deck, the Lotus Field combo, it's really tricky to play and also to play against.
Oh yeah.
There are so many different options, and can you walk us through how this deck here, specifically this version, wins the game?
So this version, oh my god, going for the kill. You're asking me a tough question right from the get-go. So what Lotus Field is trying to do is place his first 2 land drops, hopefully turn free. Best case scenario, you have that Strict Proctor and then play a Lotus Field, and that gives you 5 mana. If you don't, that's fine too. Then on turn 4, you copy with Thespian Stage the Lotus Field, and then with 2 Lotus Field in hand, in play, your Hidden Strings creates 4 additional mana, basically being like an ultra dark ritual. And that is quite powerful, of course. And then with all that mana, you ramp it to a Merchant Ultimatum, and a Merchant Ultimatum, you see it on the bottom right, gives the opponent usually an impossible decision where either way they go, they will lose the game somehow with the cards you find. You find Omniscience, you find Lear, Disciple of the Drowned, or Dark Petition, creating an extra free mana, or whatever you need in that particular spot scenario. Usually it's just game at that point.
And we saw there Tom really respecting that Marvin, bouncing it with Pretty Theft, and then playing that Lotus Field, sacrificing 2 lands.
Yeah.
And we did see
Wow.
Oh, look at all those end disruption, taking care of the Archdruid's Charm and also Fae of Wishes, leaving Tom with only a land and another card in hand. And what is this card?
That is a Zakama. It's in the sideboard.
Oh, bring it there from the sideboard.
I'll put it up on the screen.
That is a big one.
Yeah, it's quite the thing. I mean, he's going to be perhaps able. I mean, it costs 9 mana actually. He's a bit far off from that one actually.
And another Marvin makes the scene, and look at that. It's the 3.
Oh wow, that is just game.
So let's activate Marvin.
Put you to 2 life.
Put you to 2 and attack with Blood Tide Harvester. And this is game. I mean, both players now 1-1, so that means that we are going to have a 3rd game. But exactly what you said, do not underestimate Marvin the puppet. He looks armless, but he is actually very strong. A lovely game there, and we are going to now see game number 3. Who do you think is favored?
You're asking me questions. No, I appreciate it. Okay, let's think about this. I have no idea. Let's think about this. Lotus Field against Reactor's Tree. I think being on the play is a huge component here. We're talking about 2 combo decks. I guess I kind of lean towards the Reactor side a little bit here because, you know, with those 8 discard spells, you do have a good amount of interaction. But, you know, just if that Thoughtseize isn't on turn 1 and Tom has like a good start with Strict Proctor and Lotus Field on turn 3, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult for Jakub to come back from that. So I think it's a close matchup, maybe a slight nod towards the Reactor's Tree deck.
And since you are not completely sure, and I'm also not sure, let's ask Twitch chat, leave us a little comment just to see who do you think is favored, if it's the Rakdos Parisian deck or the Lotus Field combo. I'm always curious to see what you all think. Because it's not linear, as you said. It's a close call, it really depends.
No, yeah, when I'm recording a YouTube video and I'm unsure about like a certain sideboard decision where the card is there, I'm like sometimes say, hey, just leave me a comment if you have any opinion on that. You know, Twitch chat is famous for missing lethal at various points or proposing lethal when it isn't lethal, but they also have some good insights from time to time.
Definitely. Sometimes they do caught things pretty well, so let us know. And now, though, we are going to see the Lotus Field player on the play, which can be a big advantage as well.
Oh, absolutely.
And players are shuffling in the decks. I'm curious to see as well what sideboard cards we are going to see. I mean, we did see the Zakama from sideboard. What other cards are you expecting to see in our players' sideboards?
Great point, actually. There's some heavy hitters here. There's 2 copies of Temporary Lockdown, which I think could come in very, very handy against this opponent. From the Lotus Field side, like just stopping the early development, stopping maybe a Cauldron that has been developed to the board. Temporary Lockdown would have been great in the last game off the top. So that's a really nice one that's certainly going to come in. And then we see 4 copies, really spicy, of 9 lives. We're going to bring that up on the screen. That's like a 3-mana enchantment, has hexproof, a source would deal damage to you, prevent the damage, and put an incarnation counter on 9 lives. So essentially, it's sort of like a Phyrexian unlife effect. We saw that in Ad Nauseam in Modern for a while. Maybe he's bringing that in, just buying himself some time.
I mean, let's see if it is or not. That's definitely a fun card that I'm hoping to see in this game. So let's take a look if our players are going to keep or mull. This is game 3. Both players are 5-1. They really want to lock that win because that means that they are in day 2. Oh, starting right away with the Duress. So let's take a look at what Tom does have in hand.
Oh yeah, easy pick. The Sylvan Scrying. That's clearly the most important card here. Getting rid of that Lotus Field ability, and now Tom doesn't have that turn 3 Lotus Field. And if that's, you know, if the Lotus Field player doesn't find that quickly, that usually means, not good news for them.
Great call there, just slowing down the opponent and playing there a Triumph passing. So let's see if there's more end disruption. Ooh, Agatha's Soul Cauldron. That card we didn't see yet into play in game 2, but it's quite the card. And one of the pieces of the combo for the Rakdos Tree deck. So we have it there on the screen. This card that also plays in Modern as well quite a bit.
Oh yeah, the Yakmov deck, very happy to have it. Oh, wow.
Ala get recovery.
Oh, but that Agatha Soul Cauldron just shut it off right away. I mean, was that a misstep by Tom? Was he just trying to sneak that one out? But Jakub is certainly not fatigued quite yet. He was at the ready with that one.
It is possible that Tom was already thinking about that play before he saw the Agatha Soul Cauldron into play, and then you're already thinking and you forget about it.
Maybe. What a brutal setup here. Duress taking the scrying, leaving Tom with 2 Balaget, but Cauldron just shutting those regrowths out. Yeah.
And here, let's see what's the follow-up. No red mana, we must say. There's 2 swamps into play and a Muta Vault, so perhaps Jacob might have some red cards in hand that he's not able to play.
He's taking a long time on his turn here.
We see a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, there's a Thoughtseize. He's casting it. On himself? Oh, wow.
Oh wow,
love to
that's
see it.
a head.
Oh my God,
play.
I'm in awe. That's amazing. And now he can make the Muta Vault a free with the Tree of Perdition ability. Basically deal Tom 17 damage with 1 activation.
Oh,
and then attack next turn. But that's a two-way process though, because actually, never mind. He has lethal. He's going to activate the vault.
Yep, and
he's
then
going to tap it,
his turn.
and then attack in his turn. Oh my God.
Thoughtseizing yourself. Oh, I haven't seen that in a while.
Man, Jakub is just next level.
Oh wow, that was a great play to see. Let's see if it pays off or not.
I don't know, every round we're getting some nice plays here. This is amazing stuff.
I love that. I mean, we always learn every time that we watch some of these matches, and that's the goal. So we have the Lotus Field there, sacrificing True Lands, 1 mana up. So we are going to have that exact same thing you said, end of the turn, exiling the Rakdos, the Tree of Perdition with the Agatha Soul Cauldron, putting a +1/+1 on that Muta Vault that now has 3 power, and we can just attack for exactly 3.
Jakub is already mentioning it, like, hey bro, I got this.
And look at that attack. Do you have anything, Tom?
Tom doesn't have anything in hand, and he's just like, all right.
That's game, and Jacob taking it here, making it into day 2 of this tournament, which is great, very well deserved. Jacob, I meant, and Tom still has a chance. So Tom now going 5-2, but can still win the last round and making into day 2 as well. So it's not completely a lose and you're out of the tournament situation. Congratulations to Jacob for going 6-1 here in the tournament. Very, very well.
Someone in chat asking about did it have haste. The Muta Vault was already in play, so no Summoning Sickness. It was already in play on turn 2, so no Summoning Sickness on turn 3.
That is great. I love to see these plays. Thoughtseizing yourself, was that on your bingo card for today?
Oh, it definitely was not. You love to see that.
Are there like other decks in other formats where this instant occurs, where you have to sometimes Thoughtseize yourself?
One that comes to mind is the Espergorio deck in Modern, where you would sometimes have the Atraxa or the Ulamog in hand, and then you want to Gorio the card into play that way by Thoughtseizing yourself. But, you know, it is a play that you don't see every day.
And you did see that Rakdos was the favorite deck after I asked you, and it ended up winning there, so good job, Arne. That's going to be it for us and for round 7 as well, but we will bring you more magic for round 8, which is the last round of the day, so stay tuned for that.
I give it all that I got will never stop. I give it all, straight to the top, will never stop. I give it all that I have, I let it be, cause nobody's better than me. What do you see? Give it all. Yeah, all that I got, I give it everything. They lost the plot, they think I'm menacing. They wanna talk, but I ain't settling. Circle is tight, feeling like better rings. Whole lot of globetrotter, man, they don't know nada. Bro, gotta show something to me and go harder. So proper, nah, not that, we sure gotta give it all raw now, like Don Goddess. All that I got will never stop. I give it all, straight to the top, will never fly. I give it all, they want me rocked, I never blow. I give it all, whoa, what you say, my man? Give it all, whoa, hey, give it all, whoa, yeah, stand tall, give it all that I have, I let it be, cause nobody's better than me. What do you see? Give it all. What do you think when people look at me? 100 degrees tougher than Booker T. Couldn't agree more, but could it be? I think higher than them all. Truthfully, my pen fire and then some. Apply the addendum. Take this whole thing for ransom. Give it all I got for attention. Nah, the mention of life well lived, for instance. Give it all.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Lille. We're back with the last round of the day, round number 8. We have a couple of win-and-ins for you with some really spicy and interesting decks. I know that one of them is a deck that you played a lot on your stream. We're going to give you an update throughout the round how the 7-0s are playing, but we're going to see a lot of them tomorrow, so we figured it'd be better to show you some more exciting matches about players that are trying to make it into day 2. But before that, let's take a look at the prize pool to see what the players are playing for. So, Gabe, talk me through this.
Yeah, money, PT invites, really the PT invite, that top 36, that's the thing that stands out to me. That's what the players are here for. And that's kind of your first goal, I guess, in some ways. And then, $20,000 to the winner, kind of pretty nice. If I'm not wrong, about 75 players are going to make day 2 about that. So you're almost guaranteed that cash of $500 too, which is nice if you make day 2. And the dream is, top 2 Worlds invite.
Yeah, you're going to try to do better than that, 1-5 on day 2 to make sure you squeeze in the top 64 to make money. I think there's also some promos. I think top 32, top 36-ish get a foil version of one of the promo cards. So that's another card that, the players are going to be happy to get. And we have some spicy matches for you this round.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you the decks. We have Dimir Ninjas playing against Is It Creativity. Creativity is a deck that was kind of popularized, by Team CIB, right? Reed won the Pro Tour in Philadelphia last year. How did that deck kind of change over the last couple months?
It hasn't been around pretty much at all. The version we played was the combo. Is not super easy to hit out, but cards like Vanishing Verse and Biting kind of wreck you.
Okay.
So I remember after the PT, people started adding Vanishing Verse to their decks, and all of a sudden they have that one card that breaks up your combo, and your life becomes way more complicated. And decks just suffers from kind of a bad Phoenix matchup. The old Atraxa version used to suffer from that. The combo version was not that great against Phoenix either. At the time we had a decent plan, but I think that deck's basically been power crept. It didn't get many upgrades or upgrades at all really, and everything else got better, so that would be my best guess.
Okay, but clearly it's still playable, right? And Dimir Ninjas, that's a deck you played a lot on the stream. Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, one of the key cards in the deck.
Yeah, it was a bit like the Zur deck. I saw the list, I was like, well, that looks cool and different, let's try it, and it was actually pretty decent. I was doing well at first, and then my results started getting a little mediocre, and I decided Ninja was a fine deck, but nothing too special. I actually talked to Luis a bit. He told me about the 2 copies of Lofty Denial he's playing. It's somewhat like, pretty good counterspell. He didn't like the Zaneful Stroke. There's a few flex thoughts in this deck. He's playing 2 Brazen Bar. I had cut them. He's playing these 2 Lofty Denials. I was playing a 3rd Enduring Curiosity. It's like details, but basically what the deck's trying to do is get your good ninjas into play, the Hacker and the new Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. That card is insanely powerful. If you're on the play, you put it into play on turn 3, it's so hard to beat. It's such a big swing, and the deck looks kind of like a meme at first. You see Fairy Miscreant, you see, Flood Pit's Drowner, card you don't see a ton, but they work really well. Mockingbird is really good in that deck. You can either copy Miscreant, you can maybe copy a Shaman token for 1 mana. You copy your own good creatures, their creatures, pretty flexible. The Flood Pit Drowner is just really nice. It's buys you time, kind of removal, has vigilance, so you can flash it into play, tap something, maybe a Fable token or whatnot creature, and then it makes it more likely that you're able to connect with the Nunjutsu ability since you're tapping down one of their potential blocker.
Works great with the ninjutsu creatures, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can even, there's a bunch of tricks you can do with ninjutsu. I'm not sure we're going to see them this game, but you can attack with the Drowner, tap it, or ninjutsu, tap it to use its ability of shuffling back the creature with the stun counter and itself, and then ninjutsu in response.
Okay.
And you get to keep your Drowner, they still lose their creature, and then you get to replay the Drowner. That can be really powerful. You can also do some end of combat shenanigans where you like deal the damage with a hacker. You draw a non-jitsu card off it, you can still put it into play. So
yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
And the deck is, you know, almost half that is standard legal, by the way. In the meantime, Luis starts off with a Fairy Miscreant followed by the Flood Pit Drowner. Sergio is not really gonna put a lot of early creatures into play, so Luis just wants to kind of curve out. Sergio, in the meantime, I think is gonna kind of sit back on cards like Deduce, maybe some counter magic, draw some cards and set up for an Indomitable Creativity in the future.
Yeah, I could see that matchup being tough for Ninja. The blue-red deck has a lot of cheap removal. It has a few Shark Typhoons. That card's always really strong against, you know, cheap flyers. We see the Kaido come in play. Nope, just the 1 damage. So I feel like it could go either way. You know, the creativity deck can be clunky, but it also, you know, if it draws wells, it does in theory have a lot of answers to what the Ninja deck's trying to do. There's actually not that much counters. There's just 2 counter spells for Thoughtseize in the main deck. So Luis doesn't have a ton of ways to interact with creativity, especially if you're targeting a treasure token, targeting an artifact. You know, Fatal Push doesn't work. So
yeah, there's Brazen Borrower. I see an Otawara.
Yeah, it is.
Push lofted it out. Yeah, no.
That's a good point. Yeah, a couple of Brazen Borrowers. I forgot because I cut them from the list, but that card is obviously pretty solid.
This reminds me of the old Is It Creativity against Blue-White Spirits matchup. That was a pretty close matchup as well. Could go either way, and you know, depends how much more counter magic Luis has in the sideboard. Puts another Drowner into play, attack for 3. Puts Sergio to 12, but yeah, not a lot of pressure. He does have a Brazen Borrower in hand though. End of turn Prismari Command.
Yeah, you obviously have to be a little careful of how you use your removal spell against Ninjutsu. Basically, you need to not play it after blockers, unblocked. You know, just you know, ending your attacker step or end of turn. I guess it's not that tricky, but we see the counter for command. He doesn't want that artifact to come into play, which could give him target for creativity. Downside is we see Fable Resolve.
Luckily for Luis, he does have that Brazen Borrower, so he can just cleanly get rid of the token. Another Brazen Borrower and land number 5, but it is an Otawara. Do you like playing it out here so you can both use Petty Theft and the Borrower, or is that the type of card you would like to send back because it is interaction in a matchup where you don't really have that much of it?
I think given you have the second Borrower hand, it makes it fairly trivial play to put it in play and just put on more pressure. You don't have the fastest clock. It would be a little trickier if, you know, your last card in hand was not another bounce spell.
Do you think it signals something to the opponent that, like, all right, well, you know, I'm kind of desperate. I have to play the Borrower here. You know, I have to put some pressure on you because if the game goes longer, I'm probably not going to win. Could that, you know, be advantageous for Luis here, kind of concealing the second Borrower? Or do you think it's more about, yeah, if you play the Otawara here, I guess you have something else?
Yeah, well, clearly you have a spell in hand unless, I guess technically you have another Darkstick Shore that comes in play tapped. So yeah, you should know that Luis has at least a spell in hand.
Brazen Borrower, end of turn. No response for no. All right, kill it right away.
A good one too. Oh, Volcanic Spite, no
rummage.
How would you? It's not even rummage. I don't think it has a technical term.
But it goes on the bottom, right?
Yeah, Volcanic Spite. It's great in creativity, especially because it lets you get rid of your Valgavoth or your Atraxa. Just amazing removal spells. Goes at Planeswalkers too, which is nice. All right, Luis decides to be conservative. He does know Sergio's hand is really good. Decides not to use the bounce spell on the Fable token. He also sent a Mutavault in, traded his Fable token. Got Sergio down to 9, so he's got a free turn clock right now. It's gonna be tricky. These Fables are gonna start getting threatening.
Yeah, look at all the value. Sergio is going to be able to filter some cards if he wants to. He's getting some targets in play for his creativity in the future. There's a copy of Prismari Command. I think, is that a Mystica Dispute or that's a Deduce maybe?
he's playing 4 Deuce and no Mystical Dispute in the main deck.
Wow, end of turn Brazen Borrower, that flipped Fable.
Yeah.
I think Luis just kind of wants to put as much pressure on Turkio as possible.
Yeah.
That's a Spyglass Siren. Yeah, another card from Standard. This deck is really, maybe more than half of it is Standard legal, right?
Yeah, I know that just before Worlds, I was trying to talk my teammates. I didn't help them test Standard, but I was, letting them know that Ninja deck's pretty good in Pioneer. Maybe you should have more of these cheap cards in your blue-black versions. Cards like Flood Pit's Drowner, cards like Mockingbird, which don't see a ton of play in Standard. And I was like, maybe you guys should have a lower to the ground build with more 1-drops. And Kaido and Curiosity.
In the meantime, Turkio finds the card you were talking about. Shark Typhoon just snaps up one of the creatures, keeps a 3/3 in play for Turkio, and yeah, I think we're gonna be looking at Turkio turning the corner pretty quickly here. 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, he's not even gonna need the combo, which I guess he does. That is Altar Art Creativity, no answers. So I think no matter what Luis did this game, he would have fell short. He had a tough decision, was that second Brazen Bar, whether to bounce the token right away and go full aggro, hope there's no creativity, or try to hedge a bit. It looks like Sergio's draw was all too good, and Luis's draw, he just needed that engine. He didn't find Kaido, he didn't find Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, I guess in this game, this wasn't a great showing of the Ninjas deck, kind of just playing all these 1/1s and 2/1s. Like, yeah, that wasn't particularly impressive, but I guess if you draw Kaito, things are very different.
Yeah, he never got a second Miscreant got to draw. He never drew a Hacker got to draw of that. He was just trading 1-for-1, and when you're trading 1-for-1 and playing 1/1s for 1.
Few too many lands as well. I think Luis was up to 8 by the end of the game. So yeah, scoops it up. Turkio wins game 1 and gets 1 game closer to making the cut to day 2. Let's take a look at the sideboards. Dimir Ninjas, you're playing against Creativity. Let's take a look at the sideboard here. All right, 3 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 copies of Anoint with Affliction, 2 Cut Down, 2 copies of Spell Pierce, Ether Gust, Dokuchi Silencer, there's an Extinction Event, 1 Gravedigger's Cage, Heartless Act, and 1 Unholy Annex. Anything stands out to you here?
You mentioned it, well, hinted at it. The Spell Pierce are going to be great, as well as potentially the Ether Gust, hits Fable and Creativity, Prismari Command, amongst others, and maybe Unholy Annex, especially on the play. See, he's got the 1 copy, kind of 1 extra value card. So I believe we're probably going to see these cards come in, and will Refresher Gravedigger's Cage does not work, right? Creature cards in very library can't enter the battle. No, I think Creativity brings it from exile. It's a classic, like, one of the sideboarding mistakes you can make.
The wording on it, yeah.
Oh no, it might work. Its controller reveals cards from the top of their library until an artifact or creature reveal this.
I think you're thinking.
Oh yeah, you exile it first. Exile that card. Those players put those exile cards. Yeah, it goes to exile first, I believe, and then so yeah, some interactions probably going to cut most of the fatal push, I would assume.
I'm wondering, do you think Spell Pierce is actually that great? Like, if the game kind of goes longer and they always have these cheap removal spells, I know it's great against turn 3 Fable, it's great against Creativity, like in the future, but do you think it's actually that great? Like, I keep seeing people bring in Spell Pierce, and it rarely is the like gotcha moment that the players are hoping to get with it.
I feel like that's got to be some kind of bias where you only remember these spots. Nah, that card is really good. I mean, sure, the scenario you mentioned does happen, and sometimes you just waste your Spell Pierce for negates. But I think that card, against someone who has 4 Fable, 3 Prismari Command, it's all too good. Creativity obviously is not a cheap card.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like an open deck list thing as well. Like, your opponent has it. If you have a couple of removal spells at the early game, you kind of slow them down. Then at some point you're thinking, all right, should I play this Fable? If I have 1 mana up, I can wait for next turn. My opponent doesn't really have a lot of pressure. So it's a card that, I mean, to my liking, it kind of gets pretty bad too quickly. And if your deck doesn't have a way to cycle through cards, obviously if you're playing Fable yourself, then it's pretty easy to bring in situational cards. But overall, I have to say I've been a little disappointed with Spell Pierce as a sideboard card in these open decklist tournaments. Anyway, is it creativity? What about Sergio? He has access to 3 copies of Mystical Dispute. That sounds pretty good. 3 Narset Part of Whales, 2 Anger of the Gods, 2 Hullbreaker Horrors, Negate Annual, Obliterating Bolt, Unable to Scream, and Portal to Phyrexia.
Yeah, that's a spicy one. Dispute looks pretty solid. Narset could be a plan. The ninja creatures don't hit that hard, and there's a bunch of cards that say draw a card on Luis's side, especially combined with the cheap red removal. That could be a plan, and he might be able to just protect Narset. Couple Anger of the Gods. That card is solid. It also gets rid of the Enduring Curiosity, which is a nice upside. You don't want to gate, you don't want to null. Obliterating Bolt seems somewhat weak of a removal spell, but it does go at Planeswalker, so maybe that's one way of getting rid of a Kaido during your turn. And Unable to Scream seems really bad against the Nunjutsu
right, yes.
Nunjutsu abilities. So yeah. Dispute, Narset, Anger. You could almost board out the, especially, let's assume he had like 2 more Shark Typhoons in his sideboard. You could almost just board out his combo and just play like blue-red control.
Yeah.
That was kind of the plan. You mentioned the Spirits matchup. That's funny. It was like my winning in at that PT. I beat Spirits, and yeah, game 1 can be a little rough, but then after sideboard, we went up to some Disputes, 4 Shark Typhoons, all cheap removal, and Shark Typhoon's just so good against these cheap flyers. It's really tough. Luis does have a couple Brazen Borrows, which is one of the best counters to cycle Sharks, so we might see that interaction come up.
I love the Hullbreaker Horrors in the sideboard. Like sometimes you play against, you know, a mid-range deck, another combo deck or something where they have interaction for creativity, but Hullbreaker Horror is just attacks from just a completely different angle, and it does something so unique that sometimes it's really cool to be able to transform the deck that way after sideboard.
Yeah, that was our plan against Phoenix, I believe, was to board out the combo and turn into blue-red control was horrors. Maybe keeping some creativities and just creativity into horror instead of the combo, but I'm not sure what Sergio is going to do. It'll be interesting if we can catch a glimpse of a Valgavoth or creativity, or, you know, who knows, he does have enough cards to just board out a combo if he wants to.
Luis with a multi-6 in a deck that doesn't have that many ways to, you know, get extra cards if he doesn't have one of those engines you mentioned. So 1/1 Fairy attacks on turn 2, no follow-up, passes the turn. Let's see if he has a flash creature end of turn. Nothing past the turn. I think I saw a Mystical Dispute, maybe a Spell Pierce, but no pressure. That's not ideal.
Yeah, I always say mulligan doesn't hurt you too much. The first mulligan doesn't hurt you too much. I feel like that's not as true after sideboard, because in game 1, especially in open deck list, you're going to have dead cards, so it's usually pretty easy. You take your 7, you're like, oh yeah, that card does nothing in the matchup.
Okay.
And yeah, you know, that's why Spell Pierce, when it works, it's so good. Trade 1 mana for 2 mana, you get the extra mana for the hacker, and Luis is off to a really solid start. Made up for the mulligan, he's on the board. We see Sergio might be potentially color screwed. His deck is somewhat color intensive, and we see a turn 2 Fountain Port here.
Yeah, that was interesting. So before attacking Volcanic Spite your 1/1, Spell Pierce and use my mana to play the hacker still. Let's see if there is removal from Sergio now.
Yeah, or potentially a Shark Typhoon would be pretty solid as well.
Wow, just takes the hit.
Yeah, the hacker draws you a card if you ninjutsu. Now it's only looter, but still pretty good.
Yeah, you're going to be able to, you know, ditch some excessive lands from your hand. Fatal Push for Luis actually stayed in the deck.
Yeah, I'm assuming he didn't keep all 4, but maybe the 1, maybe 1 or 2
for the Fable tokens.
Yeah, it can be
Shark Typhoon tokens.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, there's the Kaito. So now we're doing something. Does Sergio have a way to deal with that?
And that's the trick I was talking about, right? He cast it after the loot, potentially drew it of the loot, and there's still a window at combat damage, end of combat, to put Kaito into play. It doesn't deal the damage, but you still get to use its ability of drawing a card. So another really good turn for Luis, and feels like he's pulling ahead right now, but who knows? If he doesn't have the right interaction, Sergio could just flip it around with, you know, creativity, Valgavoth into play, and then Luis's life becomes really, really tough.
Let's take a look at Kaito. Comes in with 4 loyalty, and it's a 3/4 creature with hexproof on your own turn. +1, you get an emblem with ninjas you control, get +1/+1.
Wow, we just got, yeah, just tap.
Oh wow, okay.
You have the second spell pierce.
Volvagod, no big deal.
Valgavoth into play. Let's see if Luis, I mean, Kaito is an insanely powerful card. You usually just go for the draw ability, but the emblem can do good, and you know the stun also comes up. Stunning Valgavoth, stacking 3 non-land permanents. I'm not sure that's going to be an option. Maybe once in the game you get to do it, but that's going to be very rough. He needs a bounce spell. He needs Brazen Bar, I guess, at this point. Does not have access to a card like Shield Ready Edict. Would be amazing to have in this matchup. You know, maybe he brought in Heartless Act. It would be a hefty cost, but it might be worth it.
Petty theft, all right.
Yeah. I mean,
that deals with that, even though you lose half of your board.
You didn't lose damn much. You lost what, a Siren, a map token, a 1/1. You're drawing 2 cards a turn. Even better than drawing because you get to surveil and draw. So better than Hauling Mine right now.
Yeah, the cards do need to get exiled.
So yeah, no, Valgavoth into play, no problem.
Yeah, that wasn't as bad for something that says, you know, sacrifice 3 non-land permanents.
Yeah.
All right, back to Sergio. He does have access to his 5th land, but yeah, as you noted, 2 colorless lands, not ideal. Prismari Command, shoot Kaito for 2. Make a treasure.
Yeah, Sergio likes his hand. And Spite, yeah, goes at Planeswalkers. Yeah, Sergio not having to use too many resources. I mean, the creativity basically only cost him 1 card. There he traded 2 for 1, but he got a treasure and got to, you know, cycle one of his cards, kind of.
Luis is flooding out a bit yet again. Yeah, there's another land in the graveyard. He has a Fatal Push in hand, a Fatal Push in the graveyard. Not even a Mutavolt or anything that could attack. So not ideal draws for him so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised he had room to leave multiple Fatal Pushes because it's kind of his only real bad card. And that's 4 of them, and you would assume you want the 2 Pierce, maybe the Gust, and the Annex, and Heartless Act seems like a slight upgrade over Push.
Volcanic Spite targeting the Brazen Borrower. Does Luis have anything to say to that? Yeah, the Lofty Denial.
Not that great. Luis, yeah, Sergio can actually pay the 4.
Yeah, it's not going to get better though, right? Yeah, this is kind of like, all right, you sack the treasure, tap out. Are you going to be scared of me doing something better after combat?
There's not too much to be scared out of Luis's deck at this point.
Wow, fights back with a Mystical Dispute.
Wait, what? That doesn't make a ton of sense. Seems, I guess he fears his Phantom Interference, not that great, but the
3 steps ahead.
The Entwine is decent, like making a 2/2 flying in this matchup. Yeah, Luis really sold it. Scared Sergio.
That was good. Wow, there's a creativity number 2.
Yeah, it all makes sense now. He's like, okay, I'm just going to tap you out.
Yeah,
So
let's fight over something that doesn't really matter to me. You tap out, I'll get another Valgavoth.
Yeah, note that he was able to Volcanic Spite away the Valgavoth that was bounced to hand. That was nice for Sergio too.
All right, there it is.
You could deal with the first one. Can you deal with the second one?
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple copies of Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, I have a feeling this one's going to be... this one might just go all the way.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unlikely that Luis brought in the Extinction event.
Yeah, that would have been an option.
Otawara. Yeah, I think he's drawing like maybe 2 outs, 3 outs. Mockingbird, I think unfortunately only lets you copy your own creatures.
No, you can Mockingbird any creature, but...
Oh, but 9 mana is a little bit too much,
yeah.
even if you're getting a little flooded?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be gas. Mockingbird Valgavoth. I've never seen that. I've Mockingbird Atraxas. I think, and Titans. I think that's the best I've done.
Yeah, cracking map tokens. I mean, that's nice. Floodpit Drowner.
Tap your Valgavoths. Sack free permanents.
It's not the... Yeah, it doesn't look great for Luis right now. Yeah, the question is, do you even leave it on top? Like, aren't you just kind of dead unless you draw a Borrower?
Yeah, I probably have to get rid of that one. All right, never mind. Keeps it on top, has a plan. Casts a Hacker. So Luis has the option to jump and push his own creature, but he's giving a push and a creature to Sergio that can cast them for fairly cheap. Valgavoth lets you cast. So whenever your opponent like has a card that goes to your graveyard, it gets exiled by Valgavoth, and then you can pay life to play them of Valgavoth. That card's on the screen right now, so that's why Luis not even looking to chum block there. Needs to not give Sergio free cards. Needs all his permanents to maybe one day get rid of it.
All right, let's see if Luis has a plan. Attack with everything. Fountain Port makes a token.
Makes a fish.
Well, look at Sergio ready with all the tokens. I like that. There's a Fatal Push. Finally, we find a good use for it. No blocks, all right.
I don't know about good, but it is a use. It is surely one of the uses of all time you can make of a Fatal Push.
All right, Drowner connects. Yep, land not super useful.
So he has 1 map left and can sack the 2 1/1s, I guess. Tap Valgavoth for a bit. Problem with tapping the Valgavoth is you still get to like cast the spell, so that's why keeping that Drowner seemed a little sketchy. Maybe Luis didn't factor that in.
All right, Bird Spell for Sergio, so yeah, doesn't look great. Tap this, all right, trigger, no problem. Sack half of your board one more time.
Yeah, and it's not even limited at 1 card a turn. Sergio can just... I mean, he can even...
Wow, this is brutal.
I wonder how Mockingbird and Valgavoth works. Can you just pay 9 life to like replace your... I mean, not that you would necessarily want to do that, but... I'm assuming that's how it works. You can just pay 9 life to copy your own Valgavoth and get an untapped one.
Yeah, Sergio just wastes no time killing the entire board for Luis here.
I think that's one of the worst feelings in Magic, losing to your own cards. You know, all the way back to like Desertion.
Wow, yeah.
Control Magic.
Oh, Desertion was a great card. I love that one.
Bribery.
Yeah.
Losing to your own cards is,
Yeah, I mean, Valgavoth doing some pretty good work here. And Sergio is able to be able to play even more creatures now. And yeah, I don't think there's anything in Luis's deck outside of that one Extinction event in the sideboard, but I think there is a very, very, very small chance we're going to see that card in his deck right now. Yeah. All right, congratulations to Sergio for making day 2. Commiserations to Luis, although, I mean, it was a really, really cool deck. Unfortunately, his draws didn't really cooperate in the last two games.
No, it did not. I felt like this could have gone either way, and Sergio's draws were just all stronger here.
Yeah, I mean, he had to take a mulligan, drew a bunch of extra lands both games without, you know, any real utility lands like Mutavault. So yeah, not great, but that's how it goes. I think we have we have a second match for you. There was the recorded match. That's also a match between two 5-2 players.
Yeah, that was me. I was like, undefeated players, not interested. I want blood. I want you know, I want heartbreaks. I want.
All right,
big smiles and.
Apparently, we're not getting you that match. All right, so never mind. Yeah, I guess that might just be it then. This was round 8, right?
Round 8.
That was it. Round 8. We do have an interview though, so that one is not ready yet. But if you hang out with us for a little bit longer, we're going to be able to talk to Sergio about, you know, the creativity deck. You know, what does he think about his build and why he chose, you know, to play it that way.
Yeah, I believe that was Wafo's deck of choice today. Wafo top out a French Hall of Famer, and it looks like he was just railbirding Gio after round 3. I think he might have just gone free drop.
Exactly. I picked Guillaume yesterday in the draft we did from the players in the tournament, and then round 4 we're like kind of looking at the camera that spectates this like whole area, and Guillaume is not playing. He's watching somebody play. So
yeah. So maybe, you know, maybe Guillaume's deck's choice was not that bad if Sergio was able to make it today too. Maybe just some tough breaks and. Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear why he picked that specific deck. Kind of not really a meta deck. I thought it's, you know, a little underpowered, but it worked out for Sergio.
And shout out to Guillaume as well. I mean, one of the many French Hall of Famers. You know, I was pretty sure he was going to play a blue deck. We were kind of guessing yesterday at dinner. I think I expected blue-white control because that probably counters more cards than blue-red. But the creativity deck makes a ton of sense too, because you just play the entire game. You play it at instant speed, right? You're drawing cards, the deuce, cycling Shark Typhoons, making tokens. So it's a very Wafo Tapa kind of deck.
Yeah, he's actually been playing a decent bit online, and that's what he's been playing every time I've seen his list get published. So he played it. He must have done well enough that he thought it was a decent choice, you know, for this tournament. But
we're getting you an update on the 7-0s as well, because Frank Carson is standing right next to me writing something on a piece of paper, which I think are going to be the updates. So while we're working on the interviews, let me actually take a look. Maybe I can see that myself.
Yeah, I punted pretty hard in the fantasy. I had the wheel, and so I had picked 4 and 5, and I didn't pick Stefan Schultz.
Okay.
You know, I know he was probably playing Phoenix, probably one of the best players in the field. So, you know, we had Mengu too, 7-0. I don't know if he won, but he was the first pick in the draft, first pick by Philippa.
Yeah, and then I took Jean-Emmanuel second, and they just played at the 7-0 table or something, right? So clearly we picked pretty well. But I'm being told that the interview is ready, so hang on a little bit before we close the round after that, and I think Philippa is doing an interview with Sergio right now.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Sergio. Congratulations on that win, and tell me all about it. Why did you bring creativity for this event here?
So I tested a lot, and at some point in the testing that I was playing Enigmatic, I saw Wafo Tapa's list on Magic Online of creativity, and I decided to give it a go. It actually has a very good matchup against Phoenix. Like, it's like not even close to win. Like, it's very easy to win Phoenix. Then you have a very good, a good matchup against Rakdos Agro and also Selesnya. So I think it's very well positioned in the meta. You have to play the grinded game against demons, but it's something I can live with if I get like to win solidly because, against the top tier decks.
And you just played against the Mir Ninjas, which is an unusual deck. How did you feel going to this matchup?
I felt I was very advantaged because I tested a lot in Magic Arena, and this deck is very popular there, and I played a lot the matchup, and I think like they really they need to have a perfect hand of like a lot of creatures plus Kaito very fast to put you in problems, because once you resolve Valgaboth, they can do anything, mostly.
That's great. Thank you so much. Congratulations on making it today too. This is Sergio, and we will see more from you. And that's it from us, and we are going back to the booth.
All right, welcome back. I think most of the tables are done playing, so I think we can take a look at the standings after round 8, or at least I can tell you. All right, there we go. No, that's the standings before this round. So We do see 4 players on 7-0 that were playing for the undefeated record. It was Andrea Mengucci and Mark Tobias are the 2 players that are actually undefeated. So congratulations to Mark playing Golgari Food, which is, that by the way, is really weird because I think this is the first tournament in ages where Mark doesn't play combo. Does that just tell you the combo's dead in Pioneer?
To be fair, he has a combo in his deck. He does have an infinite.
Sure, but he's the type of player that just brings some kind of like combo that most people don't even know how it works.
He brought his own take. He got rid of the red just.
Okay.
Fair
enough.
I played against him online. I believe he's playing that 3/2 black-green creature. Gives you a food when it comes into play. Gives you a food when it dies.
Okay.
You got 2 food players undefeated. We were talking about it at the beginning of the day. You know, it put 3 players in the top 8 in one of the most recent RCs. Was it just, you know, a fluke? I know it was really good players playing the deck. I think it was Martin Dominguez, you know, Matias Leverato, and another player. So maybe it was just, you know, the best players in the room who happened to do well with food. But you know, you'd have to see the whole food contingent, I guess. But you know, 2 of them undefeated. So good, looking like a good deck choice.
Yeah, so big congratulations to Mark Tobias, Golgari Food, and Andrea Mengucci, John Sacrifice. I mean, we saw a lot of Phoenix decks doing really well, but in the end, it's 2 Golgari, or it's 2 Golgari-based decks. We got 8-0.
We got some Crokies fan maybe in the chat. Maybe a little food mirror match tomorrow to start the day.
The cat is
reminiscent of some you know, of these arena games, the standard arena food mirror. You know, once in a while.
Yeah, I think that is going to be it from us for today. I don't think we have any more matches for you. We did tell you who the 8 players are. I think this is going to make for a great feature match for round 9. So make sure you also come back tomorrow. Make sure you follow the Fanfinity channel on Twitch if you don't want to miss out on any of the future, you know, regional championships, all the Spotlight series. All that's going to be on the Fanfinity channel. So make sure you go there and click the follow button. And yeah, thanks as well to Ultimate Guard for, you know, making sure we're all here doing commentary of the event and everything, and sponsoring the event. Thank you guys for watching. It's been a great day. I think we covered a lot of, you know, really cool decks. It was fun. A lot of cool interactions, a lot of cool matchups. Anything that particularly stood out to you?
No, honestly, just the good games we had. I feel like every game, almost every match we covered was interesting, cool. Kind of been my experience playing Pioneer, and it was the same, more of the same today. So, no, just great Magic all day. Yeah,
I mean, Pioneer, to me, I was very excited about the format, and it delivered. The games were great. Lots of different types of decks and strategies. So, yeah, good showing of the format, good showing by the players, great matches. Thanks for being with us, and we're going to be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. With round number 9. So thanks again, and see you tomorrow.
yeah.